Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Reddit Aliens. I'm John, and as always, thank you so much for being here. Our weekly compilation is in store for you today, and our longest video ever. 7 hours of listening enjoyment to get you through your workday, the whole thing if you need it. So again, if you're listening at home, great. If you're listening alone, wonderful. If you're listening with headphones, even better. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this long compilation. Leave a comment down below, say hello, and subscribe.
What's the scariest thing that's happened to you while in someone else's house? I once spent the night at a friend's house. His drunken uncle shook me awake, and then my friend as well, with all the noise he was making. I opened my eyes, startled to see a gun to my face and he demanding who the F I was. I was scared, speechless, and just looked at my friend hoping he'd chip in for me. He did. He said, "Uncle, that's my friend. Chill, uncle, that's my friend." His uncle then put it down and just walked away as if nothing had happened. He was drunk. I was house-sitting for an aunt of mine while she was on holiday. She told me there was a leak in the lounge area, but it was fixed, so if there were any issues, to let her know. A massive storm happened a couple nights in. I heard some trickling in the early hours, so I went to go check that there wasn't a leak. The entire wall was flooding with water, like an actual waterfall. Turns out the spouting was blocked, and the water was just forcing its way through the cracks in the wall. I knew it wasn't my fault, but it was so terrifying watching someone's house fall apart on your watch, just piling towels on the floor and shifting furniture to keep everything dry. I was at this stranger's house to give him some money for accidentally hitting him on his bike. I was also on a bike, and the first thing I noticed is that his house is really dark. Not in that his lights weren't on, his house didn't have lights at all. No ceiling lights or lamps or anything. Homeboy legit used a flashlight around his own house to get around and find things. Next thing I know, this guy who I've spoken maybe 100 words or less to is showing me a straight up two-handed sword and matching dagger that are both razor sharp. This is one of those people who have a harder time being quiet than thinking of things to say. And next thing you know, I've been in every room in his place and met his pet parrot the size of a fucking eagle. The reason I was there in the first place was to replace a handmade Italian seat for his bike, and he ended up giving me a pair of $30 gloves. The old gloves that got a few scratches on them when I hit him, 5 to 10 high-end protein or power bars, and a glass of strawberry lemonade. Definitely a strange experience. I wasn't in the house, but just outside of it. I went to visit my paternal grandmother at her house. She kept the door locked, so she had to come over to unlock it when I arrived. Her living room has large windows that overlook the street, and you could even see the door from there, so I could easily see her and she could see me. My grandmother was frail and suffered from arthritis, and in fact she passed not long after this. As she was walking to the door, she fell down in the living room. I had no key to the house, and I was freaking out. I had no idea what to do. I was ready to freaking break the living room window in or call 911. Then she somehow managed to climb back up using furniture to prop herself back to a standing position and open the door. After that day, I demanded a key to the house from my parents. I hate to think what would have happened if she didn't miraculously get back up. I felt so helpless, nearly as hopeless as the time my maternal grandfather fell crossing a busy street and traffic was starting to back up down the street. At least that time I was able to prop my grandfather up and carry him over to the side of the road before the cars reached us. Moral of the story, watch for your elders falling. The first time meeting my boyfriend's family, who live in another country, we stayed in his old attic bedroom. In the middle of the night, he reaches over and shakes me awake. "Huh?" I mumble, and he says, "Shh, be very still. I think there's someone else in the house." I lay motionless, thinking that someone has broken in and were about to be psycho-murdered, listening to the sounds of the old, creaky attic, convinced every gust of wind is a footstep. He puts his arm around my head, covering my ears. I don't move for hours in fear until I hear him snoring. And that was the night I discovered for the first time he talks in his sleep. I was watching a friend's kid when I was in the army. I was crashed out on the couch early one morning when the door flung open and 3 kids that didn't live there entered the house. The one in front had a gun. They were making a beeline for the kid's bedroom and had not noticed me on the couch. Scared as shit, but not gonna let them just kill the kids, I jumped up and barreled into the lead kid and took the gun. There was screaming, and the kids I was watching came running out into the front room. Turns out it was a BB gun. The kid with the gun had just received it as a gift and wanted to show the kids I was watching. The visiting kids had been told by the resident kids that their rents were away for the weekend, so they just barged in. Of note, they were all like 13, so it wasn't exactly hard to take the BB gun. Still scared the shit out of me. About 14 years old, sleeping over at my friend's house, and in the middle of the night we heard some rustling around in her enclosed patio, which was adjacent to the living room we were sleeping in. We shrugged it off because she had two very active outdoor cats who generally slept in the patio. When we woke up the next morning and went out there to eat breakfast, we saw the screen door had been slashed and several pieces of furniture, TV, etc. were gone. So the rustling we heard in the middle of the night were actually burglars. Not sure if they knew that several teenage girls were in the living room, but still freaks me out a bit when I think about it. I was 11 years old and at my friend's house. His parents and all of his siblings were home. Everyone but his dad was in the front room of the house. His dad was doing yard work in the backyard. I got up to go to the bathroom and while passing the back door, saw that my friend's dad was on a ladder with an electric tree trimmer. Before I looked away and continued on, his dad fell off the top rung of the ladder and crashed hard on the ground. The tree trimmer was still somehow on and landed next to his body. The trimmer was going full horror movie and slowly moving towards him, and he was not getting up. I'm the only one who saw this happen, so I yelled, Friend's mom, your dad fell, come quick," and ran outside to pick the trimmer up and move it away. By the time I turned it off and started focusing on him, everyone else was outside. We helped him up. The mom took him to the hospital for back pain and a mild concussion. The older siblings watched us while they were gone, and everyone was very thankful I had to pee. My friend, when I was about 10 years old, used to talk about a ghost in his house that would turn on the radio in the kitchen when you left the room, called bullshit. Well, about a month after, I'm waiting on him to get out of the shower, and am in the kitchen having a snack. As I open the cabinet, the radio behind me turns on. I jumped, turned it off, then remembered the story. Was afraid to go to the kitchen after that. Scary, but only happened the once to me. His mom didn't want to throw it out or move it in fear of angering whatever it was. Not sure whatever happened to that radio. Stayed with my boyfriend and his parents for a few weeks. One night, they left me home alone for a few hours. I decided to take a bath. Ventilation fan is on full blast, door is closed, water is running, so I don't hear the beeping. When I turn the tap off, I hear alarms blaring and a robotic voice saying, "Fire, fire, fire," and someone is banging on the front door. I run downstairs in a towel while calling up my boyfriend. Neighbor is at the door because he heard the alarm. He has no idea who I am. Alarm company couldn't get a hold of anyone, so they called the authorities. Cop cars, ambulance, and fire trucks show up. Neighbors all crowd on the lawn. I'm still in a fucking towel. Firefighters conclude the steam from the bath set off the alarm. I die of humiliation and never take a bath there again. Age 6 to 8-ish. Slept over at a friend's house with my little brother. Her father woke us all up in the middle of the night, had us bundle up, and loaded us in the family minivan. He drove to a gas station and talked the whole way about how a bakery exploded behind their house. He said the resulting gases and such could kill us, so we had to try and drive as far away as possible. They were also our next door neighbors, so I was worried about our parents' safety. At the gas station, our friend's mom bought us snacks while he canvassed the area. I told her I didn't hear any explosion and asked about my parents. She must have called them from a payphone during the snack run because they pulled up a few minutes later to take us home. I was, of course, terrified to go home. Later, our parents sat us down to explain that our friend's father was sick with something called schizophrenia that makes him hallucinate. I was a freshman in college when I spent Christmas with my high school buddy who didn't go with his family out of town. I went to his kitchen to get a drink when I looked out of his kitchen window and saw two figures jumping his fence. Luckily, I saw them before turning on the light so they didn't see me. I quietly told him to get ready to call the cops. When I saw them making their way to his door, without thinking, I ran to the door and opened it and yelled, "LAPD, freeze!" And luckily the two figures got scared and ran away. Thinking back on it, they sounded really young and they were probably just gonna ding-dong ditch the place or something. But to be safe, I stayed with him until his family came home. When I was like 8 or 9, I was at a relative's house for a family gathering when one of my distant relatives flipped out and grabbed a kitchen knife. I don't remember the details, but I'm pretty sure he was threatening people. I remember being ushered into a side room with everyone else and being cramped in there for like a minute or two, just listening while a few male relatives who had remained outside with the guy encircled him, got him to calm down, and disarmed him. I learned later that the dude's brain was like partially fried or something from drug abuse. Never saw him at any family gatherings again after that. One of my friends from childhood would have really bad night terrors. She would either wake up in the middle of the night screaming at the top of her lungs, or she would randomly jump up and start running for the front door, trying to get away from whatever she thought was chasing her. It was always pretty terrifying waking up to her screaming or tripping over me while trying to get to the door. I house sat for my childhood crush when we were 12ish as her family went on a 6-week road trip around the US. They had a cat and a bird, and you see where this is going. This stupid little finch got out of its cage. Legit, the cage was closed when I returned the next day, and the cat killed it. I was obviously scared out of my mind of being the guy who killed Crush's bird, so I did the only logical thing and went to the pet store and bought both of the finches they had that looked identical. I had about 2 weeks to figure out which was more like the cat bait, and then, not knowing what to do with the other, I kept it. They never found out or told me if they did, and that's the story of how I ended up with a pet finch. I was around 12. Want to see a cool trick? Sure. Friend proceeds to bang his head against the wall, then falls flat to the ground and barely breathes. I panicked. We were alone. Turns out he wanted to prank me, but actually passed out. Woke up while I was panicking and decided to keep to his act. Also, when I was 16, this guy's dinner table was full of coke I didn't use, and we suddenly heard sirens and saw blue flashes through the window. We heard them kick a door and yell for a bit. Turns out it was a drug bust next door. Lovely neighborhood. A friend was doing some long-term house sitting and invited me over to hang. The owners were aware and okay with this. We went down into the basement since that's where the TV was. We got about halfway down the stairs and see this thing sitting on a shelf. It was about the size of a small dog and kind of fuzzy. It didn't look alive, but the prospect of a dead thing was even worse. We noped out and went back upstairs to watch Netflix on the laptop instead. About a week later, my friend texted me. The thing was a mushroom garden that they'd put down there and apparently completely forgotten about. This happened when I was like 8. I went over to this girl's house, really liked her. Her older brother told us about Bloody Mary and she was ecstatic to try and summon her. So she asked me to come with her and of course I said yeah. So we go in there, turn off the lights, shut the door. She starts chanting it and the brother starts pounding on the door screaming. When we tried to open the door it was locked and he kept pounding and screaming, "Oh God, she's got a knife, help!" After like a while, he finally let us out laughing his ass off. Mirrors fucking scared the shit out of me until I was 16, and I'm still wary of them to this day. Not technically in someone else's house, but I was babysitting a special needs 2-year-old, and the kid wanted to go play outside. No biggie, but since it was fall in Alaska, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't too cold out. I stepped outside to check their thermometer. The door locked behind me. I had no phone, and since it was Alaska, the closest neighbor was too far away for me to leave the kid alone in the house to get help. So I ended up ramming into the door in a panic until the lock broke and I could get in. The kid was okay. Got in the laundry, but otherwise had no idea anything was wrong. I thought I would get in trouble for breaking their door, but the mother said I could have broken a window and she wouldn't have cared. The mom paid me $50 for it, though that's a lot of money for a 12-year-old. Edit. To be clear, I didn't break the door itself, just the lock. Their lock wasn't a standard deadbolt or anything. It was a gate latch that was opened by a hidden string on the outside. The door couldn't be unlocked because the string had wrapped around the locking bolt, so it would pull tighter the more it was pulled. I opened the door by slamming against it enough that the bolt bent and I could get my fingers in there to lift it. It took a good hour or two of bashing the door. They replaced it with a deadbolt the next day. And I was the 12-year-old. The kid was 2, and the mom was in her 30s. I don't know. Sorry if that wasn't clear. This was when I was really young, like 7 or 8, and it's one of those memories where I'm not sure if it was real or just a crazy dream, and it was too long ago to tell, but I'll tell it anyways. Was with a childhood friend at his house in the boonies. He lived in a real rundown house, but his neighbor down the road was pretty affluent, with a great house. He said he wanted to go exploring, and being a kid in the desert, I was down for that. He led us to the house, where he somehow convinced us to climb through the guy's donkey door into the house. Pretty great house. I still remember the layout vividly. Anyways, here we were, exploring some random guy's house when we hear a door open. My friend had thought the owner wasn't home because the neighbor's car wasn't in the driveway, so he thought we were safe. We sprinted and hid behind the separate leather couches in the guy's living room. He came out into the kitchen wearing a bathrobe and nothing else, and got a glass of water, reading a magazine. We watched him from behind the couches as he took his time and finally went back upstairs. We sprinted out of that house and back to my friend's house, and I don't think Usain Bolt himself could have beaten my 7-year-old sprint. It was pretty scary then, but it's absolutely terrifying now to think what could have happened. TLDR, snuck into a random guy's house with a friend as a kid, almost got caught, will never break and enter again. To anyone who has been to prison, what is the scariest memory of your time there? Not safe for work. Several moments come to mind. Like others said, getting there is terrifying. On top of that, where I went is the largest prison in Florida and very, very old-fashioned like in the movies. Miles upon miles of fence and razor wire and gun towers everywhere. It takes a long time just sitting on your bus, waiting for them to process one at a time. And then you get off in the Sally Port and they immediately strip you and toss all your county garb in a bag, and the county guys take off. And there you are, naked, with 50 other guys and this enormous redneck motherfucker who has literally been doing this exact shtick for over 20 years, proceeds to just attempt to humiliate and terrorize all the new inmates. Everyone who came through there had a story about this guy. You're all naked, and you all have to spread your asses, and he makes you stand nut to butt, and if you aren't close enough to the guy in front of you, he will push you into him, literally pushing your dick into his ass. Then, you sit on a wooden bench in your new boxers for hours, while these two black ladies, who are the DMV ladies on steroids, proceed to call people up one at a time and ask them the routine questions in the most stereotypical ghetto state employee way. There's no translators for the nearly quarter of the new inmates who speak no English whatsoever, so they just ask the questions louder and louder and get angry. Anyways, you go through all that and then get assigned to your dorm, and I'm one of the last people in this room, so I'm the only one assigned to my dorm on this trip into the compound. So we all walk up to the block, which is this quarter-mile long, 50s style cell block, and I have to climb 3 flights of stairs by myself, and then I'm in it. This shit is real. The officers throw some abuse at me, and then tell me my bunk assignment. Wing 3, cell 32, bottom floor, end of the row. And I walk through this sliding bar door, and it closes behind me, and I walk down this real fucking life cell block with all these faces staring at me and into my cell. We were all youth offenders, and I ended up being in the room with this pretty cool Mexican kid who immediately gave me some cigarettes and coffee, which I hadn't had in the 8 months I was in county. Smoked and drank as much as I could, and then spent about an hour throwing up. Stayed there for a month, and it was so incredibly boring, and the hottest place on earth. No windows, just open brick and bars to the elements in a concrete block building with no circulation in July. It was easily 120 degrees on most days in there. Locked down all day every day, aside from chow, with no books or radios. Cut a couple guys in the canteen line, and they told me to get to the back, and I told them to fuck off because they had all been doing it, but I was white. So they jumped me the next morning when the doors rolled for breakfast, tried to get me to give them my cigarettes the next day, and I told them to fuck off again. They jumped me again the next morning. That probably would have continued for a while, but I finally shipped out. Then, things took a major turn for the worse. I arrived at my permanent camp, and it was a youth offender deal with about 1,000 inmates, where it's run like a boot camp. It was literally a torture camp run by an active and open members of the KKK. The resident skinheads were traditionally shit on by everyone else as being snitches, because their gang leader was actually a sergeant. They got all the cushy maintenance and construction jobs. While I was there, 2 officers killed a kid by PTing him into heat stroke and then beating him while he was unconscious and then dragging him into the direct sunlight and leaving him. They went to jail and the ball started rolling from there. After I'd left, the FDLE launched a massive investigation and fired and prosecuted over 30 guards for abuse. The abuse was very real and very traumatic and went on daily for the 3+ years I was there. The scariest moments outside of that were when I was targeted by the Latin Kings for some perceived transgression and had a few very sleepless nights waiting for retaliation, but things eventually smoothed over. There were several riots that were scary themselves, but the scarier part was when the rapid response team showed up. Several hundred COs from surrounding institutions who are on call the squash riots. They come heavy, and they come armed. All non-essential work, and school assignments are cancelled, and chow is the only movement allowed, one dorm at a time. You can end up eating breakfast at 11 and lunch at 4 and dinner at 9:30 at night. No phones, no canteen, no nothing. Strip searches 5 times a day, full dorm searches, which include taking everybody's personal shit and just throwing it all over the fucking place. The only riot that I actually felt personally unsafe in was when shit just kicked off randomly at chow with the dorm that was ahead of us. It was a coordinated attack on one guy by about 5, and as they were stabbing him, shit just went nuts. Everything is flying and everyone is fighting, and a bunch of us, who were gang neutral, just decided to GTFO. As we were running to the back door by the kitchen, we just watched this kid in the kitchen get hit with this giant steel paddle for stirring grits and soup and shit, and it just fucking scalps him. There was some nasty shit. We got out and hit the ground immediately and just waited for shit to settle down. I was definitely in one of the roughest institutions in the state, and it was a wild ride. Coming up on 6 years out, and I've stayed out of trouble since. The first week of my 12-year set was the worst. I was a skinny 20-year-old with no criminal history, and it takes a while to learn that most people are mostly talk. I accidentally sat at the black table at chow, made a point of staying there and eating with them when they showed up to avoid offending them, was labeled a race traitor by the whites, and was told someone would be coming to slit my throat. Nobody came, as most people don't want to be inconvenienced with a long stint in the hole for killing someone for something so small. But I slept with a pen cap hooked to my watch band, holding a sharp pencil against my wrist in case I had to stab someone in defense. Living for days with the crippling fear of imminent death fucked with my nerves. My hands shake a little now. Day 1. Everything is just as scary as can be. You don't really know where you will be safe, if anywhere. Every time you're passing someone, are they going to shank you? Are they going to cold cock you in your face? Chow time was total panic mode. Hundreds of violent thugs in a close group outnumbering the guards 25-1. If something went down, you would be dead before order was restored. When incidents happen, you have to hide, but not cower. You have to keep your back to the wall so you can fend off any incoming attacks. So the first chow time a fight broke out was the scariest time I was there. As days went on, you become more aware of when to be alarmed, but there are plenty of sneak attacks that come when all is calm. Just don't go. This is from the other side of the bars. In 1967, just back from Vietnam, I was assigned to manage a cell block in the Fort Meade stockade. The majority of the prisoners were in for insubordination, fighting, and AWOL. I hated that fucking job. It was 12 hours on and 12 hours off, 7 days a week. Anyway, one day there were 2 inmates beating the shit out of another in a 3-man cell. My helper opened the cell door, and we managed to pull and push one of the hitters and the guy being hit out into the corridor. However, I, being the pusher, when the cell door was shut, got left in the cell with the more violent of the inmates. In the cell, there was a bucket and a mop. I think that the fight had been about who was going to do the mopping. The inmate picked up the mop and started swinging it to my head. This was not your run-of-the-mill house mop, but a heavy industrial variety type. I blocked a couple of shots with my right arm, and a few seconds later, they managed to open the cell door and extricate me. The hitter got put into an extended 55-gallon drum and kept there for 24 hours. They would probably have kept him longer, but about 6 hours into the punishment, he started howling like a wolf, and it was pretty hard to stand the noise. I had bruises on the right arm, but still had to finish my shift and come back the following day. I had a month or so left in the army. When I got out, it was the second happiest day of my life. The happiest was the day that I returned to the US after a year tour in Vietnam. I visited the prison in Okasha in Casablanca, Morocco, as a part of a project of a criminology course during my last year of my business and commercial law studies back in 2015-2016. I later did not finish that project because I couldn't stand being there inside that prison, and I switched to another more humane legal project that was centered about civil responsibilities in know-how technology transfer contracts, negotiation, and arbitration, since I cannot stand the fact that I have to witness people suffering and pain before my eyes. I think I saw the face of the civil hell. I saw prisoners living in extremely inhumane conditions, with shit in walls and rotten food and dirty beds. I saw other prisoners eating soil and licking the walls because they were incredibly hungry. I was sad because I did not bring with me any food or water to give to some hungry prisoners. There were a lot of flies and bad smell everywhere. I saw a man being beaten cruelly by groups of guards with no mercy because he was screaming and wanted to see his wife and children, and that was one of the most cruel and hideous moments I've ever witnessed with my naked eyes. I was terrified. Nobody wants to end up in that prison, so next time be careful with anything you say or do if you live in Morocco, and be careful of insulting, either internationally or unintentionally, the Moroccan god, or in other words, the royal family. There are no prisoner rights in Morocco, because here in Morocco, prisoners are considered animals with no human or civil rights, behind the scenes, of course, and not what you see on TV or in front of the cameras. Moroccan prisons are monster factory, where even the innocent can turn into a deadly monster under those terrible life conditions inside the prison. I got sent down at 45, never been in any trouble before, and got 6-year sentence for importation of a Class B narcotic. The scariest part for me was that the first part of my sentence was in a local high-security prison that was meant to be one of the most violent in the country. Because of my crime, most of the court stuff involved financial matters for a confiscation hearing, and being subject to a proceeds of crime order, the judge ordered that I was an escape risk and to be held under high security. In the UK, you start as a Cat B prisoner, then move to Cat C, and eventually you're DCAT, open prison. Worst part for me was because of my age and physical appearance, some guy decided I was a nonce or child molester, and being suspected of being convicted of a sex offense in prison normally only leads to one thing: being beaten up or killed. You have two choices, one being you move to a prison wing for sex offenders, or you stay and take your chances. I stayed and took my chances, and went and visited the guy who was making up shit about me with my deposition papers and asked to see his. All worked out well for me. I was in on a huge drug charge. He was in for beating his wife, and word soon got around that I was a real cool guy to hang with. Most guys only spend a few months in the prison I was in, but I spent most of the sentence on one wing, and one time was, I think, the longest serving inmate on the wing. To be honest, fair, I'm a pretty social type guy, and didn't make one enemy in all the time I was there, 2.5 years, and as most of the inmates were a lot younger than me, most of them respected that I didn't want to get involved in the violence and tended to look out for me. High points: the back guys deciding I would benefit from going to gym and taking me under their wing and almost becoming my personal trainers. Being invited to play in the prison wing football team for the Christmas inter-wing football tournament. If any of you guys have ever played football in prison, it's a bloodbath. But my age was respected and I escaped any injury. Low points: almost causing a riot. The first time I went to visit a prison as a law student, one of the prisoners knew a law class was coming, shit on his hand and smeared everywhere outside of the cells. This was almost my first encounter with prison torture. The guards showed us the wedding dress the inmates used for dressing and raping rapists and other criminals, according to the prison ethics. I've dealt with other instances of horrible torture, but this one stuck with me because it was just laying there with blood, like when you see pictures of medieval instruments of torture. Riots. It's gotta be riots. Where I was at, there weren't individual cells, at least not for my threat level, non-affiliate, educated, no priors. Think of it as a 60 by 100 concrete rectangle with bunks lined up in 3 neat little tiers or rows, of which one is usually reserved for blacks. This was a dorm with an inmate capacity between 64 and 126. So there's about 96 of us in there. Normally everyone is chill with each other. The race thing never escalates so long as everyone is respectful, keeps to their own, and the dialogue between the reps is open. I ran with the blacks, and the Hispanics usually outnumbered us 4-1. One day, 2 youngsters were horseplaying and accidentally slapped a Southsider Hispanic. Instead of apologizing and taking the time to get this sorted out by our people, he ran and hid. This escalated into a shouting match and then to a riot. As all the black occupied one tier to themselves, we overturned our bunks to use as barricades. Any black who wasn't inside was free game. I remember one guy getting swarmed and he was crying out, "I didn't do anything, I didn't do anything." So don't ever get caught on the shitter. And when a riot breaks out, everyone belonging to the races involved has to participate. Doesn't matter if you're cool with Hispanic or not. It's obligatory because others are always watching. And if you don't, They'll report you to whichever dorm or facility you get sent to next. Prison is a small world. Word spreads easily from a kite or a guard. In a riot, no one wants to get hurt. It involves a lot of things being thrown or feints being made. It became like tug of war. The Southsiders on one side trying to pull apart your bunk wall, and the blacks on the other side pulling simultaneously. One of the blacks ended up getting grabbed onto, and he was begging us to pull him back in. You can imagine an almost comical sense from our side, half-heartedly making an effort. Makeshift projectiles are being thrown. They're using the electrical sockets for the television to light things on fire to throw those. Being in such a confined space without ventilation makes the effects of tear gas, stun grenades, and pepper balls worse. Only thing to do is hope that someone has a wet cloth or some hair grease. Cover or smear it over your face and wait for the burning and pain to subside. Prison. I don't recommend it. If you're wondering how I landed myself in there, pride. Pride makes you do stupid, meaningless shit for equally stupid, meaningless people. My very first time in jail when I was 18 was a bit of a trip. Went through the whole entry process where they check your butt for stuff, make you feel like a piece of shit, threaten you, etc. It was pretty fun. Then the group I was with were split up to head to different cell blocks. My foot was barely through the cell block door when a siren started blaring and we were told to face the wall and not move. A bunch of guards rushed the cell block, and after a couple of minutes, they rushed a guy covered in blood past us, followed by a guy I assumed was the cause of the blood. Find out later that they had an argument about a fucking book, so one guy slashed the other's face repeatedly with a razor blade, melted into a toothbrush. I thought that my entire stay was going to be filled with shit like this, but I lucked out and knew someone in there, so I actually had it pretty easy. It wasn't too scary, but people tend to be shocked by it. On Christmas, my buddy a few cells down got stabbed in the face by a cellmate, then beat his cellmate till blood was coming out into the day room. Wasn't even the worst part of Christmas. We were supposed to have French toast that morning, and we got shit sausage pucks instead. I wasn't an inmate, but I was a guard. I have a couple of different stories, but the one that always got me was when I was walking down the mile to get another block and the inmate in front of me decided the 5'4" female guard was the one he was going to let his anger out on. She stopped him to ask him where he was going and if he was okay considering this certain inmate was normally a happy person. When he stopped, he just started hitting her over and over. Before I could tackle him and yell for help, he managed to break her jaw and fracture her cheekbones. By the end of it, he had to be taken to the infirmary as well for some broken bones. Some of the guards were less than happy to see an almost 6-foot inmate beating on a guard, let alone one that would have a hard enough time defending herself if she knew it was coming. Another time I was doing my count and the inmates on row 3 started yelling for a boss, what they call guards. When I got up to see what was going on, one of the inmates in the first cell had his pants at his ankles, a shiv in his hand, and was wiping what I found out to be his own blood, despite there not being any visible cuts on his arms or legs. I couldn't see his midsection due to his long shirt. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, "I am the rosary and the blood is the ash. I will cleanse this place of all that believe in the false god above." All the while his cellmate was in the back with his hands up saying, "I haven't touched him." After getting the Sarge on duty, he was taken to the infirmary. I was told he is known for doing this kind of thing to get transferred to our psych unit during the summer. Our unit was a concrete building with no AC in Texas. Needless to say, it got super hot, even at night. Has anyone ever stood up for a stranger in public or told a stranger off in public? I actually was arrested, not charged, for assaulting a woman a few years ago. Once I had witnessed and surveillance tapes to prove that I did it because she was beating the shit out of her 3-year-old, literally banging the little girl's head against the pavement, they let me off. I've never been in a fight in my life, but I didn't hesitate for 1 second when I came out of the grocery store and saw that. She even lied to the police at first and said that she had dropped the child when I tackled her for no reason. They found tons of evidence of previous injuries on the child, including poorly healed broken bones. She tried to file charges against me for assault, and they were dismissed almost immediately. I really hope that little girl has better parents now and has forgotten most of her early life. I've never been violent, but I didn't want to risk her getting away and taking that little girl home again, and my instincts took over. A few years ago, I got off work at 1 a.m. and when driving home found an old lady in a hospital gown and shower cap lying in the center turn lane of a 4-lane road in a really bad neighborhood. I had forgotten my cell phone, so I had to go back about a mile to use a payphone. I then went back and parked my car in front of her body with my high beams on to wait for medics. Even at that time of night, there were a lot of people flying by, while at the same time crackheads were walking to and from trailers nearby. I was scared shitless. Eventually, a tow truck driver stopped and helped. Turns out he was a paramedic, but he didn't have a cell phone either. We waited with this unconscious lady for about 15 minutes before the ambulance finally found us. I was terrified all the cars driving by would say I hit her. Turns out, nobody bothered to call for this lady. She was still alive. I left before they loaded her into the ambulance. She will never know I was the one that watched over her to make sure no one ran her over. I was seeing The Exploited in Portland. The band Virus 9 was their opener. This huge, 6'4" bulky guy was being crazy, like he was having a bad trip on acid or something, and it made him really aggro. A bouncer was trying to get him to leave, and this guy pulled a knife on the bouncer. I was in between them, back up against the table with nowhere to go. Not a good place to be, then bam! The singer from Virus 9 slaps the knife out of the dude's hand and kicks the crap out of him. In the process, he knocked my camera out of my hands and the batteries spilled out. After the guy was dragged out, the singer came back, had a mini flashlight, and helped me find my batteries. Cool fucking guy. I used to work at a Panera Bread in a very affluent neighborhood, and one of the regular customers, Mark, would always order the most time-consuming off-menu items. He was known for being a condescending and rude, and he'd bitch about how long it was taking, and he always complained about how we messed up his order. Every Wednesday and Saturday morning, we had to deal with this prick. One busy Saturday morning, a new girl had to take and fill his obnoxious order, so of course, she messed up a lot. Considering it was her second day, and March launched into this most atomic dick rage I've ever witnessed. One of our other regular customers, this sweet old, and I mean old lady, we called Aunt Mary, sauntered over to him and smacked the shit out of him with her cane, right over the back of his head. "You say another word to her, I whack you in the fucking balls," she says. Mark was totally stunned, speechless. He dipped out, and we never saw him again. When I was younger, me and my dad were walking in a busy part of London. I think it was Leicester Square, and some chavvy teens came out of the McDonald's and threw some half-used ketchup packets on the floor. My dad went up to them with a proper psycho look, he's also 6'4", had a go at them, and told them to pick it up and throw it away, which they did whilst looking pretty shit scared. It was awesome. As a kid, I was playing with this other kid I had just met there in a local playground. He had brought his 2 action figures with him, Batman and Dr. Freeze. We were playing around with these action figures when these mean-looking older kids came toward us. Without hesitation, I hid the action figures in the sand. The kids then started to push us around and tell us we had to tell them where the action figures were. We both refused, and the mean kids eventually gave up and walked off. I then dug up the action figures and gave them back to the kid. I never met him again, but I'm sure I'm with him in his dreams. TL, DR. I saved Batman and Dr. Freeze from a gang of thugs. Edit, it's supposed to be Mr. Freeze, not Doctor. From what I've seen in the comments, still leaving it Doctor, since what we call him in my neighborhood didn't live in the US. Once, while riding a bus in Algeria, a militia forced everyone off, separated the men and women on either side of the road, and made everyone lay down. One woman my companion and I befriended was wanted in her hometown, which we happened to be passing en route to somewhere else. As we were getting off the bus, she told us that these militiamen would take her away. We were concerned, but didn't know what to do. My friend and I laid there, and we could see our friend looking at us. Then the shots began. They were moving down the row of males and shooting them in the head. I thought we were all going to be killed, and thought, fuck it. I stood up and began waving my hands, yelling. I waved my passport and some bullshit IDs I had that were in German and in Ghani. What I can only assume to be the head of the group ran up to me and pushed me on the ground, while the others covered the men and women. The head was screaming at me, while he held a pistol at the back and went through my pockets and looked at the IDs. It seemed obvious he couldn't read and kept asking me who I was and why he shouldn't kill me. He pulled me up, and as I was making up some bullshit about escorting our female friend to a tribal leader I read about the week before, there was a scuffle near the end of the row of the remaining men. My buddy saw the head turn and started to move towards him on his belly. I pushed the guy forward onto his face as shots rang out, ringing out at the end of the line. I don't know who was shooting, but can only assume someone else didn't want to lay down for it either. My friend and I and the girl saw our chance as two of the women ran towards the head guy and were hitting him with their shoes. We took off over the berm and kept running for hours, taking breaks as we could the whole time, my friend yelling at me, "How could you be so stupid? They're going to kill us." When night came, we lucked out, and a herder and his son took us in. The end. I work at the Mall of America. I love my job, and most of the time I love the customers in my store, because it's a pretty small store that caters to only certain people, realistically. However, a lot of the stores are an utter shitstorm in terms of customers. The destination stores that aren't always in smaller malls especially. I was at Delia's buying shorts this summer during the summer clearance. It was a Saturday, and it was busy. People were queuing in random areas of the store, and one of the associates was attempting to get the line to shift to a more logical area. The associate happened to be physically disabled. I followed her instructions and moved to the correct area, as did most people. However, this one bitch of a woman decided that she didn't want to lose her spot. She wasn't in a spot. She was standing in a random-ass area of the store. Rather than asking if she could get in front of someone in line, I'd have let her in front of me to shut her up, or being mature in any way. She says something about how she's not moving and isn't going to lose her spot in line, and finishes off her statement with, "Maybe if your parents hadn't fucked up while they were pregnant, you wouldn't understand that." The salesgirl looked like she was about to burst into tears. I set my shorts on a table. I went up to the salesgirl and told her to take a break if possible. Then I walked up to the woman and told her off. "It's people like you who make this girl's job hell. You're not better than her in any way." And then I exited the store. I went back 4 hours later and bought the shorts, and the girl and her manager thanked me. This wasn't me that did the saving, but rather someone else told off a stranger in place of me. I was working as a lifeguard on a military base when a random spouse of a high-ranking officer comes to the pool. She decides that she's above the rules and logic and takes one of the 6-foot-long lounge chairs, the long ones that people sunbathe at pools with, and places it on a 3-foot sidewalk, leaving the last 3 feet to hang over the pool. Now, as a lifeguard, my job is mostly to enforce safety, and that breaks the fire codes, blocks a walking path, and most importantly, it's hanging over the pool. No matter how opposed to rescuing this lovely lady from the pool, I'd still have to rescue her. We inform her that she cannot do that, and that it is a safety issue. She ignores us, and after 3 times of telling her she cannot do that, we kindly inform her that she must leave the facility. Now, this pool is a free service, so there's not any need to worry about a refund or anything. We just need to get her out of the facility. It is at this point that she decides that she's above any of our rules and starts yelling at us. She has several kids. All are too young to stay at the pool by themselves, so we do not wish to call the cops on her at this point. Having mom escorted out of the pool in handcuffs would be rather traumatizing for a young child, at least we guess so. We try to calm her down and explain that she cannot stay at the pool and must leave now. By the time the head lifeguard is directly involved in talking to her, she gets more and more aggressive and starts yelling even louder. It is at this point my supervisor decided enough is enough. We need to call the cops to get her escorted from the building. Remember, this is a military base, so we're calling the military police. This was a huge decision on our part. As my lead is dialing, she starts trying to guilt trip us and starts spouting off the usual, "My husband is a colonel so-and-so. You better respect me," and that line of bullshit. She then decides it's time to play things up a notch and screams at us rather loudly, "My husband is currently deployed to Iraq. You're supposed to support the families of people deployed." This got the attention of another guest in the area. This guest had a booming drill sergeant voice, and to add to it, the facility had a nice echo to it as well. He says one line to her, "Fuck you, lady. I'm going to Iraq next week." She stops dead, watches him walk out the entrance. At this point, her mouth is agape, and she walks to her belongings, gathers them, and walks out the door with her kids. My supervisor tells the cop that everything's solved and hangs up the phone. TL, DR, bitch gets told off by a pissed off soldier. When I was about 15 or so, was driving home from a holiday somewhere and stopped in a country town. This is rural Australia. We stopped at a cafe next to a park and were having lunch. In the park next to us was a Chinese family having a picnic while their little girl, who was probably about 3, was picking flowers. Some old hag was walking down the road, saw the little girl had picked about 2 flowers, and proceeded to call her a stupid chink, foreign brat, etc. So us and everyone else in the cafe proceeded to stand up and call her all sorts of lovely things to the point where she drove off. TLDR, racist old woman was abusing a 3-year-old. My mom and I have a knack for being in these situations. We honestly don't look for them, but we have a lot of weird stories. In high school, I was a lot like you. I was shy, ate outside the library at lunch while reading. I saw 3 girls on my right a few yards away yelling at another girl. The girl being yelled at seemed to be really scared, and the 3 girls loved it. They started grabbing her by the hair and punching her in the face. I ran over and started pushing them off of her. They were confused for a second, but started at me. I'm 5'2", 110 pounds, and the only fights I've ever been in were fake cage matches with my cousins and brothers. Apparently that was enough, because I was able to fight them off well enough for them to run away. I went to my next class with a swollen lip, beginnings of a black eye and some bruises, but otherwise fine. There are more stories, but another time I saw a girl getting beat up in her boyfriend's car behind me while I was stopped at a red light. I wanted to get out and beat the shit out of him, but I couldn't, as I had my 2-year-old in the car. Instead, I had the cars around stop, blocking him in. It was easy since everyone saw what was happening. I called 911 and started describing the man and the girl and giving the license plate number. Once he saw me on the phone, he stopped choking his girlfriend and got out of the car to tell me to stop. I hopped back in my car, locked the doors, and watched as another passerby saw that he was coming from my car and started to kick his ass. After the smoke settled, I asked my hero to give me his address. I delivered some baked goods as a thank you. As an ex-Marine, he seemed to like them. I was once in Subway, and one of the people serving was Eastern European. She had a tiny bit of an accent, but nothing major. There was this guy in front of me who was basically treating her like scum the whole time. He was on his mobile and barking his order at her. Now, I've worked in retail, and I hate people being jerks to retail workers, so this was really pissing me off. We'd managed to make it along to the salad bit. He'd made her repeat everything she'd said like 3 times, repeatedly stating how he couldn't understand her. When the girl was reaching over for something, she was quite small, a tiny bit of her shirt went on his sandwich, but he completely lost his shit. He started yelling loudly at her, "Get your fucking shirt out of my sandwich, this is ridiculous. We can't even employ people who speak English and are completely brain dead, etc., etc." I just snapped. I turned to him and said loudly, "Look, mister, where I'm from, people don't act like complete entitled cunts in shops, especially to hardworking immigrants. If you don't shut the fuck up and buy your goddamn sandwich, I'm going to call the police and tell them that you're acting in a threatening and racist manner, and I'm fearing for my safety." I'm a 5'3" girl, and he was a 6' tall guy. People in the queue applauded. Guy went bright red and stormed out without his sandwich. Girl behind the counter looked really relieved and said thank you. Guy at the checkout gave me my foot-long tuna for free. TL, doctor, stood up for a poor Subway girl being harassed by a jerk. Instant sandwich karma. Just today at school, me and my friends all sat at a table for lunch and began chatting. Now, there's a really fat first year at my school, we're seniors, who had left his water bottle on the ground at the foot of our table. He's ginger and red-faced and wears the same t-shirt and shorts every day, even though it's cold here in Canada. So I try to be friendly whenever I see him. So this kid comes over and picks up his water bottle, and my dumbass friend yells, "Forgot your water bottle, fat ass?" As soon as he said this, I saw red. Not 2 seconds after the words left his mouth, I reached across the table and shoved my friend off his spot on the bench, sending him flying a good 8 or 9 feet over the floor. I could feel and hear him being winded as my hands made contact with his chest. Everybody around us started laughing as he got up. I looked at the younger kid and said, "Don't listen to that asshole, dude. None of us like him anyway." I know this probably wasn't the ideal reaction, but I was just so fucking mad that I didn't even take a second to think about it. I remember when I just arrived at high school and how fucking insecure I was. If someone had said something like that to me, I probably would have gone home and cried that day. Just did last Saturday. Went to the laundromat to wash some blankets. A girl claimed the dryer ate about 24 cents. While loading the washers across the building, I hear the girl start screaming at the woman that worked there alone. Pretty sure she was mid-60s. Then proceeded to start spitting on her and kicking her, etc. Her boyfriend that was with her was just egging it on, telling the owner she was going to prison and that they were going to sue the place, even to the extent that the girl's mom was going to come down and beat her ass. Being a bigger guy at 6'7", went over to help the owner as soon as I figured out what the hell was happening. Held the girl back and her boyfriend while she was trying to attack the poor woman. Told her to go into the office, lock the door and call the cops, which she did thankfully. get the couple to settle down, and leave after the girl kicked some shit basket dryers. Hell, whatever was around her got kicked. Cop showed up about 30 minutes later, talked to me and the woman. After everything blew over and the couple left, she came and talked to me while I finished folding my stuff. Told me that she was happy that someone there helped, and that she had just gotten a pacemaker a week before. Went and bought her some water to help her settle down since she was still crying. Left my number with her in case she needed a witness or anything. Hope to restore some faith in humanity for that lady. TL, DR. Senior assaulted at a laundromat by 20-something couple. Intervened. People who have gone to summer camp as a child, what was your creepy, scary experience? Not safe for work. As a 13-year-old kid, I went out into the woods at like 1 a.m. with a headlamp to pee, just immediately behind my cabin because I didn't want to walk to the wash house. While I'm peeing, I look forward and see a large bear just staring at me. Would have pissed myself if not for the fact that I was already peeing. Either way, I just finished my stream while he stared at me and walked backwards to the cabin. He turned around and walked away, but there was no chance in hell that I would turn my back on a bear and run the other way. My youth group stayed at a campsite for a weekend trip. We were all in the cabin playing card games when someone with a gorilla suit ran by the cabin and started banging on the door. It really freaked everyone out because it was no one in our group. They came back a couple times until one of the adults confronted the person and they ran away. They never found out who the person was. We were playing soccer and someone shattered my leg, broke it in 8 places. There was no swelling, so they said I was faking it and they wouldn't take me to the hospital. They sent me back to my cabin for the night. I hopped around for a day, but the next night I was in too much pain to sleep, so I limped to the nurse's office, broke in and took a handful of Benadryl just so I could sleep. That night, a group was doing an overnight in a 3-sided shelter and decided to have a peanut butter fight before bed. One kid fell asleep with peanut butter in his hair and woke up when a skunk walked into the shelter and pulled a piece of his scalp out. The kid punted the skunk out of the shelter, which caused it to spray everyone on the overnight. So they had to take the kid for rabies shots, so they might as well take me along to get x-rays since they were going anyway. Helen Keller could have pointed out the breaks on my x-rays. I was on a canoeing trip. It was a trip that had been done by this camp for 10 to 20 years, same canoeing portion of a pretty well-known river. Every year on the first day of the canoe trip, kids and staff members would jump off this rock on the edge of the river. It was probably 20 feet up in the air, estimating, but the water was deep, probably 10 to 12 feet of water. This group of kids asked me to make the jump, just as thousands of kids had done before. We tested the jump by having the tallest staff member jump off the cliff. He safely did so, just as always. So then the kids went and did the same. Several kids jumped, came up, and we're all fine. Then, one kid jumps, comes up and says, "I think I cut my knee." Everyone laughed. But then this kid said, "No, seriously, come look." There was a giant chunk of the fat around his knee missing. If the injury had been elsewhere, it would be pumping blood out. It could have been much worse, but the kid was fine. He went to the hospital and got 12 or so stitches. He didn't rejoin the trip, but he went back and stayed the 2 weeks at camp. Needless to say, no kid ever jumped off that giant rock again from our camp. I was about 12, and I was at sleepaway camp, and the counselors took us on a hike into the woods for a night. When it came time to go to bed, of course, none of us were actually falling asleep, and we overheard the counselors talking about the police looking for someone. We later learned one of the kids was in the middle of a serious custody battle, and that the dad was planning on taking the kid, and that the reason we were in the woods was so that he wouldn't find us at the cabin. No idea if it was actually dangerous, but looking back, it definitely is unsettling. Went on a camping trip. I was one of the first ones out of the bus and had to use the public bathroom. I noticed a few daddy longlegs on the wall outside the bathroom and think nothing of it. I open the door and am immediately greeted by thousands, if not millions, of daddy longlegs that are covering the bathroom from top to bottom. The bathroom was big as well, like 3 stalls and 3 urinals. That, and coupled with the fact that our camp counselors were sadistic and told us preteens a bunch of scary stories, then jumped out of the woods in the middle of the night screaming with bloody Jason masks, I stayed in my tent most of the time after that. This was early 90s at a school camp. I got up during the night to go to the camp toilet. It wasn't far away. I could see it from our tent. There wasn't anybody around. On my way back, I spotted a man I didn't recognize, shining a torch into the side of the boys' tent to make shadows appear. When he saw me approach, he put his torch away and walked away, but was sort of hovering around the campsite. I thought he was campsite security and that I was going to get in trouble for leaving my tent during the night, and as I was an anxious kid, it kept me up all night. As I couldn't sleep, I noticed for a good hour or so that the guy was still walking around shining his torch into the side of tents. I could hear him and see the light. In the morning, I was falling asleep at breakfast, and my friends were taking the piss about it. One of the teachers noticed and thought I was getting sick, so she came over to ask if I was all right, and I said I had been up all night because of the camp security guard shining his torch into tents. She looked horrified and said, "What camp security?" and went off to tell one of the male teachers. It turned out that the campsite didn't have security and the police were called out. Some guy who was known to the area for being a sex offender had recently been released from prison and was living in the nearby forest in a tent. I was in a summer camp on an island when I was 13, and we were hanging out at the beach during dawn. All of a sudden, a woman came out of nowhere and walked with big steps toward the water. She had been wearing a white cap, which she threw dramatically away. Underneath, she was completely naked. When she reached the water, she walked into it, despite it being not very warm, until she started to swim, always straight ahead away from the island until we lost track of her. We stayed for 1.5 more hours, but she never came back, and it was dark, and she was naked, and her cape was still at the beach. Back then, we joked that she was a mermaid, but it later occurred to me that we may have witnessed a suicide. Other scary stuff was me meeting a fox in the middle of the night while going to the toilet, and a girl trying to kill herself and bleeding all over the place. If the trip to the campsite counts, we also had 2 boys being killed by a truck that fell on them. I went to a lot of summer camps, by the way. Went to a Boy Scout summer camp in the mid to late 90s. They had an archery range where we were all learning how to shoot. They were big on safety, but it was the 90s, so... Anyways, everyone shoots and we are downrange getting our arrows, then we hear someone yell out in the covered shooting area. I look up and see the semi-special needs kid holding an arrow at full draw and let's go. Hits the kid standing 5 feet from me in the arm. It's chaos. Everyone runs around and screaming. The kid with the arrow sticking out of him is just standing there in shock. Next year, there was no more archery training. We were on this really long canoe trip in northern Ontario, like deep wilderness. We were on this gorgeous clear lake when we found a secluded beach. It was really beautiful, so we decided to stay there for the night. The whole day, and even sitting around the fire that night felt weird, but I couldn't really place my finger on it. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of soft country music. None of us had a stereo, so I stuck my head out of the tent to see WTF was up. There was a bald guy going through our campsite picking up stuff as he went along. We made eye contact and he put his finger to his lips and made a shh sound. So I hid in my sleeping bag, LOL. I can't remember what he took, but it wasn't much. Turns out there's a pretty significant hermit population in northern Ontario. During the summers, I would spend a month or so visiting family in Michigan. Some of my cousins my age would go to a camp in the UP called Hiawatha. The cabins we got assigned for the week had about 6 campers and 2 counselors and were spaced far apart from each other deep in the woods away from the common area. There were stories about a father and son that were hunting near the campgrounds during the off-season. The story went that the father thought he saw a big buck and took a shot at it only to get to the deer and find out he shot his son in the neck. Being so deep in the woods and such a fatal shot, he shot his son in the head to stop the pain. The game and wildlife agents that found them said the father suffered an apparent gunshot wound through the roof of his mouth or out of his head in what looked like a murder-suicide. The counselors always felt it necessary to tell this story to the younger new campers. Now, I don't know if hearing the story in the atmosphere of cabins being so far from the common areas and deep into the woods caused me to see things, but a friend I was walking from the cabins to the mess hall with early one morning before the breakfast bell, we saw what looked like a father and son dressed like they were hunting, carrying shotguns walking towards our cabins. Ours was almost second from being the farthest from anything. We took off so fast, sprinting through the trees, and once we hit the open field between the cabins and the mess hall, we saw another group of guys running out behind us. We were shocked to see anyone else before the bell rang, and running no less. We asked why they were running too. They looked back from the direction they came, turned back to us and said, we saw Hunter pointing a shotgun at us. So, I was like 12 years old, and one night when we got to sleep, something woke me up. I didn't know what it was, but I also didn't feel anything. I couldn't sleep after that. Then I gave up on sleep and just decided I wanted to stay up alone, staring at our roof of my bunker bed. I think that's how it's called. Anyway, it was like 3 or 4 a.m. when suddenly a loud knocking on the bathroom window happened. I didn't really mind it because the older boys were big jerks and did many pranks. The mysterious knocking continued to happen, and it became louder and louder. By the way, the only people that were awake were me and 3 other kids, but still not the team leaders. So I got really pissed off by that and got up and looked outside the bathroom window. I pushed the door in fear, and before I went in to check, I just wondered in my mind. So there are 2 possible things that would happen. 1, just die. 2, be like a hero of the camp. Anyway, when I went in, I was so surprised, and when I say surprised, I mean it. Apparently, it was just a freaking 12-year-old girl that somehow was locked out of her team's cabin. I think that she went to the doctor or something before her team locked the door. But now that I think of it, I never got to ask her. I opened the window for her and she jumped in. I didn't know if I should have woken everyone up or just wait until morning, but maybe I'm a dumbass and just gave the girl my bed and I just slept on the freaking floor. So, it's morning, and it got her a while to wake up, but when she did, she just saw a bunch of boys that some of them were wearing underwear, but pretty much it was an awkward situation. I like to think that I saved the girl from having a cold or like sleeping outside. We were really good friends for that camping season, and the next season we started like a relationship. And after that summer, we even had a couple of secret dates when we were 14, I think. Some months later, her family moved out to the other side of the country and had to break up, but we still talk to each other by calls or messages even to this day. By the way, now we are something like best friends. When I was 14, turning 15, I went to the confirmation camp. This place was located middle of literally nothing, just endless forest around us. There were a total of maybe 30 of us, teenagers as me and the camp leaders. The cottage was 2 floors high, and on the second floor was the girls' bathroom. We were settled down to sleep. It was probably around midnight when suddenly there was a really loud banging on the only window the room had. Since it was already dark outside at this time, you really couldn't see what, or rather who, was it until the person turned a flashlight on. The light was going through the room, and we were able to see 2 grown-up men, probably aged around 30 years, lurking on us and smiling. Thanks to the one who built this place, the window could not be opened and wouldn't fit a person through it. The leaders, of course, heard the screams and voices and called the police, but the men had enough time to escape before the authorities made it there. In the morning, while discussing the events of the past night, it turned out that one of the girls in the camp was actually having some kind of relationship with one of these men. Yes, illegal much, and had invited them. The police did go and had a chat with these men, but they never got anything of it since they didn't do anything illegal enough. It was still very creepy to wake up to grown-up random men looking at young girls while they're sleeping. On the second floor, there was a fire escape under the window. A kid threatened to burn down the camp. He'd make little metal thingies in the craft room that would light up quickly and burn up a cabin in seconds, and give them to younger campers, telling them to stick them in outlets. Come to the final week of camp, he doesn't show up for our final campfire gathering, and word gets around that he's finally going to do it. Campers are scared, counselors are on edge, and there's some cops. Soon enough, he shows up to the gathering and runs away from the phys ed trainer and some cops, eventually getting tackled to the ground and cuffed. No major fire, none at all actually, but panic spread among the camp. We all move into the dining hall to calm down while the cops take the kid away, and I'm like the only person unaffected by what just happened. Shock probably just kicked in different, I know. 2 days pass and camp is over. I go home, and a week or so after that, school starts up again. Walking to my class halfway through the day, I had the biggest deja vu moment. I look over at a sophomore and swear the kid threatening to burn down the camp was him from the future. Like, same hair down to the way it's cut, same facial structure, exact same voice. I was finally freaked, and I guess the shock from the initial event caught up to me. I was sent to some Christian summer camp for a week when I was about 10. They had this weird story about a mysterious soda can machine in a tunnel under the camp, but was guarded by the menacing, murderous Sasquatch. So every free moment was spent by campers trying to uncover the secret entrance to said tunnel. Some camp counselor I didn't know thought it was going to be a good scare to pick me up and run about 1,000 feet into the woods when I wandered ahead of my cabin group, dropped me down and said, "Now you perish with the other forgotten campers." Boy howdy, he was pissed when I kicked his nuts clean through the keister. Cue short and stay, but I'll never forget my dad's final words after the camp director attempted to pitch a fit. You go pray to your God. Hard. Really fucking hard. Pray that I don't find your employee. Pray for the free food and happy lives for everyone. Pray for forgiveness. But most importantly, pray that I don't sue you as badly as I'm going to kick that guy's ass. My dad wasn't Hank Hill, but damn it, Bobby, if he wasn't ready to upend their whole pray here, pay here bullshit. I never had to go back, but they still send us mailers 25 years later. Fucking weirdos. Throwaway time. What's your secret that could literally ruin your life if it came out? 2.5 years ago, I was in dire financial straits, so I sold my home to keep my struggling business afloat. I neglected to tell the owners that they have an 800 square foot bunker on the property that I built about 7 years ago, the bunker that I've called home since I sold it. The entrance to it is well hidden, but I still come and go very early or very late in the day. I'm a single man who keeps to himself. I'm now in a situation where I could move somewhere else, but I love this hidden paradise so much. Background. I'm a guy in my late 20s who was taken into care aged 7. Everyone around me already knows that I was brought up by my foster families because I had a shit early childhood. I deliberately keep it vague and say stuff like, I'd rather not go into it, so that people will just assume I was abused in some way and they'll stop asking about it. The truth is that for the first 7 years of my life, I was brought up as a girl by my psycho birth mother who really wanted a daughter and didn't let the snag of giving birth to a boy stop her from trying to raise one. She was a pretty successful professional in a legal field, not entirely sure what, and had me via anonymous sperm donor from a fertility clinic. She found out I was a boy at a late ultrasound and then moved across the country, gave birth to me at home, and continued to move about until I was 5 or so. It was just the two of us all my life. We had contact with other people, of course, but they rarely got very close. I had lots of friends, but was always supervised. I found out way after that my mother's strong puritanical Christianity was a lie. She used to explain why she was so strict about me being private and never letting anyone see me get changed or anything. I just accepted all of that as fact, having never been told anything different. I was sent to a religious school for girls and had a really great childhood. I was a bit of a tomboy and played with Lego and toy animals rather than dolls and stuff, but that's not unusual and no one ever questioned I was a girl, even me. I knew about men and women, but had never really seen much of naked people. My mother never ever spoke to me about it, but I kinda had the impression that when I grew up and got boobs and stuff, my dick would kinda fall off or something, and I would be a woman, and the other kids would keep their dicks and they'd be men. I don't know, to be honest, I never really thought about it. Anyway, I carried on with my happy girlhood and had a bunch of friends and everything was great until I was 7 and a teacher accidentally spilled a cup of hot coffee over me at school. The liquid soaked through my clothes and was scalding me, so the staff immediately stripped me out of my dress and underwear to get the hot coffee away from my skin, and then they found out. The cops were called and I got taken in to speak with who I guess would be social services. They asked me a bunch of questions about life at home and stuff. Meanwhile, my mother was taken in for questioning too. She refused to acknowledge me as male and insisted I was her daughter because she was, delusional and stuff. I wasn't allowed to go back home, but got put with a foster family and went through loads of therapy and stuff. The worst part was that literally overnight I lost everything. My mother, my home, all my toys, all my clothes. I moved school, so lost all my friends. They cut all my hair off and told me I wasn't a girl anymore. It was really traumatic. The first foster home wasn't that great. They had 3 boys already, and going from a sheltered religious only child upbringing to a rough and tumble testosterone-filled environment was really difficult. They tried to force me to be masculine, and I was just too confused about what they wanted. Anything girly was reprimanded, and I felt so lost and alone because nothing I did was right. I tried to commit suicide when I was 11, and again at 13 because I didn't feel I fit in anywhere. After the second attempt, they moved me to a different foster family who were awesome. I consider them to be my parents. They actually stood up for me. The first thing was that they let me grow my hair. From when I got taken into care, they buzzed my hair short and I hated it. They always had to hold me down and do it forcibly while I was crying and fighting. My new parents flatly refused to do it and said that loads of boys had long hair. They also let me quit karate and football and take up swimming and jazz dance. Since I'd been in care, no one had ever stood up for my right to choose what activities to do or how to dress before. It was amazing. In the end, I came out of it with a pretty healthy gender identity. I'm a guy, but not the most butch guy ever, but I'm fine with that. I went through school and got my degree and have a pretty good job and an amazing supportive wife. Everything looks great, but I can never speak about my early childhood and how I grew up as a little girl. TLDR. I'm a guy and let people believe I was raised in care because I was abused, when in fact, I had a great childhood except that my mother tried to raise me as a girl. I cut off all contact with everyone I know and moved to Kenya. I tell people a fake name and a fake background and have made it appear to my family that I died on a boat trip in the Pacific. No, I am not joking. I am dead in the United States. I once helped out my female friend's family by taking care of their cat for a week. Every day for a week, I would go over there and snoop around their house. I found my friend's diary and proceeded to read the entire thing. I used this information to get her to like me, and she is currently my wife. When I was 13, during the summer before I started high school, I was molested by a guy who dragged me into an alley, backed me into a corner so I couldn't escape, and even if I tried to, I couldn't have because he was taller and stronger than I was and pulled my pants down. I tried to draw attention to where I was because I'd gone over to a guy's house with my friend because she liked him, and when we went, he just happened to have a friend there to hang out with me while they went off and did whatever. Anyway, I tried to shout and make as much noise as I could, and the guy goes, "This would be easier if you were laying down," and tried to force me to the ground. Then my friend finally shows up and goes, "OMG, my name, what are you doing?" And the guy obviously doesn't go, "Oh yeah, no, I was trying to rape her, this was my idea," but instead goes, "She was trying to have sex with me, ha 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 ha," and just walks away. Then my friend doesn't believe me when I tell her he dragged me into the alley because she disappeared well before anyone could see him pulling on my arm with both hands and me trying to resist it as much as I could. I never told anyone because I didn't want them to react the same way my friend did. I think about it a lot, and every day I say, maybe this will be the day I finally tell my parents what happened, and then I never do. That was almost 6 years ago. My friend and I no longer speak, but I'd stopped being friends with her maybe 5 or 6 months after that because she told a couple of our other friends that I tried to have sex with a guy I'd known for all of 5 minutes during the summer. Bitch. I faked the last 2 years of college education. My parents put so much pressure on me I couldn't handle it. I was suffering from severe depression and anxiety, so I faked it all. Lied to everyone. Made up fake transcripts. I just got my foot in the door in my desired field thanks to a friend as they hired me as a subordinate. This place only hires college grads, but no one double-checked my credentials since I was recommended. My hope is that if I need to find another job, I'll have been at this place long enough to get it by experience alone. I work for a very prestigious company. I'm not bad at my job, I'm actually quite good, but my fear is eventually I'll hit a wall and the lie will come to light. No one has known this for the better part of a decade. It's a relief to finally say it out loud. I can't even tell those I love. My silence is my prison. When I was 17, I had an argument with my father and told him to fuck off. Later that evening, he hung himself. Our argument was the last time he spoke to anyone in our family, and for that I feel a terrible amount of guilt for. Instead of him saying goodbye and I love you to my mom and brothers, he got told to fuck off before he went and killed himself. My punishment is to live the rest of my days in shame and guilt. He never left a note either. I used to be a police, fire, 911 dispatcher, but had to quit because it nearly made me suicidal. I actually had thoughts, but had to drive 40 miles to go to a center or hospital where no one knew me for help. I have nightmares about a few calls I took where the caller killed themselves, shot someone else, or passed away on the phone with me. To this day, a few years after resigning, I still can't listen to a phone ring or sirens go off without having a mild panic attack. I'm fairly sure it's a form of PTSD, with flashbacks, nightmares, panic attacks, and an inability to function sometimes, but I'm embarrassed and scared to tell my fiancé or go to a doctor for it. I know there are soldiers out there with real PTSD that deserve help far more than me. I'm very good at hiding it though. I also sometimes wait until my fiancé goes to sleep, and I will then go sit and pretty much cry for several hours. It's hell. TL, DR. I exhibit a lot of symptoms of PTSD, but I'm scared to get help for it because I don't think I deserve to be diagnosed with something like this, as in my mind, I was never in any real danger. IT guy here. It's amazing what people will do on their computers and say in their emails despite having to sign a waiver that all computer activity work is monitored and recorded. I have half the company's banking, social media, and personal email account info and passwords. I know who is secretly banging who at the office behind their spouse's back. I know who is cybering at work and jerking it in the bathroom almost daily. At least they tell their sex chat partner they're running off to the bathroom to jerk it. Haven't felt the need to check the validity of that one. I know when people are having marital problems, financial problems. I even know one person here had their children taken away because of a social worker found cocaine in their house. I know who is embezzling money. I know when people get fired for completely bullshit reasons, like they just want to replace them with someone younger and nicer on their eyes. And I know who my boss is buying Xanax and Vicodins from. Basically, I have a treasure trove of my coworkers' secrets. I won't actively do anything with this info, but it's nice knowing I have the ammunition there if something were to ever happen. When I was 15, my parents were going through a divorce. My mom worked night shifts and my dad was living with a friend of his. One night, my sister, who was 19 at the time, came home pretty drunk from a party. She was acting goofy and fell on the couch next to me. She started grabbing my leg and laughing, and we started fondling. We ended up having sex right there. When we woke up the next day, she had no recollection of the night before, so I just kept my mouth shut. Fast forward to when I'm 18. Sister is home from college and dad is over for a visit. They get into an argument, and in a fit of rage, my dad announces how he has never forgiven her for the abortion she got when she was 19 and subsequently killing his grandchild. He's very religious. I then realize the baby she aborted was in fact mine, and as far as I know, I'm the only one who knows since she is never mentioned that night. My daughter turns 5 next week. If anyone knew the truth behind her parentage, I could probably lose her forever. I grew up in foster care, never knew my parents or siblings. In my senior year, I met an older guy and we dated for almost a year, getting pregnant about 7 months in. One night, while we were watching TV, the subject somehow came around to our real parents. He had been adopted as a young child. Turns out the man I was seeing, the father of my daughter, is my half-brother. We have the same mother. Our relationship didn't last, and he is not in her life per his own choices. My daughter is extremely smart, beautiful, and well-rounded. She'll never know the truth. Her father and I made a pact to never tell her. I just hope she never needs a kidney or something. Buried comment, but here goes. Not life-ruining, but makes me feel like shit every time I think about it. As I've told Reddit before, I have a blind brother. When we were young, I used to get so frustrated at all the extra attention he received and how I had to be more responsible with my siblings than my peers. So when my brother and I would go play, go to the store, or just generally go anywhere without adults, I would abandon him somewhere unfamiliar to him. Then, I would stand off quietly and watch the anxiety set in as he tried to figure out where he was and what was going on. Also, I was really intelligent as a child and knew that was my ticket to attention. When I would help my brother with his homework, I would teach him all the wrong answers so that I could continue being the smarter sibling. Today, my brother is my best friend. He goes to college and lives by himself. He's become one of the most intelligent men I've ever met. I'm trying to make it up to him now by being the best big sister ever, but I still feel so guilty at how I found him to be a burden when I was a kid. I accidentally killed 7 people. I put a rag into a new water heater exhaust to keep debris out and installed it in a rental. I get a call a week later there's been an accident. I show up and there's tons of EMS and police. They ask me where the gas shutoff is and I go to shut off the gas and see the end of the rag I forgot sticking out of the top of the heater. Rip the rag out, shut the gas off and head upstairs only to be told all the tenants were dead. I drink all day now and sleep. It's killing me from the inside every single day. But if I say anything, my family is ruined. We have a bunch of rental properties and we'd be shut down. What's the creepiest thing you caught someone doing? I watched a guy ghost up to the bar while I was drinking with friends, drop something into a girl's drink and fade back into the crowd. Super stealthy, and if I hadn't been looking down at the bar I wouldn't have caught it. Notified the bartender and the girl. He exchanged the drink, no questions. The bouncer asked me some questions about the guy, and I never found out how it ended up. Scary how fast it happened. Finally, my time to shine. This was almost 10 years ago. I was hanging with some friends on a Saturday, decided if we'd go to my apartment to grab my Xbox and a few games. Get to my apartment and I hear the vacuum running. Go to my room where there was a bathroom connected to it and see a cord plugged into the wall. Bathroom door was slightly open to where I could see the vacuum in there. Instantly, I put two and two together like, WTF are we walking into? At that moment, my buddy walks in my room and says, damn, your roommate cleans your place too? Dude in the bathroom with the vacuum panics, throws the vacuum wand, slams the door, and starts the shower. At this point, we all had put two and two together. We gathered up the Xbox in shock and laughter and got out of there. I was so embarrassed for him that I didn't want to go back to my apartment and have him ask if I saw anything or try to make up a reason why he had a vacuum in the bathroom. To my surprise, when I got home, dude had packed his things and dipped out. Never saw him again. I don't know what's funnier, the fact that the vacuum he was using was a previous curb find or that he left it behind when he packed his things up and left. DR. Caught my roommate off guard, giving himself head with a vacuum cleaner. Once I was taking a shit in a public bathroom and heard weird noises, so I looked under the stall to check the feet of the dude next to me. I'm not sure why, I just did it to be safe. Turns out the dude next to me was checking at the exact same time I was. It was so fucking awkward, as we made eye contact nearly upside down by our underwear. I guess it was weird for both of us. I was serving at a soup kitchen in high school, and something shiny caught my eye out the window. I looked and saw a guy holding what looked like a knife and polishing it. About 5 seconds later, he lunges out of the bush and stabs a guy minding his own business who was waiting in line for the kitchen to open. No idea what happened to the victim, but the whole thing played in slow-mo. It was awful. Looking back, it seems obvious what was about to happen, but I was like 15 at the time. Our local swimming pool had a small spa pool and sauna attached. The sauna had a window that overlooked the pool or spa. My ex and I were in the sauna watching to see when the old dude in the spa got out so we could get in. He had a weird smile on his face, and with horror we realized he was swimming pants down and was sitting on a spa jet, which was effectively providing colonic irrigation. We decided to skip the spa that day. A pair of 40-year-old or so absolutely identical twins, very tall, over 6 feet, brown hair down to the sidewalk, identically dressed right out of 1975, bell-bottoms, button-downs, bandanas on their heads, walking together in perfect unison in a fast, totally unnatural swinging gait next to the road in a very boring suburban town. It was like witnessing a glitch in the Matrix. Worked in a 24-hour service station, which was locked after 10 p.m. or so. We served customers through a hatch thereafter. Halfway through the night, a man appeared from nowhere with no top or shoes on. He was covered in blood. He leaned against the glass and asked for a packet of cigarettes. I got his order and asked him if he was okay or needed help. He said he needed no help because it wasn't his blood, and wandered off into the night. Spooked me right out. Never seen him again. I lived with my grandparents for a few years. They have this neighbor named Pedro, who is typically a pretty nice guy. I'd only interacted with him in passing and never thought much of him. He was a few years younger than my grandparents, retired, just kind of hung out around his house a lot. One night, pretty late, maybe around 1 a.m., my girlfriend at the time and I were making out in her car, and suddenly she gasped lightly, and I turned to see Pedro very, very slowly walking across his front lawn towards her car. Before he gets too close, he hangs a left and goes towards my grandparents' house and walks up their driveway around the side of the house. My girlfriend and I sat there for a few minutes, and then we saw him coming back up around the front, up his porch and back into his house. Not but 2 or 3 days later, my girlfriend and I are once again parked outside the house, and he does it again. I told my grandparents about it, and come to find out, he would make this walk nightly, just down his lawn, up the driveway, around my grandparents' house and back to his place. There were multiple occasions where my grandparents would go out of town and I'd be home alone. If I was up making a midnight snack, I would peek through the window and sure enough, he would be there. He would just walk to the edge of our property, look around for a while, and then leave. It was just strange. Not something I caught someone doing, but still creepy nonetheless. I live in an apartment with my family that we rent from a sweet older lady. Let's call her Lily. We care for each other and we've known each other for more than a decade. One of the chores I do is to take the recyclables out of the recycling bin behind the house in Lily's backyard. There's 2 gates that keep the backyard closed. One metal decorative gate and a plastic gate with a lock. Lily never locked that gate though. She told us that we could use the backyard whenever we wanted to, so when I take out the recycling, I just waltz right in. One day, Lily tells my dad she needs to tell him something important. My dad then told me and Mother what Lily had explained. She told my dad the story of when her sister was kidnapped by some old guy when she, Lily's sister, was a teenager. At the moment though, Lily's sister was fine. She was actually visiting and was staying with Lily for that week. Unfortunately, the same old guy that kidnapped her sister found where Lily lives and somehow found out that her sister was staying with her. He came to the house at night and banged on Lily's door asking where her sister was. The door to Lily's apartment is in the backyard. She lives on the 1st floor, we live on the 2nd. Lily told my dad to not let me take out the recycling and she started locking the gate. I once went to a family meetup and someone invited a person we knew was a pedo. Other than that, pissing off a bunch of people, I also was basically given guard duty to follow him around for the 4 to 5 hours we were there. He took one of the kids off on his bike alone, but I can't really do anything about that because his mom was fine with it. But when he was following my sister, I noticed him intentionally dropping things in front of her to make her bend over to pick them up. Nearly killed a person that day. I'm a musician, and one day I was looking through a stack of tapes. Yes, I'm an old musician, Gen X, for a song I wrote. I was just popping them into the tape deck and listening to a few minutes before ejecting them. I put a tape in and pressed play, only to hear our rhythm guitarist talking to himself on tape. Evidently, he was stalking some girl, talking about driving past her house and how beautiful she was and how he wanted to be her boyfriend. It was creepy as all fuck. Why would that tape even wind up in my studio, in a cabinet with my tapes? I would think that if you're going to make some creepy shit like that, you would be more careful with where you leave it. So when some other members of the band showed up for practice, I played it for them while we got high, and we all laughed and got creeped out. He wasn't there at the time, but I left the tape sitting out for him to see. It was gone by the end of practice. Worked in an ad agency years ago. We had a middle-aged IT guy who was nice enough but kept to himself. If you needed help, you either sent an instant message or walked back to his office. Now, the entire office of this place was an open bullpen. Think typical ad agency BS. But his office was in the back, around a corner, and down a hallway, isolated. One day, I walked to ask for help. I round the corner of his office, wide open door by the way, and walk in on him leaning back, watching full-screen porn. The kicker was that he had all his monitors facing the open door. Like, dude, if you're gonna even try this, arrange your private viewing room to not have your monitors facing your one weak point. He made an embarrassed, weird noise, and I immediately turned heel and walked back to my desk. Idiot. He got let go a few months later. Had a friend when I was in elementary school. Oftentimes when I would hang out, he would take a bath naked with the door open while I visited. His mom would be home too. I guess I didn't catch him doing this, but one time when I was over I had to pee, and he said to just use the toilet while he bathed. So young me, I said to hell with it. And while I did my business, I noticed that he started to take a poop in his bath. I was very confused why the hell he did that, but shortly after he got up and started to press his turds through the drain before the tub emptied. Only ever saw him do it once, but it was something I'll always remember. I was staying in a hotel, and I was coming from the parking lot and saw a guy creeping around the ground floor rooms that had sliding doors onto small concrete patios. He was going from one door to another and peeking inside. I stopped, poised to call the cops, when the guy realized he was being watched. He apologized for being creepy and showed me that he had a parking pass, but the security office had neglected to write his room number on the pass, and he had become separated from his family. They'd checked in the night before very late and had left the hotel early to go out to the islands, and he'd dropped them off to run to the store, and now he couldn't remember what room they were in. but that they were on the ground floor of the building he was creeping around. He said he was taking a shot in the dark, that maybe he'd see someone he knew through a gap in the curtains. I didn't believe him and asked him why he didn't just call someone on their cell phone and have them help. He said he'd called about 6 times and texted, showed me as much. Finally, a door down the building opened and a little girl came out and called for him as dad, and I realized he was actually telling the truth. I urged him in the future not to go peeping and just take a hike to the front desk, because you never know when someone has a gun or weapon, and it would be a shame to have someone get hurt or killed over something so simple and silly. I was at a popular beach by a lake with some girlfriends. While my friends were in the water, I stayed with our things and sunbathed in a bikini. I noticed the guy who was with a group of men and a couple meters away from us pointing his phone at me. I first thought he was just checking his phone, but then I heard his phone camera click. He did it a couple of times. I ran over to my friends and we debated what to do. Eventually, a friend and I worked up the courage to confront him. He pretended not to speak German, but finally one of the guys from his group handed us his phone, and we did find multiple photos of me, mostly zoomed in on my butt. Of course, we deleted all the photos. We were all furious, but there was not much more we could do, so we just left immediately. I was waiting to cross a street with a really long wait, so I was just people watching. There was another street crossing in front, and I noticed a dude who would wait at the semaphore, cross, and then wait to cross back. I was intrigued, so when it was my turn to cross, I did and stood next to him. Creep had a camera taped to her shoe pointing upwards. At that specific crossing were a lot of schoolgirls from a school nearby that all wore skirts as a uniform. I was shocked and started warning the people around me. Luckily, the guy realized everyone was looking at him and went away. I regret not doing anything else, but I can't think what else I could have done, but it still bothers me a little when I think about it. I sent this to a friend, and she replied this. Some guy, when I was on vacation, stood outside my hotel every day. He would get chased by security, but always say, "I'm waiting for somebody." A week later, I pack my bags and get ready to leave, and he is standing by my car. He walks away as I approach and just stares. Security comes and he says, "I was waiting for her." So creepy, though there was a stalker on my tail. Freak out, and then turns out he's some guy from middle school. But WTF, man, no need to be creepy. I was in college, staying the night at my boyfriend's house. He had 2 roommates. One of them had this weird girlfriend, but she was nice, so we got along. One night I woke up randomly at 3 and decided to go smoke outside. The previous night, the roommate that lived downstairs, the one dating the weird girl, broke up with her for the 100th time. The window to his room faced the courtyard, the area I would be smoking in. So I go outside and it's dark, but I heard branches cracking. I turn on the light of my phone and see the odd girlfriend sitting by her ex-boyfriend's window. It's 3 a.m. WTF. I called out her name and asked what in the holy hell was she doing sitting outside her ex's window at 3 a.m. Mind you, this is a gated courtyard. She had to scale the 6-foot wooden fence just to even get in. She didn't answer, just stood up and scaled the fence like a fucking spider. I told my boyfriend and his roommate, her ex, the next day. It was the creepiest thing I've ever seen. Cops and other law enforcement people of Reddit, what were some cases you worked on that made you think, even if for a moment, that something supernatural or paranormal was going on? Was driving along and found a girl just standing in the middle of the road. My initial thoughts were to just tell her to pay attention, but it was clear that while the lights were on, nobody was home. During my whole time with her, she never uttered a word. I was left in a weird situation. She had done nothing, clearly needed help, but medically nothing seemed wrong. As I'm pondering what on earth I should do, the girl suddenly starts spinning. Now, spinning is not illegal, and I'm starting to think this girl is one of those protesters that wind up police. I've dealt with Troll Station before. So I think, crack on, spin to your heart's content. Then she loses her balance and falls, whacking her head on the side of the police car. Great. So I call an ambulance, but she seems fine. Still not talking, but she's looking up at the sky. It's a nice day, so fine, enjoy the sun. I do some writing and look back at her now bright red face and watering eyes and realize she's trying to damage her retinas by forcing herself to look directly at the sun. That's a new one on me, so now I'm holding a book or something above her to shield her eyes. Ambulance arrives and we get to hospital, and now she has forgotten how to walk. Now I'm 99% sure she's a wind-up merchant, but I get her a wheelchair. In the wheelchair, she strikes up a I'm a little teapot pose and keeps this up for the next hour. Zero movement, just frozen with her arms out. So I now have 3 potential situations. 1, she is pretending to be frozen in time. 2, she is suffering from a mental health issue. 3, she's been possessed. By now I'm convinced it's the latter, but I section her and leave her with professionals. A week later I call the hospital and they tell me she's still frozen. My brother is a deputy, and at the time I worked as an EMT for a few small towns in northeast Colorado. I frequently went on ride-alongs with him while waiting for 911 calls to come in. This took place in Amherst, Colorado. The town is very small. Amherst has about 50 people, a church, some houses, a grain tower, and a park. It was about 3 a.m., and we were about to call it a night. As we were making our last check on Amherst, we noticed movement at the park but couldn't tell exactly what was going on because it was pitch black. We drove up and stopped alongside the dirt road, flipped on the spotlight, and as we moved the light around the park, it finally settled on the back of a young girl, maybe 13, sitting on a swing with her back facing us. We left the spotlight on her. She wasn't moving. She just sat there facing away from us and looking down at the ground. Needless to say, it was a very creepy situation. We both looked at each other with that face you would make when something is out of the ordinary. I quickly suggested that we should call her over using the PA system. He agreed. As we looked back over, she was gone. I mean, no sign of anyone anywhere. The park was in a wide open area. She couldn't have gotten out of sight in the amount of time that we had our exchange of words. I remember saying, should we get out and look for her? Maybe she hid behind one of the park toys or something. My brother just looked at me and said, hell to the no, and drove away. It still creeps me out to this day. Obligatory, not my story, but my uncle's. Years ago, my uncle told us about a woman who would call the police station just about every night, claiming that fairies or elves were breaking into her house and stealing her food. As is custom, every time she calls, they send a unit to check on her. My uncle gets it about 2 to 3 times per week. Every night they stop by her house and reassure her that no one has broken in and calm her down. One night, when he gets to the house, she has poured powdered sugar all over the floor to record their tracks, and my uncle says he literally has to do a double take. All over the floor of her kitchen are these little tracks, tiny like nothing he's seen before. His partner starts taking photos and trying to figure it out. A few other officers come in, as most of them had gotten the call to her house too and want to see it. 10 police officers, all completely baffled as to what the weird little prints are. Turns out, a possum had babies, and they were sneaking into her kitchen for warmth or food. The prints looked so foreign because most of the time baby possums are carried by their mother, not running around. 7 are rounded up and released in less residential area. Police officer, working the desk 1500 to 2300. Fire alarm signal goes off. Many years ago, the police department offered alarm monitoring service, still had 10 to 12 places that were hardwired, and it would require pulling apart a lot of equipment to disconnect the system, so we just kept going. First shift dispatch is already punched in, so she took it. I'm headed out the door to the fire department when 911 rings from the same address. I answer it. No one in the other end. Assume they barely got to call before passing out. I bolt out the back door, hop in a squad car, radio in the 911 call on channel 3 that both police and fire can hear, and that I'm going directly to the house. Arrive just as another unit shows up. No signs of smoke, no sign of anything. Older woman comes walking up the street pushing a wheelchair with an elderly lady, her mother. They live there and just went out for an early evening stroll before dinner. Tell them what we have going on. Nobody else lives there, and as far as the elderly lady can remember, the alarm was disconnected from the house years ago during some renovations. They don't have any alarm system either, just a couple of smoke or fire detectors. We do a walk around the house, get to the back door of the kitchen, and you can clearly see and smell gas. We turned off the gas at the main, set up some fans to air it out, and find a cracked gas line going to the oven. Daughter said she spilled some coffee she was making for their walk and had to move the oven a few inches to clean. Probably broke the line, pushing the oven back in. Nothing else in the house is disturbed, and both phones are on the hook. Fire chief shows up about 15 minutes into the call. He goes over to the 2 ladies and gives them both a hug. He's nearly in tears. The elderly lady in the wheelchair, Her husband was the fire chief for 60 plus years ago for our department. The daughter, her husband, passed away a few years ago. He was also a member of our department. Never believed in ghosts or spirits, but that call made me think maybe people who spend their lives doing good are allowed by some power to look over their loved ones every so often. Crazy old woman called because she heard someone repeatedly banging on her front door and garage door. It's after midnight and I get there, and the house is in the middle of the woods with nothing around for miles. I talk to the lady and she insists I check her large shed out back. So I open the shed door and peek in with my flashlight, and the entire shed is filled with creepy large homemade dolls. They're each probably like 2 to 3 feet tall and sitting upright facing the door. The hair on my neck went up for a minute. I didn't truly believe that something supernatural was going on, but dolls are just really fucking creepy. It's probably too late for this to surface, but this is my dad's story. He went to a call where a father had gone crazy and decided to shoot his family. He killed his wife and was looking around trying to find his 5-year-old son to shoot him. The boy had run outside and was trying to hide on the side of the house behind trash cans. The father eventually found him and point-blank emptied nearly a full magazine at the boy. When my dad arrived, they found the boy in shock, hiding right where his dad had found him, not a wound on his body. There were bullet holes in the side of the house all around the boy. When they finally got to question him about it, they asked him what happened when his dad found him on the side of the yard. The boy replied, "The angel was in front of me with a shield, and he saved me. He pushed the gun away from me." I'm a second-generation firefighter. My father spent the latter days of his career as a fire safety director at a massive mental asylum. Our state version of OSHA has to come and do inspections at all facilities. His was no exception, so the OSHA inspectors make their way to an abandoned part of the facility that used to house the criminally insane. The absolute worst of the worst. Serial killers, rapists, cannibals, etc. My father left them with the keys and a flashlight because the electricity didn't work. The inspectors were radioing back to my father that they kept hearing talking and footsteps, which was impossible. Not even squatters could move around because each section is isolated with locked doors to prevent escape. Eventually, the inspectors give up and actually flee without finishing. My dad decides to stick around and check the alarm boxes. They didn't. As he is checking one of the alarms, he feels as if someone is watching him from down the hall. As he looks, a shadow forms with a head, shoulders, torso, but no legs, and just 2 holes where there should be eyes. My dad noped the hell out of there. Since that hospital shut down, it has been on Ghost Adventures, Ghost Hunters, and a myriad other shows and movies. My dad has been in some of them. Jason from Ghost Hunters called it the scariest place he's ever investigated. Fire/EMS here. This is not my story. It happened on a different shift, but Captain working overtime with us one day told it to us, and it creeped me out. The captain was on the first due engine company that was dispatched to a residential fire alarm in the middle of the night. Our dispatch protocols require us to send the first due unit emergency to a fire alarm, while the second due engine and ladder company respond routine. We go to tons of fire alarms, and 99% of the time they are caused by a faulty system or burnt food, so we usually don't get too worked up over them. Anyways, as they approach the neighborhood, they see the orange glow in the distance, and when they get on scene, they find a 4,000 square foot house with heavy fire showing on the rear and that had already broken through the roof. The call was then upgraded to a working structure fire, and more units were dispatched to assist. The captain of the first due stayed on the outside the whole time. He was incident commander until the 1st Battalion Chief arrived on scene and took over, and then he assured the safety role. So, he's on the outside, in radio contact with crews that are inside, fighting the fire. After the bulk of the fire had been extinguished, and as operations were winding down, the captain sees smoke inside a 2nd-story window and asks crews inside to go inside the room on the BC corner to make sure the fire hadn't spread to the other sides of the house. The crews search for a few minutes and radio back, "There's no room there, sir." The captain is a bit confused, as he is staring at what is clearly a window that is attached to a room of some sort. He relays detailed instructions of where the room should be to the crews inside, and they again advise that they can't find anything. Incredulous, The captain asks the incident commander for permission to go inside of the structure so he can show the interior crews exactly where the room in question is. His request is granted, and he goes inside, walks up the staircase, and walks toward the corner in question. There's no room there, just a hallway with a corner. No doorway, no window, no room. Knowing that there has to be something behind the wall, they breach the drywall and crawl through to find a child's bedroom. The bedroom had a dresser, a desk, and a perfectly made bed that looked as if it hadn't been disturbed in years. For whatever reason, the owners of the home decided to wall off the bedroom and leave it just as it was, untouched and inaccessible. The captain said it was one of the strangest and eeriest things he had seen in a while. Cop here. Partner and I were dispatched to a welfare check. Elderly guy, nobody had seen him in a few days, mail overflowing in mailbox, missed their doctor's appointment, car hasn't moved, etc. We both know we were about to find a body. We arrive on scene and can't get anyone to the door. Look through the window and, sure enough, we can see his foot on the floor in the living room. My partner is a corporal and pulls rank and makes me go first. Door is unlocked, and as soon as we open it, we smell a mostly fresh dead body. Almost relieved, we both enter, and he tells me to check vitals on dead dude. He is obviously dead, with lividity, dried feces on him, and dried saliva around his mouth. So I go to stand over him and see if I can get a pulse, at which point he takes a deep breath, rolls over, and asks why we are in his house. At this point, we both start screaming, "Oh shits," and "what the fucks," as we both run out of the house. We called EMS and they transported him. Said they couldn't get a blood pressure or pulse on him. I think he died a week later in the hospital. I still get jokes about raising the dead. This is a good supernatural paranormal story rather than a creepy one. I'm a detective and spent some time as an expert on sex crimes and crimes against children. It was the best, worst assignment I've had. One case I had came in at midnight. A young woman with a toddler comes into one of the precincts to report her ex-boyfriend raped her during a custody argument. Long story short, it was legit, and one of the most violent and sadistic cases I've ever had, so I'll spare the gruesome details. I still have no idea how this woman made her own way to the precinct with a toddler. Part of the investigation requires me to talk to the toddler. Victim said the toddler was present for everything. I'm a child forensic interviewer as well. During the interview, the toddler recalls their father becoming angry and hitting the mom. Then, the toddler said that the nice woman showed up and she couldn't see past the nice woman. The nice woman held her and told her that they were both going to be safe and sang her a song in a different language. The toddler said the nice woman went over to the front door and knocked on the door. Then, the nice woman helped them and their mom to the car before flying away. In the victim's interview, she said that her ex-boyfriend had a knife to her throat and put it to the skin to cut her throat open, but he got distracted for some reason, then ran out of the apartment. She had no explanation why. The suspect was caught about 8 hours later. He confessed to absolutely everything. When I asked him about the knife to the throat, he said this: "I swear to God I was going to cut the bitch's throat open, but I thought I heard a knock at the door and thought it was the police. Once I saw it was clear, I ran outside." He's now serving life in prison, and the mom and toddler are safe and doing well. I'd love to know more about the nice woman. Not sure if you guys would want to hear an Asian story, but I thought it's worth sharing. This was told by my dad when I was 12. Even now, when I ask him about the story, he can remember every vivid detail like it just happened last week. My dad was in the police force for 20 years, and when he was just a rookie, he had to conduct a nighttime roadblock meant to catch drunk drivers. They had done it many times before, and this night started routine enough for them. That was until this Toyota Corolla drove up to them with what looked like a white blanket on its roof, flapping in the wind. They thought it was weird, but did not see anything amiss about it. One of them even joked that this guy was multitasking by driving his laundry and driving home at the same time. The laughs stopped when the lone car came closer, and all of them saw what looked like a woman in white lying face down on top of the car. The woman seemed to slide like a slug backwards until she disappeared behind the car, as it eventually came to a stop in front of them. It took a few minutes for my dad's team to recompose themselves as they stared at each other as if to say, "You guys saw that, right?" The most senior of them finally stepped up and shot the usual questions to the driver. There was a noticeable quiver in his voice as he made conversation and asked him to step out of the vehicle. My dad's team inspected the whole vehicle including the boot, and found nothing strange in it. The driver was a good-looking staff sergeant in the Army who was heading home from a company event earlier that night and admitted to have had a few cans of beer. He said he laid down in his bunk to sleep it off, hence why he was driving home at that time. It was 4 a.m. He passed their sobriety test, and they started to ask him if he saw anything weird during his drive. Initially, he said no, but after more questioning, he mentioned that he had to swerve to avoid what looked like a bird that was flying upside down. It was spooky, but didn't think that was a detail worth sharing with police officers. The senior then told the guy to chill out at a 24-hour coffee shop before heading home. The locals believe that if a malevolent spirit follows you, making a pit stop confuses them, so they can't set up shop in your house. After some confusion of his own, the driver finally caught on and nodded in agreement. After the guy leaves, they call into the station and cut the night short. Never knew what happened to the driver. Hope he's all right. Family member of a cop here. Where I grew up, there's an abandoned factory that high school and college kids will visit, usually around Halloween because it's scary enough in the dark. It also houses a decent amount of homeless people, so once every few months the cops will come in, do a sweep, and force anyone there to leave. One night, my uncle is working and there's a call to the non-emergency line saying there's a lot of movement at the building, that the caller can see light on every floor but the first. My uncle and a few other officers respond. No more than 10 minutes have gone by when my uncle gets there. There's no one around, but there's plenty of light pouring out of the opening where the windows once were. The officers all agree it looks more like fire than flashlights, so they called the fire department as a precaution. They walk into the first floor and start searching for the stairs. They find them and ascend to the second floor. There's no light anywhere. Same with the third, fourth, and fifth floors. They sweep the entire building, every nook and cranny, even the roof. There's no light source and no one there that they can find. Fire had arrived shortly after they went in, and they couldn't see anything from the outside other than the subtle glow of flashlights, which was faint. Nothing like what my uncle and the others had seen. But my uncle said that what was even more unsettling was that none of the homeless areas, which were usually comprised of piles of trash along with cardboard boxes and blankets, were there. Not that they didn't find any homeless people, but there was no sign that anyone had been in there at all, ever. ICU nurse here. We had a patient that was dying, no family. Around 3 a.m. the guy started crying and asking why the little girl in the yellow dress was in the hospital. We assure him there is no little girl. He cries even more, saying yes there is. She is at the foot of the bed. Kid you not, the man passed in the next few minutes. Myself and my pod partner blamed the hallucination on the meds we were giving him to keep him comfortable. Next night, new patient in the room. She's completely alert and oriented. About 3 a.m., she hits her call light. She wants to know why the little girl in yellow dress was outside her room. We told her it was just her imagination from being in a strange place. Not 5 minutes later, the guy in the next room goes into full cardiac arrest, and unfortunately we can't receive him. Of course, we absolutely freak. 2 different nights, 2 different patients see the same thing, all followed by death. Serious. What's the creepiest thing someone has done to you? I had someone Snapchat stalk me once. I'm convinced it was someone I knew. They would send me videos and photos of them wanking on pictures they printed off of me. No matter how many times I would block them, they'd make another account under other names of people I knew. It was so incredibly demeaning, and some of the messages I would cop were really graphic. Needless to say, I deleted Snapchat permanently. I was on a walk alone, and without me even realizing, a man in a red truck was following me. I only realized when my mother, father, and brother met me on my front porch, and by the time, the man was slowly inching past, not taking his eyes off me until his car turned a corner. My story seems a lot more light-hearted than a lot here, but I'll share it anyway. I was about 18 years old, hanging out with a friend of mine. We smoked weed pretty heavily back then, and both of our sets of parents were okay with it as long as we didn't smoke it at home. So, we found a church that never locked its doors. Joint in hand, we go to said church to smoke up at about 10 at night. After getting suitably high, I start ranting about God and how he hates me, and if he exists, he should show me a sign. 2 minutes later, my friend had snuck off behind the podium and got on the church mic, which was apparently still on, and boomed through the whole church and exclaiming, "Danny, this is God." freaked me the fuck out until I figure out what happened. Over 20 years later, we still laugh about that. I am on mobile, so sorry if I make some grammar mistakes. Also, English is not my first language, so be easy on me. Thank you. I was 8 years old, 15 day at hospital for an appendectomy. The day after the surgery, a 12-year-old child come into my room. Never seen him before. I was nauseous and in pain, and I do not like to talk in general. He kept asking weird questions, and I finally told him why I was here. He wants to look at the stitches, but I was totally naked under the blouse, and I did not like his face when he talked about the scar, blood and all. I grabbed my blanket and screamed at him to leave me alone because he tried to put his hand under it. I pushed the calling button and a nurse made him leave. The nurses always left the door open and I could not stand up to close it. Each time I looked, he was here, on the corner of the hallway. He was scary as fuck. I managed to stay awake 2 days, but I fell asleep at the third night. A fucking sharp pain waked me up in scream. He was there, slowly pulling on my 5 stitches with his hand and a weird smile. There were blood all over my side and belly, and all over his fucking hands. He ran away before I could push the call button. The nurse told me it was just a bad dream, and that I've probably scratched my scar myself in sleep. Even if there was no blood on my hands and nails. I told them for the kid, but they never believed me. I was scared to fall asleep, and I was scared about the meds they gave me. I did not want sleeping pills. Years later, my mom told me that he was a psychiatric patient, but they have no more room, so they put him in the regular pediatric stage. They removed him because he almost killed a 6-year-old girl by opening her previous wound with a pencil. Messed me up for a decade when I have to go into the hospital again. One time, when I was a younger teen, I went walking around my neighborhood and found a park with a swing. I knew I was a little old for swings, but I didn't care. I saw a man near the swings and thought, he's pretty old to be here, but so am I, so I won't judge him. Then he turned around and asked me if I had a boyfriend. I've always looked young for my age, so there was no way he thought I was an adult. I noped out of there so fast. There was this dude I had met online. After a few months of knowing him, he somehow managed to find my Instagram handle and Twitter account, despite me never telling it to him at all or having seen a picture of me at all. Not only that, but he somehow found out which school I had to prior to my current school and proceeded to list the names of my classmates from said school, even though I've never mentioned to him the said school before or the classmates he's listed to me. Was home from college last summer, so middle of the pandemic. I went to visit my friends and family where I used to live. Still surprised my mom let me go with all the COVID stuff going on. Anyway, it was my last day there until I had to drive back, and I'd planned for a few days to do an early morning run back to my old house, mainly because I'm so attached to the house because I grew up in it and missed it. So it was roughly 4:30 a.m. and I was staying with a friend. Roughly halfway through the run, I knew I had to run by this bar that everyone in town knew was a usual hangout place for creepy dudes. I ran past it with my phone flashlight on so I could see where I was going. Quick sidebar for anyone in the running community, short shorts are common for guys to wear. Well, not according to these guys. As I ran past the bar, I overheard one of them yell to me, "Oh, we're going to catch you," and another say, "Hunting people's my favorite thing to do." Needless to say, I went into full-on sprint mode down the street, which of course didn't have a single streetlight. The men got in their trucks and were chasing me for a good half a mile to mile. They were constantly yelling, "Oh, we gonna catch you," and "You're not gonna want to know what will happen to you when we get to you." I was luckily able to hide behind a house for a good 30 minutes before they finally retreated back to the bar, I'm assuming. However, I don't think I would be alive had I been caught by them, and if I was alive, then I probably wouldn't be typing this right now. Still haunts me to this day. Technically, the most creepy part of the story was what the sicko did to my sister, but after my sister finally broke up with the creep, he pretended to be another girl on AIM, yes, AOL Instant Messenger, it's an old story, and befriended me, talking to me on Messenger. I was only a teenager and gullible, so I believed the whole thing. Pretending to be another ex-girlfriend, he started pretending to be suicidal and threatening to kill himself. I believed the whole thing, and it really freaked me out when I didn't hear from her for a long time. But then, he suddenly popped up on Messenger again later and said some things that only my sister or this creep would know about, and so I started to wise up and realized it was him pretending to be someone else. I called him out and blocked him. It still creeps me out to this day almost 20 years later, though the way he treated my sister during their relationship was even worse, but I don't want to talk about that on here. I was talking to an acquaintance at a restaurant we both happened to be at. I didn't know he was gay and he started hitting on me. I pretty much told him outright that I wasn't gay, but he kept on going, asking me if I had experimented as a teen and how do I know I'm not gay if I've never had sex with a man, etc. He kept on going and going until I excused myself, went to the restroom, and hid for about 20 minutes until he left. When I was 16, a coworker would constantly ask me to eat with him. I politely declined over 20 plus times. One day, I got off of work at around 1 a.m. I walked to my car, unlocked it, and my coworker opened the passenger door, sat there and said, "So, where are we going to eat?" He worked first shift, so got off work around 3 p.m., and I assumed just waited for me. I got out and ran to security. It was a large amusement park, and about 15 minutes later, walked back to my car with security. He was still there, completely oblivious to how entirely odd that was. Every shift since, during lunch break, if I had to park in the back due to capacity, I would leave to move my car close to the front of the lot, under a light pole, or by the security booth, and to this day, I never unlock my car until I'm at the door. As a young woman, I already have so many creepy experiences, but there are a couple that really fucked me up. The first being when I was around 13, I believe. It was Labor Day weekend, September long, and my family decided to go camping with our friends and their families. My parents were pretty lenient about a lot of things, so they let me have a couple of drinks on our second night. I was super hyped and had a slight buzz going. I was a big kid. I was about 5'8" and 140 pounds. After 3 twisted teas, my mom, rightfully so, cut me off, and even as a rebellious teen, I listened. Then, a couple hours later, an older couple that my mom's friend knew showed up. I had encountered the boyfriend before, and my dad jokingly nicknamed him Creepy Kelly because he made a comment about my butt. I generally tried to avoid him after he got there, but then my mom made me sit around the fire with all the adults. My sister and I had a bit of an altercation, and then we started playing drinking Jenga. I wasn't drinking, I was just pulling tiles out. The way the game worked was slightly odd. The tiles were huge, and some had either 1 circle or 2 circles on them. If you pulled a tile out that had a circle on it, you had to choose someone to give a shot to. If you knocked the tower over, you had to do 1 shot of every type of alcohol that was there. There was like 14 types of booze that you could pick from. I was ignoring Creepy Kelly and honestly having a really good time. Then around 2 in the morning, all the adults were drunk to some extent and everyone was tired out. I had to walk past where Creepy Kelly was sitting, and as I did, he dragged his hand along my lower back and mumbled some bullshit about wanting me to sleep well. The next night was a little different. My sisters were causing some bullshit back at our camper, so my mom had to keep running back and dealing with it. So me, being the stupid little asshole I was, managed to snag a couple extra drinks. I was tipsy by the time we started drinking Jenga, and people were giving me shots. I had already had 4 shots of the green sourpuss by the time my mom came back, and she was a bit pissed off that I'd had more alcohol than she wanted me to, but she let it slide and said no more. The second she left to go resolve another conflict between my sisters, Creepy Kelly started loading me up with booze. Every single tile he pulled had the circle on it. He gave me a shot. What sort of teenager turns down free alcohol? So I had 12 shots by the time my mom had come back, and I was drunk. My mother was so angry, but not at Creepy Kelly. She was mad at me. My mom kept having to leave, but her friend kept a close watch on me, and Creepy Kelly continued to try to give me shots. About 20 minutes later, the game was done, and all the adults except my mom's friend and Creepy Kelly were asleep around what remained of the fire. I slurred something about needing to take a leak. Creepy Kelly was instantly sober, like not a trace of stumble in his strides or a slur in his tone, and he offered to show me the bathroom in his camper. My memory's a little fuzzy around here, so bear with me, and before I can continue, I need to give you a little context. Creepy Kelly's camper was in a shadowy, secluded spot away from everyone else's camper. It was something out of a horror film. Even in my intoxicated state, alarm bells started blaring, and I told him that I would just piss in the bush, but he insisted I needed to use his bathroom, pulling on my arm and trying to get me out of my seat. Just as I was about to give up and go with him, my mom's friend told him to fuck off and let her use her bathroom. Nothing too terrible came from the whole situation, but it still gives me chills. TL, DR. creepy old man got me drunk as a young teen and tried to get me to come with him to his camper alone at night. I had a weird stalker at a previous job. I helped a guy pick out some DVDs to buy. He was a bit odd, but I had way worse customers that day, so an odd person wasn't a big deal. I didn't think too much about it. I was scheduled on holiday for the next 10 days. When I returned to work, some of my colleagues told me that my ex-boyfriend had been in store and had gone around telling everybody that he used to date me, and I would get him kicked out of the store if I saw him in there. I was very confused, as I had been in a solid relationship for 6 years at that point, and my last relationship was when I was in my late teens. I'd been working there for 2 years. There was no way my ex could have known I worked there. I asked them to describe him to me, and their description didn't match. He also told them his name was Chris, and I hadn't ever dated a Chris. I was very confused. I kind of thought it was an elaborate prank that my colleagues were playing on me. This happened a few more times in the following weeks. I was then asked to cover a shift on my day off, and agreed as I needed the overtime cash. I was on an entirely different department, being shown the ropes by a colleague when he looked up and said, "Your ex-boyfriend's here." I then saw a random odd DVD customer make himself very known to everybody on the floor by going up to each of them, pointing at me and saying, "That's my ex-girlfriend. Don't tell her I'm here. She'll have me kicked out." I didn't know this guy at all. At one point, he came up to the counter with an item. I served him. He completely ignored me during the transaction and instead repeated the same statement to my colleague. I started to feel really uncomfortable and said, "I don't know who you are." And my colleague signaled to an approaching security guard to come over, who was already on his way up to the floor as he had received a number of complaints from customers about the weird guy telling everybody that his ex-girlfriend worked there. He was asked to leave the store, still telling everybody that I was his ex on the way out, except this time it was, "My ex-girlfriend works here. She had me kicked out." He then tried several times to get back into the store throughout my shift and would stand outside and wave at me through the window, and on a few occasions stop people from entering the store, point at me and say something to them. Eventually security went out and told him to move on, and he did, but I had to call my then boyfriend, now husband, to meet me at the end of my shift in case this guy was still around and tried to follow me home. Looking back, he was probably harmless and maybe didn't have any concept of boundaries, but it really freaked me out. Met this girl online and talked to her for a while. She became one of my best friends actually, along with another guy we met who she started dating. This being online, any technical issues would make it hard to communicate. So when I lost my internet for a decently large amount of time, we didn't talk at all. And when I came back, she accused me of being the same person as the other guy just because we conveniently left at the same time. I even told the other guy, but he didn't have much to say about it. It just sucks to know that this person, who at one point was someone I could talk to for hours about uncomfortable topics and even enjoy her perspective, suddenly turned into a raving lunatic overnight. I was doing frontline customer service job and served this couple who was with their kid. At the time, I was tired, so I didn't smile to them and just did my job as usual. As the husband left with their kid, the wife stayed behind. She stood uncomfortably near me and told me that I should smile. Then she placed her fingers at both corners of my lips and forced me to smile. After I brushed her hand off my face, she gave a creepy smirk and just walked away. For some reason, I felt more violated by her than the time when I was touched inappropriately on my back by a man. When I was 12, I began talking to a boy I attended youth group with. At first, I believed he was 15, still too old for a 12-year-old, but I didn't understand that. He had a bad home life. He confided in me about the man he lived with. He lived down the road from me, and one night when he was locked out of his house, my parents gave in and let him stay at ours, in a separate bedroom with my sister's boyfriend. This went on for about 2 weeks, when my sister became suspicious about his age. He then told her he was 17. My sister automatically went into protective mode, thank God, told my mother, and he was no longer allowed to stay there. We still text, but soon had a falling out, don't remember over what. I cut contact with him, so one day at youth group he sits down beside me and kisses me in front of all my friends. I was so embarrassed and felt like he had taken a piece of my innocence. After that, my sister finally found out his true age was 21. My mother and sister immediately went after him because he was 21, trying to date a 12-year-old. The rest of my family didn't care because he worked for them. He played dumb like he didn't know what he had done was wrong. There's no words to describe how terrifyingly calm he was. and still tried to contact my family and acted like nothing had happened. It probably didn't help that my grandparents encouraged him. I'm 19 now, and he still stalks me. I still get calls where no one speaks. I get messages from fake numbers professing their love for me. I get DMs on Instagram from fake accounts, not the usual fake IG accounts. Sometimes he'll even text and say, "Hey, it's his name. How you been doing, girl?" I know it's all him. I'm terrified one day he will come after me or escalate his attempts to see or speak to me. When I was 17 and I had my first job, I started being stalked by a man every morning. He would park his car in the lot of the restaurant before we opened, and he would just sit there staring at me. He always parked his car in the back where he could see the back door of the restaurant. One day, when I was cleaning the hallway, he pulled me into the bathroom and molested me. When I was 15, back in 2009, I was taking the train. I was listening to music and minding my own business. A man who must have been in his late 30s or early 40s on the train kept interrupting me to tell me "you're beautiful" over and over and over again. I tried to be polite and ignore him. When I got up to get off the train, he attacked me, sexually assaulted and groped me. When I got off the train, and he just smiled at me as the train departed. The worst part was there were other men on the train who did absolutely nothing to help me, a young girl. At one of my first cashier jobs, this guy always came into my line, was on oxygen and sat in a motor cart, late 50s, early 60s, stunk like cigarettes. Felt bad for him. Met when I first started. I would sing to calm my nerves or pass the time. He heard me sing the Beatles and would sing Beatles songs back. At first I didn't see anything wrong, but he kept singing songs of old bands, expecting me to know all of them, and then they would start getting more suggestive. Songs about sex or hints. I hated confrontation, so I didn't do anything about it. He was incredibly cruddy sometimes too. He didn't have enough money to pay for his order once, so the person next offered to help. He acted like he was going to give the guy his change, but then swiped it away and laughed off. Didn't even thank the guy. He would make me so incredibly uncomfortable. He caught me sitting at break and tried to chat me up and be inappropriate. I kept giving short answers and fake smiles in hopes he would go away. Other people were listening, and it was really fucking creepy. What finally did it for me was during the same chat, he said loudly, "Yeah, I'm a dirty old man." It was kind of a learning point for me that you don't have to be necessarily nice to everyone. Every time he came into my line singing, I'd blow him off like he was crazy and finally told my supervisors. I had to move recently afterwards, and I was so relieved I didn't have to deal with him anymore. Not safe for work warning. I went to this gay leather bar in Portland, Oregon. I'd never been there before. I was exploring the bar, and I saw it had this upstairs balcony-ish area full of pool tables. I love pool, and I used to be fairly good at it. A random guy comes up, obviously quite drunk. He starts feeling me up, and I was just pretty frozen. Then he pulls out my censored and begins to pour beer on it and drink like it was some sort of straw. I was so uncomfortable and shocked. I was a 10-year-old girl at a sleepover down the street. My brother was with me, and all the other kids except maybe one or two were boys my age or younger. I woke up the next morning and everyone was already outside playing, except for one boy who was with 8 to 11 watching me wake up. I felt uncomfortable and asked him the classic, "Didn't your mom tell you it's rude to stare?" He just asked me, "Are you ticklish?" I replied, "Yes, but you're not allowed to tickle me, only mom is." And he said, "You're lying. I know you are because I tickled you when you were asleep and you didn't laugh." I spent a few hours with friends one night and forgot to message my BFX, whatever he was at the time. I was in a room almost opposite my room, and the door was open so we could see people walking past. At one point, someone walks past, but I didn't see who it was. A few hours later, I checked my phone and my ex is blowing up. He thinks I'm fucking someone else because I'm not replying. In reality, I was just chilling with my friends and eating McDonald's. Once I go back to my room, my ex tells me he went to my room to check on me. He drove from his night shift job to my room and walked right past us to see what I was doing. He told his manager a fake story about how I was in a car crash and freaking out. He was very obsessive, so the behavior isn't out of the ordinary, but I find it creepy how he walked straight past us and was probably lingering outside our rooms and then would have walked past us to leave. Just how elusive he was. Survivors of attempted murder, what's your story? Not safe for work. A man jumped me and pummeled me on a beach in Barbados in an attempted rape. When I attacked him in defense, he tried to kill me and was strangling me. I dug my shoulders into the sand to relieve pressure and not black out, managed to squeeze my knee between us to separate his torso from mine. He then arched his back, bringing his face closer to mine, and I grabbed on with my teeth and went at his mouth and tongue, ripping plenty off while he screamed. That got him off me and running. I felt high and happy after the fact, but my boyfriend, who was running down to help me, cried for hours. The real horror came after, with a hospital visit and the next day reporting it to the constable. Barbados police don't give a shit about rape, and society there victim blames. Nothing was computerized, and I had to write 3 copies of the incident to get it reported. My only consolation is that tongues don't grow back, and that mofo will remember me forever. When I was a newborn, my biological father tried to kill me by choking me. It happened in my grandmother's kitchen, and my mom bopped him over the head with a frying pan and stabbed him with one of those hot dog pokers you use on the grill. He's always been a real big piece of shit. I'm not sure if this counts exactly, since the person wasn't trying to specifically kill me, but when I used to work at Starbucks, a guy was trying to kill his ex-girlfriend by causing a gas leak at our location with all of us still working there. Our ship supervisor smelled gas and had us evacuate while calling the fire department. I remember thinking, wow, I could have died over some stupid high school drama. It made me realize that every time something bad happens to me, I shouldn't overreact to the point where it inconveniences others, like I'm the only person with problems to deal with. Don't want to be like that guy. Not my story, but that of a friend. He's a very intelligent chap, went to MIT. While he was there, he started dating this girl going to Wellesley, and, as these things happen, they eventually broke up. It was as typical as breakups can be until a couple of nights later, when his new ex sneaks into his room, sits on his back while he is sleeping, and stabs him in the back 7 times with a pocket knife, which, as I understand it, was a bit alarming. He starts defending himself, knocks the knife out of her hand, she pulls out another one, rinse and repeat. At this point, she just leaves. As she was likely running low on knives, he is, of course, freaking out, having just been stabbed and all. He calls 911, and while the paramedics are there working on his back before taking him to the hospital, luckily it was a short blade, the police are asking him what the fuck was going on, where to find this girl, and what she looks like. He says he doesn't know where she is currently, to which she replies, "Here I am." She was in the hallway, still covered in blood, having come back with another knife. A couple's day later, she received a crossbow in the mail. I do believe she was later found not guilty on the premise of insanity. If any of you went to MIT, this is the story behind why MIT men are warned not to date Wellesley women. Not me, but my cousin. He was waiting for a train in a not very nice area. Young kid about 16 to 17 walks up to him and asks if he can use my cousin's phone quick to call his mom. Cousin says sure and hands him the phone. After about 3 seconds, it was obvious the kid didn't need it to call his mother. He then says, "This is mine now," and starts to walk away. Cousin tackles the kid and they start rolling around fighting. My cousin told me he remembered thinking, "Holy shit, this kid hits hard." Turns out the kid was stabbing him as they were wrestling. 9 stab wounds to the head, neck, upper back area later. My cousin almost bleeds out on the train platform. Someone calls 911, ambulances come, and saves him. I was stabbed while bouncing, working as security at a bar. I'm not sure if that counts. I doubt the guy was really trying to kill me, though he very easily could have. It required emergency surgery to close up an artery, and the knife stopped just shy of puncturing my lung. My friend, also bouncing, was stabbed over his heart, but his sternum stopped the blade. That's probably what caused the stabber to slice his own fingers open, which led to finding him and the conviction. He was charged with attempted murder, along with a bunch of other things. He was convicted of at least some of those charges and did 6 years. All in all, not bad. 10 out of 10. Would get stabbed again. I was stabbed in the stomach during a bar fight and I passed out from blood loss. When I came to, I was in the hospital. The surgeon who patched me up let me know that had I not been stabbed, I could have died from my appendix bursting. Apparently, without realizing it, my appendix was perforated and not related to the stab wound. What I thought was just some cramps was actually a life-threatening time bomb, and thanks to being almost stabbed to death, I got to live. I lived in this duplex years ago with one of my coworkers. Our place of employment hired this new guy who clearly had some issues, but seemed like he was really trying. The new guy, Sean, had been in and out of rehab and halfway houses for drug charges, but he was living in his brother's garage and picking up as many shifts at work as he could to try and earn enough money to get his own place. Winter came around, and Sean was living in this unheated, uninsulated garage. My coworker and roommate talked about it and decided to invite him to stay on our couch under the condition that he stay clean and he keep saving for a new place. Sean gratefully accepted, moved in, and things went well for several months. But then, Sean started slipping, missing shifts at work, disappearing for days on end, all while becoming much more aggressive. Our suspicions were confirmed when one day my roommate walked in on Sean smoking meth on our living room floor. We promptly told Sean to gather his things and move out. A few weeks later, at about 1 a.m., I awoke to someone pounding on the front door. I groggily get up and go answer it, and there's Sean, high as a kite and screaming. I quickly latched the outside wooden screen door and tried to talk to Sean into leaving before I called the cops. After a few minutes, without making any headway, I tell Sean I'm going to call the police and start shutting the inside door. Sean bursts through the wooden screen door like it isn't even there, which knocks me backwards over the arm of the couch. I land on the seating portion of the couch on my back, and Sean is on top of me with both hands around my throat. I swung and hit him in the head and face as hard as I could, but he was a big guy and was so high that it didn't faze him. If anything, it tightened his grip around my throat. I quickly realized that I couldn't get him off me, so I kind of quit struggling and resigned myself to my fate. My vision started to get blurry around the edges and sounds started getting muffled. At first I felt sad that I wouldn't get to see my family again, but then I just started to feel at peace as I began slipping away. Finally, I closed my eyes for what I thought would be the last time in my life. Suddenly, I was able to draw a huge breath, and the weight of Sean's body was no longer pinning me down. I rolled off of the couch gasping for air, and when I gained enough breath, I looked up to see my roommate, I shit you not, beating Sean around the head and face with a frying pan. She had heard the commotion and ran into the living room to see Sean choking me to death, so she grabbed a frying pan off the drying rack in the kitchen and started to hit him as hard as she could. We were eventually able to push Sean outside, where he sat on a bench on my porch crying until the police arrived. I have this mate from the States, older gen, owns a company that goes around putting change in vending machines or whatever. Anywho, his childhood friend co-owned the company with him. Things were apparently really good. As it would appear, his friend was a jealous, greedy cunt, wanted to own the company all by his lonesome. The friend calls up my mate, asks him to help in fiddling with his car. Now my mate is a very kind guy, goes above and beyond to help a brother, gets over to his house with his toolkit and smile on his face, as I can imagine, although the devious little shit rigged the car up so the exhaust would pour into the car and suffocate him. The bloke knocks him out cold, chucks him in the car with it on, and goes to watch telly or something. The old mate wakes up, squirms out of the car and escapes. His mate eventually gets up to check out his dirty deed and sees him disappeared and proceeds to send him a text along the lines of, "You should be asleep in the car." By the time he has already made it to the police station. What's freakier is this obvious attempt at homicide re-jogged his memory of a month or two prior where he went to help his buddy mow his lawn, where a freak accident caused a large piece of shrapnel to slice his cheek. Coincidence? Who knows? Needless to say, my mate owns the entire company now. Really great guy. Isn't the first time some cunt tried to off him though. When I had turned 18, I was out with a couple of friends and we decided to walk to a local shop to pick up some food before heading back to my friend's house to stay the night and play some Halo. On our way back to my friend's house, we were walking along a road which we had walked countless amounts of times and were only a couple of minutes from reaching his house. I should note at this point, I had offered to carry my friend's bag with several cans of spray paint in it as he was complaining of getting a backache. I remember getting a distinct feeling of uneasiness and one of my friends shouting, "Run!" It was at this point that I looked over my shoulder to see what we were running from. Saw two men and a dog running toward us from behind. Not the greatest idea I've ever had. I began to run myself. I had only gotten to run a few paces and felt a blow to the back of my head with something that made a wooden sound when it connected. I kept trying to move as one of the two men continued to hit me with what I can only assume was a small bat or broken pool cue, and saw the other man run past me after my two friends, who had managed to get a head start. After taking a good few blows to the head and shoulders, I fell on the ground, and after a couple of swift kicks, the guy ran off after the dog they had with them. I was still conscious at this point and completely pumped with adrenaline. So I jumped to my feet thinking, I'm still conscious, where the hell are my friends? And ran a few meters up the road to a gateway at the back of a school and saw my best friend lying face down on the ground. It didn't register for a couple of seconds, but the other man who had chased my two friends, one of whom got over a fence and into the aforementioned school to safety, was standing with his face covered, just staring coldly at me. He then moved towards me and hit me hard in the chest with what I thought was a bottle in an attempt to break my ribs, and grabbed me with his other hand to pull me closer. He started reaching around me and hitting me in the back, but hitting my friend's bag, which had the tins of spray paint, and I remember hearing a hissing sound and smelling paint. The guy then took off after his friend and the dog and disappeared down the street. I looked up to see they were gone and instantly went to help my friend on the ground. He was lying there making wheezing and gasping noises, and I could see from the way he was lying half on, half off the curbstone that there was blood coming from his eyes and his glasses were broken. I knew at that point that things were not good, and I got the strangest urge to pull his sweater and t-shirt up to check for injuries. I still don't know to this day what made me do it, and saw puncture holes in his back. It then dawned on me that he had been stabbed and he needed medical attention. I rolled him over into the recovery position and screamed for my other friend to come out of hiding and call an ambulance. There was an off-duty firefighter who was walking home from a local bar at this time and ran over to help, as he was first aid trained. I let him take over, and he called one of his friends, who was a local doctor, to come round and help whilst the ambulance came. I then threw off my friend's bag, my sweater and t-shirt into a pile on the ground, and saw a puncture hole in my chest, just at the bottom of my ribs, and blood pouring out. I wrapped my t-shirt around me to soak up the blood as the emergency services arrived. I was bundled into an ambulance as the paramedics took my friend to the hospital. My friend died in hospital as one of the knife wounds had severed his aorta and he had bled out inside. I discharged myself the next morning with a few stitches and spent the next 5 years trying to mentally recover from the event. Reflecting back on the events, I realized if I had not taken my friend's bag, then would have been wearing it, and when attacked, then he would not have taken the multiple stab wounds which killed him. This is one thing that has weighed heavily on my mind ever since, and I've lost the best friend I ever had. Driving through rural Oregon with a couple of buddies on spring break, on a stretch of highway with one lane in each direction, we were stuck in a line of cars behind a woman who was driving a little slowly. We hit a stretch where passing was allowed, so I moved over and sped up so I can get around her. She sped up too. I was driving a Civic with 3 big guys in the car, so I couldn't beat her. Okay, I thought be that way. I slowed back down to get back behind her. She slowed down too. She wasn't going to let me back in. The passing lane was coming to an end and I was starting to get a little nervous. I tried to catch her eye to indicate that she had to let me in and realized she was staring at me, smiling. I looked forward and realized a semi was coming straight towards me. I jerked left onto the shoulder of the oncoming lane and missed the semi by a few feet. The cars behind the psycho had seen the whole thing and let me in between them, and she exited shortly after trying to kill me. I only drive fast cars now, and when I pass people, I try to do it before they notice I'm doing it. I was 16 and asleep in my bed when I just abruptly felt something wrong. I rolled over and saw a person by my bed. He was wearing a hoodie, and my father used to wear a long ponytail in the dark. These things looked pretty similar. I said, "Dad?" The person jumped on the bed and shoved his hand into my panties and into me. There was a really long, terrifying moment where I thought it was my father doing this to me, incidentally. He told me, "Shut up, bitch," and started choking me hard. I realized finally it wasn't my father and started fighting with him. My brain finally kicked in and shook me out of the shock I was in. I started struggling with him and eventually managed to get my knee into his groin, which I don't think hurt him so much as it just dislodged him enough he lost his balance. His hands fell away from my throat, and I screamed like I've never screamed before in my whole life. I hope never to scream like that again. He paused, unsure of whether or not to stay and renew his efforts on raping me or to leave. He decided to leave and dove out my window. I was so incensed, I chased to the window after him and kept screaming after him. We called the police, who took pictures of the handprints on my throat and took things as evidence, like my underwear and a phone book they thought he might have touched. Hours later, I braved going back into my room to get something. I noticed an extension cord was out of place, the one that plugged into my radio. Only part of the end of it was visible, and the plug portion was cut off for some reason. I was baffled. I pulled it out from around the corner of my bed, and the end had been fashioned into a noose big enough to fit around my head. So it was then, finally, that 16-year-old me realized this man who broke in had intended to actually strangle me to death, and for whatever reason, I'd woken up in time to catch him before he got that far. I've never slept soundly since. I'm almost 40. I'm always afraid someone is in my house. Not really attempted murder, but scary as fuck. When I was 15, my dad was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. By the time I was 25, he was doing mostly well. He would have maybe one episode a year, usually because he was also a recovering alcoholic. And when he would relapse, the alcohol would render his meds ineffective. When he was sober, he was the same wonderful father I grew up with. I was living with my parents while finishing my master's. This night, my mom was away on business, so it was just Dad and me. Dad and I talked late into the night, and he said something that made me really uncomfortable. He said there was a personality with him lately that thinks horrible, evil things he could never say to anyone. I'm just thinking, I don't want to know, and make a mental note to tell Mom later. It's not good if all his personalities aren't integrated, worse if one is evil. I go through the bedtime routine at this stage. When I came out of the shower, all the lights were out, so I thought Dad had gone to bed. I sat down at my desk to shut down my computer when suddenly my desk chair was pushed from behind and rolled forward fast, pinning me between the chair and the desk. It was my dad. I could hear him breathing, but he wasn't saying anything. I held at him to get off. Dad, it really hurts. I'm 5'5" and was only 120 pounds at the time, so there was no pushing him off of me. I guess my yelling got through to my real dad for a second because he said, "Huh?" And I heard him drop something heavy onto the floor. Then he stopped putting pressure on the chair and said my name like a question. I somehow got out of the chair and bolted past him. There was a huge knife on the floor behind him. I jumped over it and just ran out the door into the street where I called 911. We only lived 3 blocks from the police, so it was not even 2 minutes later, and they were with me. They said they found Dad in his bedroom with an X-Acto knife trying to cut at his wrists. The last thing he remembers is from that morning. My older brother abused me for pretty much my entire life. Broken bones, chemical burns from supergluing my eyes shut while I was sleeping, regular burns, strangling, etc. The one instance that sticks out to me the most is when we were roughly 13 and 15. He was pissed because I was watching a show and didn't want to give up the TV for him. He started punching me anywhere his fist could land. I tried to escape into our room, and he slammed into the door until it cracked and he could get in. Chased me through the house, managed to grab me by the hair and throw me over the banister. We had a half wall separating the stairwell from the upstairs, and I free fell an entire level downstairs. When I stood back up, he was standing at the top with a chef's knife in his hand. At that point, I freaked out and tried to escape through the French doors in my sister's room, but he made it outside just as I opened the door. So I ran back upstairs with him right behind me, made it to the kitchen. We had one of those counters that wraps around and then stick out in one spot like an attached island. That was separating us while I tried to call my mom, but he sliced the cord. I threw the receiver at his face as hard as I could and ran past him while he was holding his head. I made it down the street before I noticed he wasn't following me anymore. When I threw the phone, it shattered his front teeth, and apparently shit's excruciating when your nerves are dangling and exposed. I called my mom and told her what had happened. She told me to go back home, and she'd talk to him when she got home from work. LOL, fat chance. I walked to my friend's house across the highway and stayed there till my dad dragged me home. I was 9 years old in the late 80s, walking around a small lake by myself. My mom worked just a few streets over, and our apartment was only a couple of blocks away. I started to notice a guy in a truck following me. If I stopped, he would stop and open his door acting like he was reading a newspaper. He kept doing it, so I started to walk up to another couple. He drove away at that point, so I didn't end up telling them. I decided it was time to just go home and started heading back. All of a sudden, after I crossed the street, the same guy was there, and he was driving really fast towards me. I freaked out and changed directions to head to my mom's work instead. He kept chasing after me and got really close. I had the option of either stopping and letting him do whatever, crossing in front of his truck to get to my mom's work, which was right there to the right, or go straight. I couldn't turn left, it was fenced off. He was literally driving right at me. I was running on the left side of the street, where there was just dirt, so he was not at all on his side of the road. So I chose, without having time to think, I was panicking to run forward, onto the middle of a major road with cars coming at me. I made it across to where a gas station was. I could barely talk to the clerk, who ended up pointing to the payphone outside and told me to call the police. I actually tried to look at the phone book, but I didn't know where to find the police's number. I tried to call my mom at work, since I had her number memorized, but the payphone wanted money. Yeah, I didn't know what 911 was, I guess. This is where I just sort of lost it and started crying like crazy. I couldn't see the guy anywhere, but I was terrified that he was going to come back and upset because the fake phone kept wanting money. Anyway, eventually I went back across the street and ran into my mom's office. I kept trying to tell her what had happened, but her boss was there and I wasn't supposed to be, so she was very angry with me and wouldn't let me tell her. She just angrily told me to take a nap on the couch and not to make much noise. I fell asleep from the stress of it all, and that was that. I never told my mom, but I also never went back to the lake played alone outside until we moved a few months later. So, there's no way to know what his actual intent was to do with me, but I'm pretty freaking glad that I will never know.
Teachers, what's the darkest thing you've seen from a student not safe for work? Not a teacher, but I worked with students. A student was forced to give oral sex in a vehicle while a screwdriver was held to her neck. When he orgasmed, she made a run for it back to her residence. She had the clarity and ingenuity to keep the semen in her mouth and spit it in a cup for evidence. There was a manhunt and the guy was caught. He was convicted of 3 separate student sexual assaults across the state. I was in the emergency room with the student a couple of hours after the incident. Standing there as she described what happened, through her tears and in front of her mother, was one of the hardest things I've ever had to witness. A student during holiday break a few years back murdered her mother and her mother's boyfriend brutally with the help of her own boyfriend. Then the bodies laid in the apartment as she left and eventually went to a New Year's party days later. Eventually, she was arrested along with her boyfriend. Chilling to think she was sitting in my classroom days before, probably with this whole plan in her head. Had a student in my class as a sophomore. Every morning her junior year, she would come in and chat in the morning. One day, out of the blue, it stopped. In fact, she wasn't at school at all anymore. Fast forward 3 months, she shows up and looks broken. I ask her what's going on. After quite a bit of hesitation, she tells me that she went to a party and was DD, no alcohol in her system. However, she woke up the next morning and couldn't remember a thing about the previous night. A couple of weeks later, she finds out she's pregnant. She was a virgin before that night, roofied and raped. She had only told her counselor and now me. I haven't had a chance to talk to her due to COVID. Her outlook and demeanor was night and day before and after that party. I was working at an after-school program as a director, site manager, and one of my employees radioed me needing my immediate assistance at the playground. I raced out there. The employees pulled me aside and said that I needed to look at little Billy's back since it was dark outside. She couldn't tell me if it was scratch marks or burns. She said she had put in timeout, standing against the basketball pole, and he was trying to lean up against it but kept making weird spastic moves every time he leaned against it, so she asked to look at his back after he said it hurt. I asked little Billy to follow me to the nurse's office, leaving the door open. The school staff was all gone, but there are cameras everywhere, and just in case, I didn't want anyone thinking I was doing something inappropriate with the kid since I had no idea what I was about to see and or hear. It took everything in my power to not audibly gasp once I lifted the back of his shirt. I counted at least 7 belt loop bruises and 5 lash marks. I asked where he got them from, to which he replied, "My dad, I got a bad grade." This kid got beat with both ends of a belt because he got a P in conduct. I ended up asking his permission to take pictures, and I immediately called CPS. When I showed up to work the next day at 2 p.m., city and ISD police were there. I found out from the CPS person that the woman listed as his mom was the dad's girlfriend, and she knew the beatings were going on and that this apparently wasn't the first time. CPS and city police refused to let the girlfriend or dad see him. Good. Mom lived in a neighboring town, so they removed him immediately and sent him there. That's the last I heard of anything. Not a teacher, but when I was in 5th grade, my school had a buddy system. Since I was the oldest out of 7 kids, I grew up learning how to take care of troublesome kids. The buddy system went like this. A 5th grader would be assigned a kindergartner.
The two classes met every Wednesday and did arts and crafts together. Since my teacher saw I was strict with the kids and knew how to take care and be responsible with kids, I was put with the most problematic kid. This kid misbehaved a lot, and I got him to become a lot better and didn't think much of it until one day this happened. We were helping the kids cut things out, and they gave us big kids real scissors. I had turned around for just a little to ask my classmate what the next step was when I felt a very, very sharp pain on my arm. When I turned around, I saw that this little kid had cut me. Not a big cut, but still. I didn't yell, but I asked him why he did that. He then told me that that is what his mom did to him, and that it was just tougher love. It turns out that this kid had been abused and cut by his mother so much he thought that it was love. It was rough. Not from a student, but about one. Teachers at full staff meeting were warned not to call home for this family. The executive vice principals would, as the parents were liable to abuse the caller. That's odd, we all murmur to ourselves and nearby compatriots. It's not an unusual directive. We regularly have parents that are more hostile towards us when we call home about lack of effort, behavior, whatever. But the thing was, this was a good kid. People were calling home to say how awesome he did. The parents were responding aggressively, but to praise. They did not believe us. They were abusing the teaching staff for lying to the parents about this kid. They refused to believe that there was an ounce of good behavior or ethic possible from this kid. They hated this child. And oddly, this was not an only child. The rest were fine. Call home all day. But we were not to call home about this one particular boy, because the parents refused to be civil in discussions about him and demanded punishments for imagined crimes. Unsurprisingly, reported through the system, kid ended up in foster care, but I don't know more. Hope he's got a family that loves him more. Like I said, he was a good kid while I knew him. Had a kid at summer camp one year that kept acting up. One day he actually brought a knife to camp and was threatening some kids that were teasing him. We got the knife from him and of course got the authorities involved. His mom came in and was in tears. She says that he's really a good kid, but she just can't control his emotions and he's never been violent before this little episode. The cops had him in the camp office and during their interrogation, he got really emotional and could barely pronounce his words, above all the heavy crying. He was telling us about how it feels to be made fun of and how much he hurts. Not one adult in the room could hold back their tears. It was frightening to see how badly he was hurting. Sad thing is that the bullying was never reported to anyone, and he internalized it all so well until he snapped. I was very actively involved with the kids, and although I supervised hundreds and thousands of kids and counselors, I never saw one occurrence or heard about anything involving this kid. He went away for a bit, but ultimately returned a few weeks later. A few kids were named and also disappeared for a few weeks. When everyone returned, it was like it never happened. We had all sorts of experts show up to counsel the other kids at camp, and all of the parents came in several times for workshops about domestic violence and bullying. There was most certainly a silver lining, but witnessing that kid break down was really one of the hardest things I've seen in my 36 years of life. It truly hurt my heart to see him lose it. Nobody should bully anyone for any reason. I didn't see it, but I heard it. I used to work at a shelter for at-risk girls aged 8 to 18, mainly truancy or runaway cases, but some were taken from homes of abuse, drugs, sex trafficking, etc. We housed and looked after roughly 20 girls at a time when we were at full capacity. Many of them had a lot of mental and emotional issues. One of our youngest girls at the time, around age 9, was talking to an older girl around 13. Teen was nonchalantly talking about how she was raped as a young girl before she came to the shelter. Next thing I knew, at least 10 other girls who had overheard the conversation started talking about how old they were when they were raped. Some rattled off multiple ages and times when it occurred, just casually. It was chilling to hear so many young girls tell their tales. I'm not a teacher, but I had an off hour in high school and I usually would use it for going home or just hanging out. I was asked by my film photography teacher if I could help with teaching by showing some of my examples and helping mostly 9th graders. I was in 11th grade at the time. I noticed one kid was really quiet and socially awkward, but he had really good prints. And after a couple days, I noticed a lot of film was missing, and so I asked my teacher. He said that the quiet kid paid for some extra film to take home and use. I brushed it off for a while until it came to show some of the prints to the class. The quiet kid was third up, and I was over near his desk and noticed some of the pictures he printed. It was two people who turned out to be his mother and father on the floor with what I can assume a large quantity of drugs and alcohol. Most of the photos were of his living situation. It was one of the saddest things I've seen. He was a bright and happy person. I got in contact with him a couple of months ago, and he's living with his grandparents after his mom and dad got into a fight for money. He now shoots a lot of nature photography. My mom was a school nurse and always came home with some crazy stories. One of the most blood-curdling things she has was a girl that was really into cutting to the point where she had a scar that covered the majority of the outside of her bicep. The girl one day decided that she hated her scar and wanted to get rid of it. At home, by herself, she decided she was going to get rid of them. In her bathroom, she took a knife to her arm, cutting a 4-inch by 6-inch piece of scar tissue that was just under an inch thick out of her arm. She then proceeded to stitch it up using a needle and thread and bandage it with gauze all by herself. She then woke up and went to school the next day so she could go to my mom's office and ask if it looked infected. It was. I'm an English teacher, and I am the sponsor of the school's comic book and anime club. This year I managed to take my club to a convention, and many of them had several firsts, such as meeting celebrities, LARPing, participating in panels, speaking to professional artists, and just being with a larger fandom community. Upon our return, one of my members, a 16-year-old girl, asked to speak to me privately. She proceeded to tell me that she had been molested by her father and uncle ever since she was 12. On her 16th birthday, she finally had had enough of the abuse, and she contacted the police and told them everything. Before the investigation could begin, her uncle committed suicide out of shame. Her father was about to do the same, but she was able to convince him not to do it. He is now facing trial for his crimes. She then thanked me and said that the 2 days we spent at the convention were the happiest days of her life, and it allowed her to feel like a child for the first time in 4 years. It was the proudest moment of my career. I taught welding and metal sculpture at the high school level for a year. One morning, one of my students, a quiet, awkward, but really nice young man, came into class and asked me for a Band-Aid. I asked him what for, and he replied that it was for a burn. Class hadn't started yet for the day. He showed me, and it was fresh, second-degree burn that was already blistering. It was in the shape of an A. Some kids, if I'm going to be honest, they were bottom performers and troublemakers from a different class of mine, had swiped a small metal letter A from one of my supply bins, heated it with a lighter, and then branded this kid on the morning school bus. He had let the kids do it because he really wanted to fit in. He didn't have many friends, and these kids had seemed cool because they were always acting out. As a mandatory reporter, I reported it. The police got involved. Other than that, I have no idea what else happened. Not my student. He's from the class next door when I was student teaching. This child had a confusing home life. Apparently, he was adopted by a family member, but it's unclear what happened to his biological parents. Anyway, he goes through these intense mood swings. Multiple times throughout the year, he would pull the fire alarm and made a break for the school's parking lot at one moment, and then deeply apologetic another moment, as if he wasn't in control of himself just an hour ago. During his outbursts, he would occasionally attempt to enter a room, and when he found that he couldn't, he would bang the door and scream at the top of his lungs as if it's a zombie movie. And yes, this is all while instruction is happening. He would literally escape the classroom in the middle of a lesson. He has caused lockdowns. As it turns out, this child is suicidal, and his actions might or might not be self-harming in a sense, since he knows these behaviors would earn him a punishment. Apparently, at home, he's been reported to jump out of a moving car. Later in the year, he also told his teacher and para that he wants to die. His class was awesome though. His teacher had the whole class write a note to the kid, and they all wrote such sweet, encouraging notes. The teacher then made a collage and gave it to him as a gift. After his outburst episodes, when he comes back apologizing, the whole class would give him a group hug. At one point, all his teachers talked to him after one of his episodes, basically saying how they were such high expectations for him, how far he has come, and how much further he will go. My mentor teacher attended this talk. She cried after. I imagine I would too. Sometimes there is a comical side to this situation though. One day, as I was teaching science, I saw the principal chasing this kid down the road through the window, somehow wielding a long stick as if he's about to shepherd him back to his pen, and I had to just keep teaching and act like I didn't see anything. It was a rough student teaching year. I had stories in my room too, but damn, did I learn a lot. My first year teaching was, like everyone says, the worst year. The first day of school, I'm getting to know the kids by asking them random questions, and I ask this one boy what he wants to be when he grows up, and he replies with, "Doesn't matter, I'm gonna end up in prison like my parents." Whoa, okay. From there, things got progressively worse. He was hearing voices and always threatening to hurt other staff or students. He was hitting his head on walls or windows when frustrated. He came back from spring break and told me the voices told him to kill a cat he found. By the end of the year, he was sexually assaulting girls at school. When I was a student teacher, I taught briefly at a school with very old school approach to teaching. Desks in rows, nothing is shared, no group collaboration, students don't engage, only listen. The demographic that went to the school took their children's education very seriously, and students had very strict parents. On one of the first days meeting my class of grade 3 students, I had the students wash their hands before doing an activity. I was helping some students roll up their sleeves while they were washing. I got to the last student, and my mentor teacher tells me to stop, which caught me by surprise. She pulled me over and told me that particular student had cuts and bruises all the way up his arms from alleged domestic abuse. The relevant government agencies were already involved in the case. She noticed it when she realized he always flinched when she came near his arms, the fact that he never gave high fives, or that he only ever wore long sleeve shirts to school. It was one of those sobering moments where you realize there is still evil in this world. Saw a couple of kids walking down the hallway. One ends up behind another, for no reason at all, punches him in the head as hard as he can. I immediately call him over and ask why the crap he did it. He immediately acts like he has no idea what I'm talking about. If I hadn't seen him do it, I'd probably have believed it. He was so convincing. I remind him that there are cameras, and then he admits it. He did it just because he wanted to. No remorse, no reason, no regret. I had multiple other students like that with him through the year. I worked in a low-income, high-needs school, then tried my best not to judge my students, but it was weird to honestly believe this 14-year-old was going to seriously injure or kill someone one day. I actually had a year where kids were doing personal narratives and sharing them with the class. They knew in advance of choosing their story that they'd be sharing with the class. One kid told the story of her dad killing her mom and then himself, which she woke up to on Christmas morning. Another talked about defending her brother in court for beating her dad within an inch of his life when he had found out dad was sexually abusing her. The next told about fleeing the cartels after his dad killed one of them to protect him and seeking asylum in America. Let me tell you, kids have seen some shit. As a light at the end of the tunnel, after like 5 of these kind of stories in a row, I asked if anyone had a happy story to break all the sadness. This bright-eyed kid popped right up and told about his dog having puppies and offering them to the traumatized kids. Not a teacher, but when I was in high school, my senior year, a guy in my English class asked me out. I wasn't into him, but I didn't want to hurt his feelings, so I said that I wasn't really looking to date anyone. Every day for the rest of the semester, he sat behind me in class and would describe in vivid detail the ways he was going to murder me. One example of this was him cutting my legs off and dragging me behind his car. Someone told me that he waited for me to leave school one day, but I always stayed several hours late at school for speech and debate practice and theater rehearsal. Babysitters, what's the most unsettling thing that's happened while you were babysitting? Serious. My sister was babysitting and I got a screaming, panicked call from her. She was putting one child in for the night, a girl around 3 I think, and the little boy around 6, stopped playing, grabbed a chair, unlocked the front door and left the apartment. She was distraught. I told her to call 911 and I'd come help her with the toddler. When I got there, the police were talking to her and wrapping up. Thankfully, even though it was dark, 2 older women had been out for a walk and found him wandering down the sidewalk of one of the busiest roads in town. The weirdest thing is that the parents were completely unfazed. They apologized for not telling her he had done it before and wanted her to babysit again. My sister never babysat again. The estranged husband showed up drunk, demanding to see his kids. Tried to break into the house. I called the wife and the police, never babysat for them again, even though the wife was very nice, just too traumatizing for all. The husband moved away, I believe. Wife is remarried and much happier. When I was in high school, I used to babysit for a family that had a glass door off their kitchen, and whenever I'd get something out of the fridge for the kids, I'd think to myself how scary it would be if someone was just standing there looking in. One night it was storming really bad, and I went to get one of the kids a glass of milk, and lightning flashed, and a filthy man I'd never seen was standing there framed in the glass door, staring in. I screamed and yelled for the kids to go hide. Of course they didn't listen and ran into the kitchen. Turns out it was their uncle, stopping by to drop off something he had borrowed. He worked construction and had gotten quite muddy, and was just going to leave whatever it was by the door, which is when I saw him. So it ended up being a case of nothing, but the terror I felt when the lightning lit him up was pretty intense. I was the cool babysitter, so I got a ton of requests from the kids in my area. My best friend used to watch 2 girls after school, but the girls always asked for me for weekend gigs when they had a choice, lol. I'd sometimes fill in for her after school too if she was busy. It was wildfire season, and I was watching the girls while the mom was at a meeting and the dad, a volunteer firefighter, was out trying to keep the whole countryside from burning down. This was before text alerts, around 1999 or 2000, so we had to keep the radio or television on in case the weather shifted. My parents lived across the train tracks a number of kilometers down the road, so they said if anything happened, they'd come get us. The winds picked up. The news was saying that the fire had shifted. Their house was in this grove of trees surrounded by completely torrid hayfields. Dad had left instructions to hose down the house if anything was headed our way. The girls and I packed up their favorite toys or books, family photo albums, snacks, and water, only what would fit in their school bags, and sat by the door with a portable radio. It was pointless to try to get them to go to bed. This was all they could think about. But because I was the cool babysitter, aka I didn't tell them what to do, we were able to talk through the situation. What would happen if we had to go? What would happen to their house? Was Dad going to be okay? I had such sincere conversations with an 8 and 6-year-old when I was 14 or 15. But the winds changed again. We left the bags by the door, and the girls were able to go to bed. I was still worried, but they went to bed. 10 p.m. couldn't come soon enough. After listening to the radio for what felt like an eternity, Mom came home and said that the dad was okay. That was a long summer. Wildfires still scare the hell out of me. So I used to babysit for the lady who lived next door to me a few years back. Her children's room was the bedroom that shared a wall with me. While putting the kids to bed, I heard someone moving around my bedroom. The walls were stupidly thin. One of the children told me that they hear the noise a lot. My parents weren't home. I didn't want to go home. A family from church asked my mom if I could babysit for them, so I had to. Soon after the parents left, sitting in their living room, watching cartoons with both the kids, a boy and a girl, the little girl asked for some kind of elaborate snack or something, and I chuckled and said, "No, sorry." No expression on her face. The little girl stood up, crossed the living room to a crate that their large dog was locked in, released it, and told it to go after me, which it did. I remember that evil little kid cackling with this huge dog chase me in circles around the house, and that was the end of my babysitting career. Babysitting my cousins when I was like around 10, and the 3 of them were less than 5. Babysitting is in quotes because their mom was home, but I was in charge of them in the bedroom. She was in the living room with my oldest cousin. I was playing with one of them when the youngest, about 2, started coughing, holding his neck. I clearly remember just standing there for 5 seconds, stone cold, completely bewildered. I had no idea what to do, I just froze. Luckily, my oldest cousin somehow heard the baby choking and he rushed in. He grabbed the baby and pulled a Barbie shoe out of his mouth while I stood there shocked. I got an earful from my aunt and mom for nearly letting the baby die. I'll never forget it. I wasn't afraid, I wasn't scared, I didn't feel anything, just froze. Let this be a lesson to never let 10-year-olds watch babies. They're just not equipped to deal with disaster, or at least I wasn't. Watching my younger sister, infant at the time, I wasn't much older, like 7. Mom's in the house, but downstairs dealing with a contractor that came by. Upstairs on the 2nd story, internal balcony that overlooked the central area of the 1st floor, railings all around the upper edges with gaps, but pretty small gaps in most cases. Sister is crawling around. puts her head between bars on railing, and her head is small enough that her whole body starts to slip through. I got a hold of her shirt and some diaper before she tumbled completely through the railings, managed to keep the grip and stopped her mid-air with my arms hanging out the railings, cried bloody murder, and Mom stood below while the contractor sprinted upstairs and pulled my sister up and back in. 30 plus years ago at this point, but still remember it pretty damn clearly. I took it pretty well, but parents were quite shaken for a while. When I was 14, I got hired to sit for brothers ages 10 and 12. I felt pretty weird about it because 12? Even by the time I was 10, I was sitting for my younger siblings. But I was like, well, the parents must think they need someone there, and who might have turned down a king's ransom of $2 an hour? It was the early 90s. It was a nighttime job, so I got the kids into bed at their bedtimes and settled in to do homework and watch MTV until the parents got home. I looked up to find the 12-year-old had emerged from his room and was jerking off, just right there in the doorway, staring at me. I was like, and he was like, "It's okay, I'm 12. I was like, "I don't think it's okay, go back to bed." But he just lingered in the doorway for the rest of the evening and finally sprinted off to bed when he heard his parents' truck in the driveway. I didn't tell them what happened and never sat for that family again. I live in a small town, and our prized possession is a rather large mental hospital. I got a call from the parents telling me to lock all the doors and windows because a dangerous patient had escaped and was in our neighborhood. I told the kids to stay inside, but didn't tell them the reason in order to not freak them out. I went to change a diaper, and when I got back, the oldest boy, about 8, was missing. I immediately started panicking and went to look in the backyard. He had decided that was the perfect time to pee outside because the outside potty was better. As a teenager, I was watching a 4-year-old and a baby for the first time when I got really dizzy and felt awful. I called my mom for help. She yelled at me for a bit and told me I'd have to call the parents to leave their date because she wasn't coming. I said they hadn't left a contact number and asked for help again. She told me to figure it out. I passed out trying to call 911. The last thing I remember before I fell asleep was that they had a pool and terror for the kids. The 4-year-old put his sister in her car seat because she kept trying to go near the water, and then stayed by me to wait for an adult to return. His mom's sister found me unconscious on the floor. She hit me, and that brought me around enough to stagger to the car as long as I could lean on something. In retrospect, I'm sure she thought I was high. She offered no help and was livid as she drove me home. I was already a pretty depressed teen, and the shame at not being able to get help for the kids meant I got home and just sort of waited to see if whatever was making me collapse would get worse. I passed out again after getting home, threw up a few times, and then started getting better. I was woozy for several days after, still no idea about what caused that. I refused to babysit for anyone for months afterwards. The idea of what could have happened was horrifying. But yeah, going from okay to passed out on the floor while trying to dial 911 is the worst thing that ever happened to me while babysitting with that family. My wife does hair from home, and her clients will often bring their kids with them. This usually results in me having to keep them occupied for several hours. One time, this woman came with her son and daughter, who were maybe 7 and 5, and this boy is farting nonstop and laughing his head off. At one point, he aims his arse toward his sister and farts in her general direction, which seems to piss her off. I made some joking comment like, "Do that again and I'll fart on you," and the kid's eyes just lit up. He starts going, yeah, fart on me, and won't shut up about it. I get a bit freaked out and try to brush it off and carry on distracting them and trying to entertain them, but this kid won't drop it. He carries on farting for the next 20 or so minutes, and at one point flat out sits on his sister and lets one rip. She looks like she's about to burst out crying and wriggles free. Then this kid lies down on my sofa, opens his mouth wide, then literally screams, "Pin me down and fart in my mouth," with clenched fists raised in the air. I had maybe another hour or so of looking after these kids, and he spent the entire time trying to get me to fart in his mouth or him in some capacity. Kid was fucking weird. I have a crazy aunt, and this was about 25 years ago. I was a teen and I babysat a lot. One evening, she called and said her buddy needed a sitter ASAP and I would be paid well for such short notice. She said they were about 6 and 8. Also, I was already watching my aunt's kids, who was almost 1. She came and took me to the guy's house, and I walk in carrying my little cousin on my hip. The guy thanks me and rushes off to his overnight shift. So it's pretty dim and only a lamp is on. I'm still standing there holding my cousin and introducing myself to the kids who are itching like crazy. I say, "What's wrong?" And the girl says, "We have lice." Oh my God, I was so freaked out and so glad I hadn't put my little cousin down yet. I grabbed the phone and called her mom to come get her ASAP. I said, "You need to call your friend and he needs to send someone else or get home because no way am I staying." Aunt comes to pick up the baby and I'm just standing in the living room waiting for the dad to come home. I can see into the kitchen and I start seeing things moving, so I walk closer. There were roaches everywhere and they weren't afraid. I was mortified. I didn't even say goodbye to the dad when he walked in. I just bolted to my aunt's car. I said, "Don't ever ask me to babysit for anyone like that again." I went home and showered for probably 2 hours. Took care of 2 boys, 5 and 11. 11-year-old would often have his friend over after school before their soccer practice, and as I picked up the kids from school, I knew this kid well. The 11-year-olds were allowed to walk home on their own, and on one particular day, the friend said he needs to run home to grab his soccer bag and will come back to the school yard to meet us. His house is on the same street as the school, and the house I worked at only a block away. So I'm with my 2 kids I take care of in the yard. And as time passes and the friend hasn't showed up, I'm starting to get worried. Eventually, I make the kids walk down to his house to check if he was still there, but told another parent in the yard to keep an eye out in case we somehow missed him. We knock on the front door several times, then go around back and knock on the back door a bunch too. From the back door, I can spot the kid's soccer bag, so I know he hasn't retrieved it and left to meet us. Both doors are locked. Has he come home at all? Could he have gone the block over to the house I worked at or back to the yard without his bag? I send the 11-year-old back to the house to wait there, bring the little guy with me to check the yard, and then check the friend's house again. At this point, I'm starting to really panic and call the parents I work for, and they call this kid's parents who call me. They're at work and try calling the house. I can hear it ring from outside and no answer. I go back and forth between the houses and yard again, and then head to this kid's house with both kids. I take care of in tow to wait for his parents to show up. All of this had happened in about an hour. While waiting at the house, we knock some more and peek through the windows. Suddenly, I think I see a movement inside and tell the kids to be quiet. Something is on the couch, and I suddenly realize it's the top of the kid's head. He is slouched on the couch, mostly out of view. We start yelling his name, worried he might be unwell or in need of help, but he does not react. I notice after some time that he appears to be conscious and looking at something like a book or TV. I call his parents with the update. They're on their way. The poor kid I'm caring for are confused and unsettled that I have them hang out on the sidewalk while I keep talking to the friend through the window, trying to get him to look up. So when the parents are pulling in, they head in and then come out awkwardly telling us everything is fine and we can go home. Turns out, this kid just wanted to have some TV time on his own, didn't feel like going to soccer, and didn't feel like talking to anyone about it. He had gone home, set himself up to chill, and had proceeded to block everything out, ignore us, not tell anyone of this plan. Watching him carry on through that window without batting an eyelash was deeply unsettling, and definitely the weirdest shit I've had to deal with on the job. He was totally fine physically, though clearly going through some shit, and showed up at school the next day and never said anything about it to us. His parents apologized, didn't provide much of an explanation, and that was that. I was roughly 12, and we were visiting family while my parents were out of the country. My aunt offered to watch me and my 2 younger sisters, one 9 and the other about 9 months old. I'd been half watching them the whole vacation, so the idea of having a break sounded fantastic. Barely half an hour after we get there, Aunt S says, "Oh, I forgot. I need to take your cousin Jay to dance class. You're good watching the babies for an hour, right?" My 9-year-old sister, who was close to Jay, went with her. This left me with the baby sister and my 2-year-old hyperactive boy cousin. Okay, not happy about the forgotten dance class. The so-called offer to give me a break was a scam. Then the deluge. Somehow, everyone in this whole area, not a nice area by the way, knew there was a sitter. All of my aunt's friends plunked their toddlers down with a "just let them watch TV" and wave goodbye. Suddenly, I was babysitting nearly a dozen kids, ages ranging from 8 months to 7 years old. This was all before cell or mobile phones, so I couldn't track down my aunt. The baby, it turned out, had a fever and, sick up all the formula, the eldest boy started attacking the younger kids with slowly escalating violence, which wound up my boy cousin, who was big into the Hulk. There was a lot of smashing. The hour passed and still no aunt. 2 hours. At 3 hours, I rang my grandmother in a complete state of meltdown because some guy had come in without any kids and was just staring at me. Shortly after, my aunt finally came home with my sister and cousin, all happy because they decided to hit them all. She was a bit baffled by all the extra kids. Creepy guy just smiled at her, then me, then wandered out the door. I was in tears. She mocked me about how I would never become a good mother if I couldn't handle this. Grammy arrives like some kind of saint on a charger, sweeps me up, and we drive home. Once there, I get Coco and quiet. She calls my aunt back and rips her to shreds. The rest of the holiday, no babysitting, not even my sister's. My sister was furious for years that I disliked Aunt S until, surprise surprise, she too got scammed. When I was 14, I used to babysit 2 young boys while their mother worked from home. There was this one day where the 3 of us were outside on their driveway, the kids playing and me just standing around watching them. For context, I grew up rurally, and this was in the middle of nowhere. The house was on an empty road with some neighboring houses in the distances, but not close by. Anyways, we're at the side of the house on the driveway and a car drives by, then stops, turns around, and pulls into the driveway. There's a man and woman inside, and the woman, tall and blonde and maybe 45-ish years old, gets out and starts walking quickly towards me. The kid's mom noticed somebody had pulled into the driveway and stepped onto the porch to ask who she was and what she wanted. And the woman at that point stopped and said she wanted directions. The kid's mom gave her directions, and the woman got back in the car with the man and they left. The whole incident was very innocuous and not really noticeable, only it nevertheless gave me the creeps. The vibes I got off the woman as soon as she got out of the car were pure bad. I felt it in my bones as she walked towards me. I 100% believe she intended to snatch me and drag me into the car for her husband, and I feel even stronger about it as an adult. She was walking to me so fast, and when adults ask kids for directions, they stay in the car and roll down the window to ask. They don't get out of the car and come at them. Forensics and people involved with managing the deceased. What's the weirdest cause of death you have come across? A teaching case, death by bull. A woman was found dead in a pasture trampled by a bull. Well, if you underestimate cattle, that can happen, but she was the farmer's wife, so she knew the animal was aggressive, and everyone else in the village knew that too. The neighbors also said he was never kept in that pasture because you couldn't see all of it at once. Yep, the farmer murdered his wife with a bull as the weapon, put him in the pasture without her knowing, then sent her out there for some errand. Had a sad one where a guy tried to hang himself from a 3rd floor balcony. The rope broke and he fell and impaled himself on fence spikes. A lady walking her dog hours later thought he was a gruesome Halloween decoration until she noted leakage from the poor guy. Security camera footage from across the street showed he was alive for a while before he bled out. Paramedic here. I once worked a day in a seaside community where there was a bad winter storm. Due to its location, it was quite bad compared to most places. I'm talking minus 30 degrees Celsius, 100 plus mile-an-hour winds, extreme amount of ice in the ocean, and lots of snow. This day I was doing the dispatch and also responding to calls. I get a phone call that there was someone found frozen on the front step. We rush down there and find a 50-ish-year-old lady sitting on her front step by her door completely frozen solid. She lived in the last house on a road that was right next to the ocean. I remember how windy and cold it was. In healthcare, there is a saying that you aren't dead until you're warm and dead, but this lady was clearly frozen solid. It was hard to examine her on the step due to the high wind and snow. I remember her key was in the deadbolt. It was open, but the door wouldn't budge. I had to use all of my weight to get it open, and when it did, a bunch of ice fell from the edges of the door. I pick her up to move her in, and her body doesn't flex at all. Holding her up, she was in the exact same position as she was on the step. Her daughter showed up at this point and explained that she was at the neighbor's the night before for dinner and left around 8 p.m. We got the call for her around 7:30 a.m. the next morning. While examining her, I found a bottle of nitro clenched in her fist. Her daughter mentioned she had angina and used it a lot. I was assuming she couldn't get the door open and started having chest pain and sat down. We were told the autopsy results and it was confirmed she died of a heart attack. I worked as a medical examiner transporter for a few years ago, and I saw lots of crazy stuff. One of the calls I went on was definitely strange. While the cause of death was suicide by hanging, the context of the scene was bizarre. He was a younger guy, maybe in his mid to late 20s, and he had been living in an older couple's shed in their backyard. They claimed not to have known him, but had allowed him to live there. Inside was evidence of some pretty severe mental problems. The guy had scribbled all over the inner walls of the shed with what seemed like anything he could find: pencils, charcoal, permanent markers, crayons, etc. He had hanged himself directly in the middle of the shed, and all around him were little messages and things. One said something along the lines of, "They're outside," and another said something like, "They'll be back soon." The most bizarre message that my partner couldn't make heads or tails of was written right above his little cot in the back. It stood out because it was written in some kind of the largest font, and it just said, "Why the fuck is Greg here?" I'd been on calls for suicides and the like before, and many of them had been significantly worse, but this one really stood out to me. The cause of death wasn't super weird, but the entire scene was. I sometimes have to receive bodies late at night that the police bring in. The weirdest one I have had was a guy who was living in his ex-wife's garage without her knowledge. She never went in there, except for when a scrap metal merchant knocked on her door asking if she had anything for him. She suggested they try the garage, where they discovered a rank smell and a decomposing corpse wrapped in blankets. She was initially a suspect, but it turns out that he had been suffering from cancer, and he had died of cancer whilst wrapped in the sheets. We also had a little girl a couple of weeks ago who swallowed a battery from a remote control and died when the acid burned through her stomach and caused internal bleeding. Edit. I'll add another one. The guy was alive when he came in, though died later. He came into hospital with no legs below the knee and top of his head was missing. Turned out he was on his way home drunk from the pub and fell asleep on some train tracks whilst taking a shortcut. The train cut off his legs, then spun him around and cut off the top of his head. He died whilst in hospital, but he lived for a bit, which is amazing. The paramedics brought his legs into the hospital in a plastic bucket. I'm a paramedic. One of the ones that sticks out in my mind: get called by a man to do a wellness check on his sister. He lived on the lower floor of a house, her the upper. He was wheelchair bound and she was his caretaker. She hadn't come downstairs that morning and he was worried because he heard a thud that night. Didn't think anything of it until she didn't show up in the AM. So we go up the stairs. I see little drops of blood on the stairs, more on the hall floor. We follow them. Find the bathroom. Blood everywhere. Blood all in the bathtub. Toilet is full of blood. Huge clots on the floor. Bloody handprints all over. Blood in the sink. We go looking for her. Find her on the floor, between the bed and the wall. Telephone next to her. Clearly she was trying to call for help. She was white as a ghost. Usually a dead person will be blue or purple and mottled. She didn't even have enough blood left for that. I'm guessing it was ruptured esophageal varices, but it was never confirmed. We checked for blood in her mouth and her butt, but there wasn't much. She had no trauma. We didn't find any booze, but you never know. One of my university professors was involved in a case where an otherwise healthy 40-year-old female had died, let's say instantaneously. I'll explain. Woman was like a CrossFitter marathon type, went out boating with her husband. Boat capsized pretty far offshore of the Atlantic, and they both ended up holding onto emergency floaties, drifting in the ocean, no life jackets for a few hours. Now, it wasn't the winter, obviously, but for whatever reason or season, the water was pretty cold, so hypothermia was a concern. Coast Guard sent a helicopter to pick them up. I don't know why they didn't send a boat, and they strapped the husband up and bring him up into the chopper. He's fine. They put the woman on the board, and in the time it takes to get her pulled up into the chopper, she dies, when moments before she had been completely lucid and in great spirits. They'd only been out there for a couple of hours, so it wasn't dehydration or starvation or really anything they could think of. Woman was in great shape, and they suspected the hypothermia hadn't progressed enough to be lethal. Basically, as my prof explained it, Since her entire lower half from the chest down was submerged in the cool water, it would have cooled down not just the tissue, but the blood in most of her body, especially since some would have started pooling in her legs after a few hours. This would have been fine if she remained vertical, but when rescuers put her horizontal, the chilled blood fast-tracked into her chest, causing cardiac arrest. He said it's odd that it happened to this specific lady, but that it was a significant death, whereas it's happened before, but they've been able to save the person. So apparently, he said they keep you sitting up now until they're able to warm your legs back up to reduce the chances of this happening. We had a family friend who was an alcoholic who blacked out and died of asphyxiation. Official cause of death was unconsciousness, forced victim into position incompatible with life. When clarification was sought, they said she passed out and fell into a position that prevented her from breathing. I did not know that was possible. The death certificate stated cholangiocarcinoma, but actually my husband died from being full of shit. The medical term for it is hepatic encephalopathy. He battled an aggressive form of liver cancer, specifically of the bile duct, for nearly 4 years after initially been given 3 months. He was a tough son of a bitch that went back to work as a cattle farmer 3 days after his liver resection. Ultimately, the scar tissue from his surgery strangled his bowels, which were slow-moving due to all the opiates, and his liver couldn't filter the toxins seeping from his bowels, and his brain became soaked in ammonia. It was a peaceful death. He went to take a nap after burning leaves in the front yard and never woke up. I listened to his heart stop 3 days later in a hospice house. I work in forensics from an engineering and product design aspect. A man was using a large handheld wet saw, imagine an oversized circular saw, to cut a 3-foot diameter concrete sewer pipe that was suspended using 2 sawhorses. When he finished the cut, the pipe fell and pinched the saw blade between the 2 pieces, causing the saw to flip around quickly and sever off his own head. Not quite what the question is asking, but I've worked for a 911 call center. A little while back, officers got called to check the well-being of a woman who hadn't been to work in 3 days. They arrive, find an overnight female down on the ground, discolored and without a pulse, surrounded by squalid living conditions and a pet cat wandering her apartment. Officers call in asking for an ambulance to their location, no need for lights and siren. I put in the call to fire dispatch and they let me know by policy we have to go lights and sirens anyway. I advise the officers and continue with my other work. About 15 minutes later, fire dispatch yells over to me. Apparently the woman had a diabetic episode and had a heart rate of 20 beats per minute when the ambulance arrived, which is why officers didn't find the pulse when they checked. EMS took her to the hospital right away and she survived. I can only hope she wasn't conscious much of the 3 days she spent sitting in her own filth, or the half hour that police officers wandered around her before calling for medical assistance. Oof. I'm not a professional, but this is a story that quite honestly I'm still recovering from. My senior year, I had a friend named Brad. I'd prefer not to use his real name. Brad and I shared a math class together. He was a really interesting guy, very smart. I taught him how to solve a Rubik's Cube one day during lessons, for example. Kind, handsome, determined. My sophomore year, I'd attempted suicide via throwing myself off a bridge 65 feet onto train tracks. I should not walk today, let alone be alive. I am, and I can. Near the end of the year, Brad had clearly become stressed. No time to talk in class, no time for lunch, very irritable. I'd found out his girlfriend had broken up with him, and having recently gone through a similar event, I was sympathetic. So I kept pushing to talk with him. We have exactly 5 school days left until grades are finalized, and we're technically free adults. That Monday, we discover we share some common interest, but we also share inverse lack of knowledge and experience. He grew up with a wealthy, outdoorsy family, and I in a lower-class working family. We hung out after school Tuesday. He showed me some fly tying and some stuff about reloading ammo. Wednesday, I took him to this mountain spot overlooking town and smoked some weed and talked about getting out of our shit state. He asked me about my suicide attempt and why I thought I survived. I told him I had no clue, but I said if I had been spinning, I'd have died. So spinning would kill you. He laughed. I laughed. We changed subjects. Thursday, he told me about how strict his parents were. He'd mentioned it jokingly and in passing before, but never spoken at length about the subject. His father was a doctor, his mother had a master's in something or other. If he graduated with less than a 4.0 cumulative GPA, his college trust was gone, and he had 3 months to move out. He explains that he'd fucked around too much with me during our classes all year. Math teacher was single-handedly dropping his cumulative to a 3.87. He was horribly upset. I did my best to help him finish his missing or late work. Easy A. Brad had passed every test all year 100% plus with an 80% grade weight on tests. He was golden. Friday. I see Brad walk into school. I see his truck. All's good in the world. But he doesn't show up to math after lunch. I assumed he just skipped. First and last time ever type thing. Good for him, I thought. By end of day, his parents are at the school and it's a manhunt. Brad's missing. I went to the spot on the mountain after school, found the truck halfway up the trail, knew what happened but didn't believe. Went to where we smoked. Saw him at the bottom of the mountain, about 130-foot fall down a steep sandstone wall. Halfway down, the wall starts turning red. By the bottom, it looks like someone had turned a hose on. Autopsy said blunt force trauma didn't kill him. He asphyxiated. His rib cage shattered, punctured his diaphragm. He had lost something like 30% of the skin on his right side, his arms, legs, and chest. Broken arms, ribs, or leg. He had jumped around noon. He left at lunch at 11 and jumped about an hour later after a 20-minute walk from where he left his truck. He died around 2. He stayed down there, shattered and burning and in pain for 2 hours, and I genuinely blame myself sometimes. TLDR. Friend committed suicide by jumping off a mountain, lost most of his skin skidding down said mountain and suffering multiple fractures, and his diaphragm was punctured and wasn't able to let him breathe. Stayed alive for 2 hours post-jump, 2 best guesses. So I'm a forensic toxicologist. I usually don't work with dead bodies directly, crime scenes expecting, but I do test blood, urine, etc. for alcohol and other drugs. When we get the blood of someone who's dead, the case file will often list a brief cause of death. I have a few favorites. The man who got very drunk somehow managed to get his four-wheeler onto his roof and then proceeded to launch himself off. Darwin took over after that. The person who died while asleep after a small airplane crashed into their bedroom. This one isn't mine, but a professor I had once received a blood sample from a blind stick. No, bad. That was pretty much pure booze from the ruptured stomach. Not testing that. I'm not a paramedic or forensic specialist, but in my early 20s, I was a crime scene cleaner. It was mostly self-harm, and we only dealt with the aftermath of the ordeal. Still saw lots of crazy stuff, though. One of the most memorable was death in the greater Phoenix area. We were called in to clean out a home of what I remember to be a natural death. We walked into the kitchen and saw a rather large high chair, but didn't really think anything of it. Made our way to the bedroom and found a full-on man-sized crib and changing table. We destroyed all of it at the family's request so that none of it ends up on eBay. He seemed to be loved by the community with candles lit in the driveway and chalk drawings of, "We will miss you, baby man." This is all a little off topic, but it was an interesting experience to say the least. I'm sorry for this, and I expected to get buried, but in high school I took a human physiology course my senior year, and as a field trip we went along with the forensics class to observe a cadaver. The cadaver we saw was of an 80-year-old male. The cause of death was not given for privacy reasons, but my guess would be some kind of strange organ failure. The man's lungs were speckled a bit, and he had been a smoker, but most of his liver was missing, and part of a kidney looked as if it had just lost all its mass. His stomach was oddly wrinkled and warty like a toad, and he appeared to have several broken ribs that were healing. I still wonder if the man died of old age or something weirder. I worked for a funeral home as a pre-need advisor, so I would meet with the families after a loss and help them prearrange if they chose to do so. One of the strangest deaths I encountered was the man was on his tractor. I lived in a rural area, and he had somehow gotten his clothing stuck in it, and he was choked to death. Another really devastating loss was of high school siblings that were drag racing down a street. They were in the same car, and the older brother who was driving ran them into a semi and their whole car was torn in half top down. I went to school with their parents. Needless to say, that one was a tough week. Oh, and I met with the mother of a girl that worked in a factory producing Italian foods. My stepdad worked there, and she had actually covered his shift for him. The area was super warm, and they think she passed out and fell into the pasta extruder. Needless to say, the mother was suing the company. They filed bankruptcy, and my stepdad quit the very next day. What conversation or interaction with a physically normal stranger left you wondering if you just talked to something non-human or supernatural? I was out at a college dive bar on a Friday night. This place would get crowded, and I was an avid pool player. People knew me at parties and stuff because I'd always go out to play pool almost every weekend. I'd get money, free drinks, free beers for winning. I'd run the table. Sometimes I'd grab a random partner to do twos. Me and a random person versus 2 other drunk frat kids or something of the sort. Anyway, this one spring night, the place is packed with a bunch of younger 21 to 24-year-old kids, including myself at this college dive bar. I'm trying to find a partner to play with. In walks a man dressed in a tuxedo, way out of the norm for this place, well-groomed, white hair, dress shoes, and looks like in his late 70s. I felt like I was playing pool that night with God. The guy did not miss a shot, and he was on my team. We played people at the bar until close, and kids were dropping money on the table trying to bet against us, thinking we'd lose at some point, but nope. This tuxedo man and I won every game. I've never seen him at that spot since. It was the one and only time. Not that exciting, but I was walking in the woods by the sea in southern England, and I came across a rock formation that had a sign, the wishing seat. It was rather like a giant throne, although obviously natural, not man-made. I sat on it and entirely frivolously made a wish. As I was sitting on it, a young family passed along the path in front of me. A man, woman, boy, and girl. All very ordinary in dress and appearance, but strikingly beautiful. So the following year, I was walking along the path again, but in a different month and at a different time of day. I came across the wishing seat again and sat on it, and the same family passed by again. The world is full of coincidences, some significant and some not, but this seemed a rather long coincidence. One day, my girlfriend at the time and I were doing an internship in Orlando. We had been fighting a lot, were on the brink of breaking up, and it was just a really tough but pivotal moment in our lives. There was a lot of growing that was about to happen. Anyways, one day we were fighting about where to go to eat. We decided to walk to the Hurricane Grill around the corner from our apartment complex. As we're arguing while we walk in, some random dude walks right up to us, gestures his hands out towards us for us to take his hand and says, "Come on, let's go in. I'll grab us a table. Let's talk." Alarms are going off in my head, and I'm trying to make sure that this guy isn't trying to drug us or hurt my girlfriend, but he seemed safe and oddly confident. He picked a table, ordered food, and just started having the deepest conversations with us about relationships, marriage, life, our personal goals. We were not drinking alcohol. At one point in the dinner, he looks over to me, starts fucking crying and says, "You are going to accomplish everything you want and more. Stop doubting yourself so much." It was bizarre because I could feel how much he meant that. It felt like he knew me, so I teared up too. Anyways, we finished the dinner. He gives both of us a big hug, pays for everything, and then we ask him if he needs a ride home or anything. He says, "No, it's okay." And then he just starts walking towards some bushes or trees. Never see him again. I used to live in a very old house in the hills of western Maryland. It only had windows in the front and back of the house, not on the sides. And when I asked, it was explained that houses were built this way back then, so the slaves walking between the houses couldn't look in. We were renting from a friend of the family who owned the place, and before we moved in, we were warned that the house was special, and that we should be prepared for that, though no explanation was given as to what special meant. I came to find out that the house was, I won't say haunted, more like enchanted. Weird things happened there a lot. The weirdest, by far, happened a couple of months before I moved away. Across the street was an open field that quickly turned into foothills, and maybe 300 yards further on became a tall ridge of mountain. There was some kind of antenna on top of the ridge, and it had a light that was always on at night. No blinking, just a steady white light all the time. One evening I went out to use the bathroom, it had an outhouse, and happened to notice that the light on the ridge was off. I walked down to the driveway a bit because I thought maybe there was a tree blocking it from this angle or something, but I was stopped dead in my tracks. Suddenly, the entire sky behind the ridge lit up. It was like someone had turned on extremely bright floodlights and they were reflecting off of snow to an overcast sky or something. But there was no snow on the ground, and it was not even slightly overcast. It was eerily quiet, even more than normal. Well, now I was really damned curious, so I continued walking down the driveway to see if I could get a better angle on it, only to see a guy come around the curve of the street from the left and approach me in a quick walk. This is a fairly remote neighborhood. There are 2 other inhabited houses on the street. We hardly ever see traffic, much less foot traffic, so this was unexpected. As he got close enough, he said, "You don't want to go over there," in a cautioning tone. Well, it's not like I was going to climb the mountain in the dark, but "Why, what's going on?" I asked, trying to keep it conversational. "Couldn't say," he said, "but you don't want to be a part of it." "Well, if you don't know what's going on, how do you know I don't want to be a part of it?" I asked. "That's pretty weird," I gestured in the direction of the ridge and noticed the light was fluctuating a bit, like a slow pulsing. "No, that's weird as hell, and I'm a curious person." The guy then shifted to a darker, more ominous tone and said, "Your eyes are not meant to see." The way he said it made me think "your" meant human, and in retrospect it was definitely a warning, maybe even a threat, and it almost sounded like a kind of ritual pronouncement. But I was oblivious in the moment. I looked back up to the light and said, "Well, I can see it just fine, what's the problem?" But when I looked back down, the guy was gone. In the space of the maybe 5 seconds I was looking away, he had disappeared. There's no direction he could have gone, no matter how fast he was running, that he could have gotten out of line of sight in that amount of time. I was already kind of freaked out by the weird lights, but this really pegged my freak out meter. I went back inside and explained to my roommate what had just happened, encouraged him to come out and see for himself. But by the time we got back outside, whatever was going on behind that ridge was over. I figured that guy was just off his rocker, and there must have been something entirely normal going on over there. So I went online and looked at Google Maps for the area. There was nothing on the other side of that ridge. No roads, no buildings, no signs of civilization whatsoever, just a blank spot on the map. I switched to satellite view and saw nothing but more wooded ridgelines behind it. To this day, I have no idea what the hell was going on or why I was warned away from it, but it feels like I had been sent some kind of messenger to keep me from blundering into something terrible. Every year when I was a child, my mom and I would fly from the US to UK for Christmas, as she was a British citizen and our extended family lives there. One particular year, I think I was 4, on a return journey, we sat next to an exceedingly friendly woman named Mrs. Winter. I only remember the details as my mom would bring this story up regularly in the years afterwards. The two of them had a long conversation for the entire duration of the flight. My mom has always been religious-minded, and Mrs. Winter had an exceeding amount of wisdom and insight into life, suffering, and compassion. Anyway, we landed and drove the hour or so back to our house. A few days later, a car drives up our driveway, and it's Mrs. Winter. She spends the afternoon, has a cup of tea, and leaves in the evening. Just wanted to stop by. My mom insists that she never gave her our address or left her with contact information of any kind. I wish I had been more aware than a young child to remember any details myself, but I certainly remember the woman herself, just her standard golden years British nanny type, her kindness and her visit a few days later. I was out for a walk with my dog around the golden hour in the evening. It was a perfect evening. We were walking along a popular nature path and this young man loped by. He was wearing sandals, very short, loose, sun-bleached shorts, were shirtless and had dreads that were so long they were down to the edge of his shorts. He was monochrome. His skin tone, shorts, dreads, and sandals were all a light, warm beige. His hair was a perfect tone of sandy blonde. He had a really flat face and amber-colored eyes. He loped past us effortlessly and gave my dog a gentle stroke on the head as he passed and smiled warmly at me. It was a weirdly present moment. The dog was going bonkers, desperate to follow him. This was about 4 months ago, and I think about it a couple of times a day. It all felt like it happened in slow motion. I was a sophomore in college. I walked into my math class like any other day and sat in my usual spot, about 4 seats in on the 3rd row. Even though we didn't have assigned seats, there was always a girl sitting just 2 seats to the left of me, empty seat between us, and her male friend to her left. They seemed to just be good friends, always laughing, never any reason to give me concern. This day in particular, I sat down, got my spiral and pencil out, and just quietly sat there looking forward and thinking about what I was going to do after class. Suddenly, I got this eerie feeling. I looked up to my left, and my heart practically stopped. The girl was staring straight at me, blank face, and her eyes were shining like a bright, piercing electric blue, shining like lasers, nothing at all natural. I can't explain accurately. I was basically paralyzed and couldn't move or say anything. I eventually blinked and looked forward, then looked back, and the girl's head was turned back to her friend as he was talking again. About 2 years later, I was with friends and we were driving to a restaurant. Traffic was building up since it was rush hour and we were stopped at the right lane. I'm in the back seat and I happen to look up diagonally to the left and through the windshield. I look into the car sitting in the lane next to us. Its back bumper is parallel to our front bumper, so I can see the driver easily. He's turned almost completely around and looking back at me, staring intensely. Even from that distance, I could see his eyes were that piercing, bright, laser-like blue, and I froze again. Just like the last incident, I was eventually able to blink, look away, and then immediately look back. The man was turned forward. The light turned green, and we all started moving forward. It's been about 15 years, and I haven't experienced anything like that again, but it fucked with my mind for a while. I used to work at a Ben & Jerry's a few years ago. I had an opening shift, and usually things are slow up until around 3 when the nearby high school rings the last bell of the day. This was maybe an hour into my shift, and I'd already cleaned out one dip case, had a fresh batch of waffle cones. I was getting shit done, but with a really bad limp. Quick backstory. Growing up, I was pretty athletic. T-ball, volleyball, softball, martial arts, dance. So being an athlete plus breaking 9 bones, 3 concussions, and dislocating my knee 3 times, yeah, I know. Obvi took a toll on my body. I'm 26 but have the bones and joints of a 60-year-old. Anyway, that particular day, since I had woken up, my knee was really bothering me. I even took my brace to work. Being the only one on shift and having to walk back and forth so much honestly wasn't helping. Then a group of maybe 4 people walked near the entrance of the shop. They looked maybe mid-20s, early 30s. It was 2 guys and 2 girls. Just the girls walked into the shop. I don't remember their order anymore, but when I handed the scoop of ice cream to the second friend I was ringing up, I told her to have a nice day and turned to walk back to my task. I tried hiding my limp the whole time, just because I didn't want to be hopping around while ringing them up. Then she called me over and said it seemed like I was in pain. I downplayed it and said it was nothing, but it was like she knew how much pain I was in. She had a heavy accent. I couldn't make out from where, but I understood that her and her friends liked to travel, inaudible, then asked if it was okay to hold my hand and say a prayer. I thought it was a bit strange, but she just made me feel so comfortable with her, I couldn't say no. She held my hand, and in mid-prayer, I swear I felt the pain literally lift off of my knee. It was amazing. I asked her name, and she gave it to me, and for now, for the life of me, I cannot remember it. I think it started with an M, but I don't know. This was like in 2015 or 2017, but since that day, my knee has never bothered me again. I'll never forget her. So I'm not sure if this would entirely count. I had a situation where 2 strangers in my dream became real in my life. So I was about maybe 6 to 8 years old when I had a dream of eating at a marble-top counter with 2 girls. I was eating some kind of pasta. Well, when my parents divorced when I was 9, I went with my dad to live with her cousin. His family consisted of her husband, 2 girls, and a newborn son. These 2 girls were my distant cousins who were from my dream, and the exact same situation played out after 2 months of me living there. I had never met them before, nor ever been out to see them. I literally exclaimed to them that I've dreamt about that instance before. They were just as perplexed as myself about it. We spent the whole time trying to figure out how I was able to even dream or fathom the situation, but we came up with nothing other than I could have somehow saw into the future in my dream. Not me, a friend of mine, was really sick with the flu, could barely stand. He sat down outside the pharmacy while they were getting his meds ready. The girl with bright blue hair sat down across from him and said, "You aren't looking too good." They had a weird conversation and he finally asked, "Are you a hallucination?" To which she replied, "Yes, but not one of yours," and walked away. To this day, he's not sure if she was real or not. This kind of deviates from the question, but I do think it's relevant. As a kid, my grandmother lived in a different country. She was super affectionate, but due to a severe back problem, she couldn't give many hugs, so the most physical touch we had was holding hands. She always had the most tender and warm hands, even on the coldest days or when the AC was on. We used to sit and talk for hours well into teens. When I was 21, she suddenly passed away from a stroke. My last words to her before I saw her last were, "I love you very, very much." And that really comforted me at the time. In accordance with Jewish culture, we bury our dead, and since I am one of the only males in the family, I bore the brunt of digging most of the grave. I was exhausted and sad from the whole day that I didn't get to express my emotions until the evening when I got home. I rushed to my room and let my emotions out, cold and drained from working so hard and especially being outside during winter. As I lay on my bed, my entire body cold. Suddenly, a weird feeling of warmth felt one of my hands. My hand became searing hot, almost like I had a fever, and I felt so eerily calm and placid. I knew she was there that night holding my hand and saying goodbye. I haven't felt sad since because I got to say my final goodbye. Okay, I actually have one, but it happened to my good friend of mine. My friend S is in my hometown, friend who also ended up going to the same college as me, and we were even in the same fraternity. The way he tells this story is amazing, so I hope I can give it justice. To preface, S lived at the main party house, and the people that live there and the people who lived there years prior have said that it's haunted. It was a running joke in that frat, but the kids who lived in the house were always dead serious when they said this, saying that they would hear noises all the time and stuff like that. S would even say that he knew where the ghost lived, in his room in a crawl space that he would always keep shut. They even had a name for the ghost, which I forgot exactly, but it was something like Sally the Ghost. So a few years ago, when we were still at school, we had frat meetings every Sunday to talk about important things, but at the end we would share any cool stories from the weekend. S raises his hand and starts telling this story. He said he was at the only bar in our college town that everyone goes to. We were actually all there. This bar always hosted the same people, so most people knew each other to an extent. He says it was later on in the night when most of us had left that he met this really, really pale girl with silver blonde hair. He says she was alone, which was weird because most people would go with a group of friends or go alone and meet up with a group of friends since most people at this bar were in Greek life. He says they hit it off, but he said there was something off about her. For starters, she was alone and he didn't recognize her, and secondly, she would not tell him her name. He said he tried asking a few times, but she would bring something random up as soon as he would ask to get around to it. Anyways, they end up going back to his house to hook up, but S says that he doesn't remember having sex with her. All he remembers is waking up the next morning alone. He says this was weird because he was not even that drunk. So when he wakes up, he's feeling very scared because his door was still locked and it could only be locked from the inside unless you have his keys, which he had on him. But what really shook him was that his crawl space was open. He had not opened it because 1, the ghost lived there, and 2, it made a draft and it was winter time, so he never opened it. Well, he woke up with the mystery girl gone. His door was still locked, so how did she leave? And the crawl space was open. He ends his story with, "Guys, I think like I fucked Sally the Ghost last night." And as you can imagine, the room went crazy from this ridiculous story. We all know these sweet, pure stories about someone else's children, but what is the most evil thing you've ever seen a child do? My younger brother is a psychopath. We are 13 years apart. When I was very pregnant with my second child, he tried to drop kick me in the stomach and said he wanted to kill my baby. He was mad because I wouldn't let him play a video game. Another time, when he was around 6 or 7, he took a baseball bat and jumped on the neighbor's car hood and started bashing it on the hood and roof, making dents. The neighbor came out horrified, and when he yelled at my brother, my mom came out and threatened to whoop the neighbor's ass. My mom is part of the reason my brother is such a shit. He's 17 now, and I'm sure he will end up in prison someday. I did childcare for a family with 3 kids, a girl who was 10 and 2 boys who were around 8 and 5. The youngest boy was a dick, to be honest. He was just mean. He'd hurt his siblings and me. Obviously, a 5-year-old doesn't cause much damage, but he'd dig his nails into you and pull your hair, etc. He'd find it funny. He was also kind of manipulative and knew he could get away with anything and seemed to play on that. He was extremely angelic looking, blonde hair, blue eyes, cherubic face, but he was a shit. One winter evening, I picked the 3 kids up after school performance and went to the local cafe. It seemed all the parents were going there to socialize, and we were all being picked up by the family's mom. So I was chatting at one of the tables with the parents while the kids played around. There were probably 15 kids of varying ages running around causing havoc. Suddenly, above the din, I hear a scream of pain, quite obviously a different noise to the normal yelling and shrieking. I was too far away to see what had happened, but got a horrible feeling in my stomach. Then, one of the siblings ran up to me and told me what had happened. Apparently, the 5-year-old shithead has grabbed the hands of another kid and pressed them against the boiling hot radiator, holding them there while the kid screamed. I ran over there and berated him. The mother had already got to her own child, and he showed not 1 ounce of guilt or remorse. He was smiling when I ordered him to apologize to the other boy. Jesus, I'm half convinced he was a budding psychopath. Myself and all the other neighborhood kids used to catch frogs, salamanders, newts, the usual. We even had it down to a ridiculous level in retrospect, where one of my friends could perfectly imitate the mating call of a tree frog. Sweet girl, grew up pretty weird later on. Her little brother was a bit crazy though. We had those styrofoam rockets from a museum of science where the hollow rocket sat on a plastic cylinder. When you slammed down the whole apparatus, the air pressure would shoot the rocket up in the air about 20 to 40 feet or so. Well, her little brother stole our frogs one day and put them in the rocket. Cue my friend screaming in horror as she realized what's about to do. The frogs more or less exploded inside the rocket. We stopped using that rocket. I work with emotionally disturbed kids, so, I see a lot of kids doing evil shit. My worst one was when a kid grabbed a 3/4 full carton of milk at lunch and pissed in it to fill it up. He then, calm as anything, yelled for the principal to come out. As soon as he walked out of his office door, the kid threw the milk or piss all over him. The principal was wearing a down jacket, and I'll never forget the milky piss soaking into it, covering his face and hair. It was my first week working in this sort of environment, so I hadn't reached the point where I'd normalized it, and was so beyond horrified. Honestly, the calm, creepy manner he did it, and the joy he got, makes this situation stick out more than the kid who cut up a rat, or the kid who set a frog on fire. Interviewed an elementary student about what he wanted to be when he grows up. He said serial killer. Alarming, but I just responded that he wouldn't work out very well. What about a job? So he says he wants to be a police officer. And it's an interview, so I ask him why. Does he want to keep people safe? He told me he wants to use a gun, that's all. I hope he doesn't make it. When I was around 8, me and a couple friends found a pretty large horned lizard in my grandmother's backyard. I was always fascinated by animals growing up, so I was super excited and examining how awesome it looked. Then my friends beat it to a pulp with sticks and rocks. I screamed at them that they were the worst human beings in the world and went inside and locked the door. I refused to let them use the phone to call their parents to come pick them up, so they ended up just walking home. Fuck those guys. A couple of weeks back, I saw my nephew for the first time in ages. My wife and I had kept our distance because he was pure evil, but it had been so long we felt we had to make the effort and go visit my sister. Well, the little 5-year-old shit was now next level evil, screaming at his mom, throwing things at the furniture, my parents' furniture by the way, they were visiting, kicking their cat, shouting over the top of us if we tried to calm him down. He flipped, shouted until he was red with rage, veins popping, stormed off upstairs after we said he couldn't play in the garden because it was nighttime. My sister was at the bottom of the stairs, and I saw her and thought she would be upset. I looked at her and asked if she was all right, and she just sighed, yeah, as though it was the most normal thing in the world. I asked if she wanted me to go and talk to him, so I went upstairs and he'd shut himself in my parents' room and was leaning against the door so I couldn't get in. Obviously, being an adult, I just forced the door open. He runs to a corner of the room, and I calmly went over to him and made the mistake of getting on my knees to be at his level, and the little crap bag just punches me square in the face. Couldn't believe it. I just got up and went downstairs and said to my wife, "Come on, we're going." And my sister kind of just said, "Okay, that's fair." We had been there maybe 30 minutes in total. Don't think we will be visiting for another year or two at least. When I was younger, I got invited to spend the day with a friend and her family at her farm. They had just bought it, and the parents couldn't keep their kids entertained while they were fixing up the place, so I was brought along. I didn't know them super well, and I wasn't great friends with the girl or anything, but I don't think she had many friends, so I got invited anyways. My friend had a little brother who, after a while of seeing horses and playing tag, suggested we go catch some frogs and toads. I thought that was great fun, so we all did. And then, after we put them in a little area, at least 9 or 10 of them, and the younger brother brings out 2 long, twisty metal poles. He takes a frog out and sets it down and happily smashes his metal pole into the frog, impaling it. I was shocked, thinking, did that just really happen? I was a really sensitive kid, so I started crying and begging him to stop hurting the animals. He told me there was an extra pole if anyone else wanted to impale frogs also. His sister told me he does this all the time and tried to calm me down, but it didn't help because the whole time she was trying to soothe me, he kept choosing the next frog and smashing it. I tried to get the frogs to set them free, but he wouldn't let me. Eventually, I ran a little ways away. I didn't want to be around her brother for the rest of the day. I was too scared or embarrassed to call my mom and ask her to pick me up, so I spent a whole day there, really uncomfortable and kind of sad. My 5-year-old sister was laughing as she held a knife under my baby brother's chin. I was in my room doing homework and I heard crying in the living room. My other younger sister was in the living room not doing anything and watching them while my mom was in the kitchen on her iPad. I was the only one who cared enough to save him. She ended up not getting punished. When I was in nursery, aged 3 to 4, I was a very anxious kid who was really attached to my mom, to the point where I would cry for her for damn near an hour when I got dropped off. To aid this, my mom got me a soft toy, a panda who went by the name of Pindy. I freaking loved him and took him everywhere, including nursery, to help me overcome my homesickness. Anyway, I was messing around on my own because I didn't get on with any of the other kids, and this random-ass girl comes up and snatches Pindy from me and runs off. I obviously start chasing her to get him back, and the evil little shit turns around, pushes me into a wall, and proceeds to choke me with my own teddy. Damn near got away with it since there wasn't any supervisors in the area I was in, but luckily one heard me choking and came to investigate. When I was renting an apartment in the city, the neighbors had a 9-year-old daughter who had learned in school that if you claim a man touched you, the police would come. Well, she happened to like the flashing lights. Saddest part is, she called 911 so many times with this crap just so she could see the lights that the cops started showing up no lights and her mother was fined. It was an innocent kid thing, but also not really innocent, since she would claim one of several older male neighbors was touching her. A couple of them were actually brought in and then released, thankfully without the media being informed of the reasons. Not me, but professor who taught a cognitive psych course a year after I'd taken it. Irrelevant, but the prof I took it with sucked and was kicked out. She had been talking to our substance abuse and mental health professor, very cool dude in my opinion, about how she used to work at some kind of camp for troubled kids. I remember hearing them talk behind me as we were going into the building. Apparently, these kids had major issues. An 11-year-old kid had killed a squirrel on one of these nature hikes. When she asked them why, they said, "I wanted to know what it sounded like when it died." I had this little 4-year-old student that I was convinced is completely sociopathic. He was remarkably eloquent for his age and as sweet as peach pie. When the adults were watching, one of the 3-year-old class teachers informed me he had made a noose and tried to hang another child with it once. He came to me upset. I asked him what's up. He says another student wouldn't be his friend. I explained that not everybody wants to be friends and that's okay. He said, "But I want it, and she should listen to me." If my son is to be believed, it was the Great Chicken Finger incident of 2006. I didn't see the actual crime, but I witnessed the aftermath. My son would have been 13 and my daughter 9. We had been out to lunch somewhere, and my son had a couple of chicken fingers left over that he brought home for later. Around 10 that night, I heard a scream that made me fear for my life. so I ran down to the kitchen to discover that someone had purloined the leftover chicken fingers. The way my son sounded, I was prepared to find someone bludgeoning him. Of course, it was his little sister. She's never been big on boundaries, and they have two distinct philosophies on leftovers. To her, if it's in the fridge, it's fair game. To him, however, those were his chicken fingers. He was counting on having them for a snack, and she had caused his world to collapse in a huge, smoldering heap. As I recall, I made her give up her allowance that week to replace the chicken fingers, but he never trusted her again. Ken finally replied to an ask when my little sister was about 5. I genuinely thought she was a psychopath, still not sure she isn't. Her father gets home from work to find her play fighting with my little brother, and when he walks over to poke her in the ribs and tell her to stop trying to beat my brother up, she runs full pelt to the kitchen, grabs a fork, runs back and stabs him in the arm. Not a soft jab, not even just a forceful jab, but a stab so hard that when she let go, the fork stays upright in his arm. Mom just comes into the kitchen to see this and says, "Whoa, don't you think you should say sorry to Dad?" And her reaction? Laughs at them both and runs back to continue fighting little bro. Still not entirely convinced she isn't a psychopath to this day. A different kind of evil here. I babysat these 3 boys. Kid 1 and 2 blamed Kid 3 for everything, and sometimes just for the hell of it. Their parents would yell and belittle Kid 3 even though he didn't do anything wrong. Example, when I babysat them one day, Kid 2 came up to me and said Kid 3 hit him. So I said, okay, I'll keep an eye on him, and so I did. I watched Kid 3 like a hawk because I honestly had no idea that Kid 1 and 2 were just lying shits. So while I'm watching Kid 3, Kid 1 and 2 said that Kid 3 hit them both. I asked them when, and they said just now. And I told them that Kid 3 didn't do anything because I was watching him the whole time. Then Kid 2 said, if you were my dad, you would be yelling at him by now. I wonder how many things Kid 3 got blamed for and how it affected him growing up. I hope he's alright. There's this girl I remember from when I was around 10 or 11. She wasn't the kid that was killing or hurting animals that I knew of, but I'm fairly certain she was on the path to becoming a sexual abuser. We can call her Jane. I was unfortunate enough to develop young. At that time, I was in a large C-cup. Obviously, that's large for a young kid and pretty traumatic on its own because suddenly you feel like you can't do anything, feel super self-conscious, and on edge because of simply not being comfortable in my body. Well, I'm not sure if Jane was aware of how uncomfortable I was, but she decided that she was going to focus really hard on me, mostly focusing on my chest. Any chance she got, she would be following me and trying to touch me or just staring at me constantly. Go to the bathroom, there's Jane staring at me through the stall. Once even standing on the toilet of the next stall over to stare at me over the wall while I was in there. Every corner it seemed she was around. Even when I wasn't at school, she would follow me around town and just wouldn't leave me be. Then comes picture day. There was a shirt I had that I loved. It was a nice button down, nothing flashy, just something I genuinely enjoyed. Though I was on edge, I constantly tried to ignore the fact that Jane existed and seemed to only exist to make my life worse than it already was. Waiting in line, checking a little hand mirror and making sure I'd like how I look, I see the line is moving ahead. Around a corner, I didn't think too hard about it, but when I turned the corner, there was Jane. She stuck her hand down the front of my collar, then ripped her hand down, tearing a bunch of the buttons and leaving me essentially standing topless in front of at least 40 kids in my class. Jane started laughing, which got everyone else laughing, which of course resulted in my bawling my eyes out. I ran out of the auditorium, instantly ran into a teacher. I explained everything to the teacher. The teacher gets Jane. I'm still uncertain on how this part happened, but somehow I got suspended for this whole incident. Something about what one of Jane's friends said when they saw what happened. For the rest of the time I attended that school until grade 8, I was constantly teased about being a slut, whore, or called a lesbian because of Jane. The worst part about that all for me was that Jane had left at the end of the school year. She terrorized me. I'd say she was the most evil kid I ever met, close to 20 years later, and I'm still super self-conscious about my chest with constant body image issues. I just hope Jane either got psychiatric help or was locked away from people for being like that. What is your town's unsolved mystery? When I was in 7th grade, there was a kid who was a sophomore in high school who just vanished one day. He left school like normal. His parents found his backpack and the clothes he wore to school that day in his bedroom, but no sign of him. From that moment on, nobody saw or heard from him again. I lived in that town through high school and would come home for summers the first 2 years of college. Through all that time, the kid was never found. His parents were still living in the town when I last visited. Heidi Allen, 18-year-old college student, went missing on Easter Day in 1994. She took a morning shift so her coworker could have the day off. She went into work at a convenience store at 5:45, and when a customer came into the store around 7:50, she was nowhere to be found. Her keys and car were parked outside, and there was no sign of a struggle. Her body was never found, and even though there was no physical evidence found, it is believed that 2 brothers were responsible. They were given separate trials. Witness testimony was the only evidence. One brother was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 25 years to serve. The other was acquitted. The imprisoned brother demanded another trial and held by his claim of innocence. He died in prison after 20 years. In 2014, 3 other men implicated themselves in the kidnapping and presumed death. This new information, however, was deemed inadmissible. What really happened? We will never know. The Torso Murderer, an unidentified serial killer who was active in Cleveland, Ohio, United States in the 1930s. The killings were characterized by the dismemberment of 12 known victims and the disposal of their remains in the impoverished neighborhood of Kingsbury Run. Most victims came from an area east of Kingsbury Run called the Roaring Third, known for its bars, gambling dens, and brothels. There's a small cemetery near a school I went when I was younger. One of the graves near the corner of the cemetery keeps getting cracks every so often. The people who take care of the cemetery have already fixed it, restored it sometimes, but eventually cracks appear again. It's probably just some architecture flaw or whatever, but there's this urban legend that the woman buried in it keeps trying to get out. Town next to ours has one. Take it with some salt because no official reporting was done on it. In the early 2000s, a kid killed himself with a gun and then his body was run over by a train with a plow attachment. The gun wasn't found, and a suicide note was written on a typewriter. Here's the thing. He had recently started dating a girl he liked for years. His parents recently inherited a good amount of money from his maternal grandfather's estate and bought him a car. And he was doing well in school, even winning a few records for the district track team. He was reported by all of his friends to be very happy up until a week before the incident. His dad is a local cop, and it's believed his gun was the one used because it too cannot be found and wasn't in his drawer. The local papers didn't report on it, and the coroner ruled it a suicide by gunshot to the head within a few hours of receiving what was basically ground meat they had to scrape off the ice. His half-brother from dad's first marriage, who moved out at 18, was mid-20s when this happened, immediately started posting on forums accusing his dad, who was apparently an abusive drunk, of killing him. He made a MySpace for it, digging into everything, and was working on the theory that his brother caught the dad cheating. The current wife is the woman he cheated on his first son's mom with and threatened to tell. His dad, afraid of losing out on that inheritance, killed him and made it look like a suicide. He then accused the police of covering it up to protect a cop. Some of the evidence. He's cheated before. He was an abusive person when drunk. The note was written on the typewriter on a shelf in the dad's room. The kid made plans for the following weekend. The kid's girlfriend said he blew off a date with her because he needs to see his dad. The coroner literally called it in just a few hours from a body ground up by a train with a snowplow. The gun was never found. The only reporter to dig into it at all was resigned to a much better story that involved paid travel. The older son has documents showing his father beat him and hospitalized him at the age of 10. To add a layer, the older son died a year later after making the MySpace when he was hit by a car on his normal jogging route. The driver backed over him, then rode over him again when speeding off. There were lots of local mysteries, but they ended up solved by the time I got out of there. A couple murders, a missing guy, etc. Then there were the rumors of tunnels under downtown and the middle school, true. The only real unsolved ones were a family disappearance during World War I and a pair of liquor thefts during Prohibition. The family, well, they'd made a pile of money investing in early auto companies like Dodge, and they had an English-style manor built outside of town. In late 1917, they left, telling the staff they were headed for San Francisco and that they'd write with instructions. No instructions were ever sent, And by the middle of 1918, there were a number of judgments against the family for unpaid wages, unpaid bills, and the like. One of the sons died in France, but the other than that, a death record for the mother in the 1920s, they were never heard from locally again. The house stood another 30 years before being condemned, taken by the city, and razed. The liquor thefts, that was a weird one. During Prohibition, pharmacies and doctors used to be the only licensed purveyors of alcohol, and our town was pretty lax handing out the old medicinal whiskey. In 1925, the local pharmacy was burgled and nearly a month's worth of stock went proof. No one saw anything. The owners were sleeping above the store and heard nothing. They hadn't even been particularly thorough. The owner kept a small safe in the basement storeroom and they'd left it alone. So the owner one-ups and has huge jail cell-like enclosures installed and hires a watchman. Neither effort saved him. In early 1926, he was burgled again. The locks on his doors and cages opened without damage. Once again, he heard nothing, and the watchman saw nothing. After the second theft, local and state police were investigating him under the theory he diverted his own supply to the black market, despite the fact he attempted to rattle politicians up and down the chain about the impunity with which liquor thieves and bootleggers were allowed to operate. A flight attendant was found dead in a hotel room. The truth of this may come to light soon, the trials are upcoming, but there was a media frenzy that accused many of the men who were with her that night, despite little to no evidence at the time. So many people on social media were outraged and 110% sure that all of these guys had something to do with it, but a lot of them seemingly have valid alibis. It doesn't help that the police bungled the autopsy and somehow she was embalmed before they were able to properly examine the body. It's shady as fuck. The prosecutor showed quite a lot of bias in publicly calling it an open and shut case. So for a few days, the police department and FIB wandered my town. I thought nothing of it, but it felt odd. I lived near an army base, so I thought this was routine. A month passed and I kind of forgot the whole incident, till the week after the winter of 2019 started. The police roamed the town, but this time it was heavily patrolled when I was out on a walk where the police car stopped me and asked these exact words. "Have you happened to see two figures roaming around here?" Obviously, my introverted self said no. They thanked me and moved on. A year later, I find out that a whole squad of soldiers went missing and were presumably found dead, except 2 people assigned to that squad, and they were suspected to be hiding in our town. The mystery is, A, they were found but the police did nothing, and B, why did the police stop looking shortly after the bodies were found? This mystery was solved, but it took a really long time. My family pulled up the carpet in our house and found a school picture of some kid. It had Ryan written on the back. We dated it to the 80s because that's when the carpet was put in. For 2 years I searched for someone who knew who Ryan was. Nobody had answers for me. I wanted to know about the kid and how his pic ended up under my carpet. One night, at like 2 a.m., my mom and I walked a couple of blocks down the street to see what had happened there because there was a fuck ton of emergency vehicles. We met an old lady while standing around gawking. We made sure we were super out of the way, by the way. I decided to ask her if she knew a kid named Ryan who lived in the old, former resident's last name house. Turns out, Ryan is her nephew. He and his parents moved to Florida right before my stepfather moved into the house. I like to think that Ryan is a happy, successful, and has better hair than he did as a kid, lol. The disappearance of Lauren Spearer. It's a pretty widely believed theory that the boys she was with probably either accidentally or intentionally killed her and got rid of her body somehow, but the body has never been found, and they've never been convicted since there's not enough evidence. There are still businesses in town with her missing poster up, but the parents believe she died that night and think the boys know a lot more than any of them have ever said. The mystery of the rooftop N-word. Someone got on the roof of our local high school gymnasium and painted gigantic letters on it that spells out the N-word. It went unnoticed for a long time because whenever someone goes on the roof to clean, they can't make out what the letters spell out because they're too big. You have to see them from far above. Inevitably, when Google Earth became a thing nearly 2 decades ago, people started contacting the school complaining that when they zoom in on the school on Google Earth, they can see a giant racial slur painted on one of the roofs of one of the buildings. The image reached outer local newspaper and TV news and caused a lot of chaos. The kids, of course, thought it was hilarious and printed out the Google Earth satellite photo and pinned them up all over school. To this day, no one knows who painted that word on the roof. We don't know if they did that in anticipation of Google Earth becoming popular and wanted the word to be seen, or if they just felt repressed and needed to write out that word somewhere where it would likely never be seen, just to let it out of their system. The disappearance of Michael Dunahy. The story goes that Michael's mother had football practice that day. Her husband wanted to watch, so he went and they took their son Michael along as well. When they arrived at the field for practice, he asked to go play on the playground right next to the field. His parents allowed this and he went over to play on it, and that was the last anyone saw of him. This was in the early 90s, and to this day no evidence has been found as to what happened or where he is. The three most popular theories are that he wandered off and got lost, he was kidnapped, or that his parents murdered him. The theory held by police was abduction, but around town the popular theory was the parents did something. From what I remember, nobody saw him at the park except from his family, which a lot of people took to believe that he was never at the park in the first place. A lot of the details are hazy to me because I was roughly his age at the time, and I just remember lots of extra stranger danger assemblies at school and in class. In the 80s or 90s, there was a UFO sighting in the town I live in. I'm a little bit fuzzy on the details, but basically a few people saw it go down in the woods, Roswell style. In the following days, that patch of our woods was shut down and the military came in. They closed that patch of woods and kept people out for 2 weeks, while the official story was that they were building new trails for the Boy Scouts. Manchester, England. Over the past decade, there's been a lot of bodies that have been found in the canal that runs through the city. The weird thing is that a disproportionate amount of them are homosexual men. This has led some to believe in the Manchester Pusher. There are some really interesting books and documentaries on this. One thing's for sure, some of them absolutely were pushed in. There's a really scary call that was made and recorded from one victim's phone to his mother before he went in, and you can hear the splash. The mother also says she heard the killer's breath down the phone. On October 24, 2011, 12-year-old Garrett Phillips was left home alone while his mom went out for the evening with her boyfriend. He was a responsible kid who had been left home before and well known in this community, so they thought nothing of it. Unfortunately, when they returned home, Garrett would be found beaten to death in his own home. The predominantly white community definitely had more than a few race issues, believe me, which wasn't helped when the person the police honed in on was a Jamaican man, Nick Hillary, and his mother's ex-boyfriend, who worked at one of the colleges as a coach and was a very well-respected member of the staff. Though the evidence was anything but solid, and the majority of the town actually believing it was the police sergeant, who was another ex of the mother, and was known, and still is known to be honest, to have anger issues, and didn't treat his mom or him well at all during their short period of time together. Because of the police's insistence that Nick was guilty, it completely ruined his life. Luckily, the evidence was crap, and the case was shaky at best, so Nick was never sent to prison, but he did lose his job, and after the case was dropped, he left the community, and I have no idea where he is now. After losing him, it would be years before another black man would be hired at any of the colleges in the surrounding college towns, and even after some were hired as professors, and even the soon-to-be back president of another college in the area, there's still a very strong feeling of being weary and racism that plagues not only this town, but much of the surrounding area that I live in. I was 16 at the time, so I didn't know him personally or anything, just saw him around occasionally since he was in sports, but from all accounts, he was a really great kid, and he didn't deserve what happened to him. The idea of what he must have been feeling in his last moments, and the fact that his mother will never know what happened to her son, is something that was very hard for all of us to get over. There's still hope, but I don't think this case will ever be solved, even if the police weren't besties with the one most of us suspect did it. Cops and other law enforcement people of Reddit, what were some cases you worked on that made you think, even if for a moment, that something supernatural or paranormal was going on? Cop. Real call. I have been on patrol for several years and love stuff like this. I had a backup officer with me who witnessed everything. Dispatch sent me to a call in a mountain area late one night. Dispatch said the caller reported several people holding a baby above their heads and chanting while standing on her property. The call sounded ridiculous, and I smirked as dispatch gave the details. I arrived at the proper address after driving about 20 minutes along a mountain road. There's not much else up here, and it was extremely quiet. No one walks around out here, and there aren't very many cars driving this late. I walked along a gated driveway through a light wooded area. I found the caller's house, with 2 dim lights near the front door. The house was surrounded on 3 sides by heavy woods. I felt a little uneasy just looking at the house. I knocked on the front door of the house while standing on a large patio. I heard something move to my left, which startled me because it was close. It sounded like a person, something big. I looked to the left and used my flashlight to light up the patio. I didn't see anyone. I continued to knock. I could hear 2 voices inside the house. I clearly heard a male and a female. This made me feel a little better. I thought I heard someone on the patio, but it must have been someone inside. The female eventually opened the door. She was terrified, almost crying. She asked me to come inside and to close the door. She led me to the living room where I saw a very cheap security monitor, almost like a baby monitor camera set up with audio and video playing. The camera setup only provided live feed. The camera was positioned to view the front door and patio area where I was just standing. The audio was silent as I watched the monitor for a few seconds. The woman began to explain. When I interrupted and asked where the male was inside the house, I heard his voice. She looked confused. I said she was here alone. I was surprised because I know for a fact I heard a male's voice when I knocked. I asked her several times and initially thought she was lying to me. My partner checked the house and did not find anyone. The woman said she was reading while sitting on the couch when she heard something over the security camera. She looked at the display and saw 2 people on the patio standing at the front door. She heard knocking at the door and called the police. I looked at the monitor, and although it was low quality, I could see the patio and front door area with decent clarity. As the woman continued to explain, the audio on the monitor went from quiet to extremely loud. We all stopped talking. The caller was shaking. I looked at the monitor but didn't see anyone. Loud audio continued to blast from the speakers. The audio sounded like wind, but it was not windy that night. I asked the woman, "What is that?" And she said, "It's them." I looked at my partner, who was nervous. The woman gives me her cell phone, stating she took pictures of the monitor, showing the 2 people on her patio. I looked through several low-quality pics and didn't see anything. I continue to scroll, and sure enough, I see what looks like 2 tall figures standing at the door. One of the figures is holding something. The figures looked strange, all dark and featureless, in contrast to the video I saw on the monitor. I was in disbelief and thought, oh my god, she's telling the truth. I continued to scroll and saw one figure holding something up over its head. Another picture showed the item at the base of the door with both figures standing near it. I tried to reason, to explain what could have caused these images, but it was pretty apparent that there had been 2 subjects on her patio. We check outside, walking the property to the tree line. I mentioned the movement on the patio and the male's voice from inside the house. My partner asks me to stop talking about it. We finish checking and return to speak with the caller. She says she will be driving into town and staying at a hotel because she's too scared to stay here tonight. We walk along the driveway back to our cars. My partner jumps into the patrol car and takes off. I laughed, but I felt really uneasy, standing there in the dark. I leave shortly afterward. So this actually happened to a friend of mine who isn't a cop in this story, but is the actual family. So this happened maybe about 5 years ago. My friend is in his mid-30s and his wife had a 7-month-old baby and a 5-year-old son. Wife was a stay-at-home mom and dad owned his business and had a very flexible schedule. He would take his son to school in the morning and pick him up, etc. So it's about 11 a.m. They call the cops because they keep hearing a strange sound in the home, sounds like feet or something, and thought he was sure it was nothing. He wanted to make sure. So he says the cop arrives, and the first thing the cop says is, "Why isn't your son in school?" My friend is puzzled and says, "Huh?" The cop says, "Your boy is sitting outside on your lawn." My friend again looks at the cop, strange, looks on the lawn and says, "Officer, my son is in school. I dropped him off this morning." The officer looks back, sees nothing and looks puzzled. At this moment, my friend's cell phone rings and it's his son's school. Apparently, he had had some sort of allergic reaction to some finger paints that had egg base or something in it, allergic to eggs, and became extremely swollen, throat swollen, and couldn't breathe, rushed to the hospital. The cops give them an escort to the hospital so they can fly through the lights and all. Arrive at hospital, and the son is doing fine, is stable, got the little shot to help him and everything. The cop waits to see how the family is doing and wants to check on the kid. My friend is appreciative and lets the cop come up, and he says that he had never seen a paler face in his life, and he said the cop looked as if he had seen a ghost, and said, "That's the kid I saw in your yard." My friend told me this, it creeped me the fuck out. I didn't believe it, but the wife co-signed the whole thing. TL, DR. Cop came to a friend's house investigating foot sounds. Cop saw a kid in the yard. My friend's son was in school. Friend gets call that son is in hospital for anaphylaxis. Cop goes to hospital, says the kid he saw in the yard was in fact my friend's kid. I was dispatched around 3 a.m. to attend a house where the caller was concerned that someone had broken into the basement and was still inside. The caller was a very old lady and she lived alone. As far as she could tell, she woke up and noticed that the basement lights were on and she hadn't been downstairs in years. My partner and I get to the call and the lady is standing at the front door with her walker, anxiously waiting for us to come inside. My partner and I go into the basement, and you can tell that no one had been down there for a while because as I walked, I kept hitting cobwebs that were dangling from the ceiling. Anyway, everything appeared to be in order, and eventually I found the light switch further into the basement and turned it off. We shut the basement door behind us and cleared the main floor too, since she was so adamant that she heard rustling and coughing in the basement. The basement was relatively empty, and I assure you, no one was down there. As we're about to leave, she asks if we turned the light off. I said yes, and opened the door to show her, but the light was back on when I did. I kept my composure and asked her if I could turn the lights on or off from upstairs as well. Negative. My partner and I exchanged looks, and I went back down to turn the lights off again and GTFO. We met up after the call and dug a little bit into the history of the house, and it turned out that a year ago on that day we attended to help paramedics because her husband had fallen down those stairs. Not sure if he made it or not, but nope. I worked as a forensic nurse in a lockup unit in the hospital once with state and county inmates. Had one older, demented lady who swore she was being haunted or abused by a demon she would call Tiberius. So many crazy things happened whenever she was there. Like we'd get into the room, do normal care, leave, and seconds later, she'd start screaming bloody murder, and we'd run into the room to find her looking like she'd been in a fight with a boxing champ. Bloody lip, black eye, markings all over her body. No one ever saw her doing this stuff to herself. Things would get moved around the room by themselves. Like at one point, she was in protective restraints because the doc thought she was hurting herself. There was no way she could have moved or done anything to herself while in these restraints, but new marks would always appear on her tray. Cart would be across the room. The room was secure, so there was no way someone else was doing this. You'd ask her questions and she'd just say it was Tiberius. After she was discharged, we always had trouble with that room. If there was going to be a rapid response or code, it happened in that room. One of the guards reporting that lights were going on and off in a room, it was that one. I am a CNA in a local hospital. One of my patients just had a quad bypass open heart surgery, and I went in to check her vitals. The room was dim and the hall was quiet. I'm looking at her, and in the corner of my eye, I see something drop from the ceiling out of nowhere. It makes a big clunk sound, and I turn to see what it could be. There's nothing there. At that moment, my patient looks up at me and says, "My dad's here," passes back out. I finish my job and leave. When I would go to that floor again as a floater, I would hate to go into that room. When I was 19 to 21, I was employed as a security enforcement officer through a local private investigator firm. I know I wasn't technically the LE you're asking for, but I've always wanted some place to share this story. I spent a 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. shift at an upscale theater, and then my boss called me and told me I was assigned to a YMCA construction site that everyone kept calling out from. The sooner I could come in, the better, he said. So after working 12 hours at the theater, I spent another 3 p.m. to 8 a.m. at that site. By the time I arrived home, it was around 9:30, and I was so tired I could barely keep my eyes open. But I received a phone call. It was my brother. His birthday was that day, and I had completely forgotten about it. My whole family and I went shopping around and then ate at a restaurant about 45 minutes from my house. At around 1 p.m., I told him I had to leave because I just couldn't keep my eyes open. As I was driving home, no amount of music or driving with the windows down would keep my eyes open. I started drifting into the opposite lane of traffic. I decided it was best if I pull over. I looked around and there was an ice cream shop, so I stopped in. It was a weird place for it to be because the highway I was driving on was a smaller country highway and it was on the outskirts of town. So an odd place to put a shop that would seem to rely on foot traffic. There was a woman out front asking if I had stopped for ice cream. I didn't want to be a dick and just tell her I wanted a nap, so I said yes. I went inside and it was rather junky. It looked like they bought furniture from old barbecue restaurants and threw it at random into the building. The same woman was now behind the counter. I said I wanted 2 scoops of chocolate on a cone and pulled out my bank's debit card. "We don't take cards here," she said. She handed me the ice cream cone. I dug around in my pocket and went back to my truck for change. I never keep anything but a debit card on me, but I found about 50 cents and I gave it to her. She said the price was $1.80, but that'll do. I didn't know what else to do because I was half asleep and she had given me the ice cream cone already, despite the fact I was attempting to pay with a debit card as she was making it. I said thanks and walked outside. It stands and eat it. I'm a pig when I eat, so by the time I made it to my truck, I had some already on my face and uniform. Before I could make it to my truck, the woman walks outside to talk to me. "You look troubled," she said, "but whatever you're going through, you'll be fine." I get in my truck and leave this batshit crazy ice cream vendor. I get home and fall asleep. The next day, I'm getting my uniform ready when I see chocolate ice cream on my uniform shirt. The ice cream shop wasn't far away from my house, so I felt I should go pay her what I owed. I pulled up to the building, but it was locked. Their building was empty, and there was a sheet of dust caked over the doors like no one has touched them in years. Former inmate in a small county jail in Oregon. At about 2 a.m. one night, the radio in the pod started squealing really loud, all static screeching. One of the COs came in and turned it down, changed the station, walked back out. Next day, when I was working in the kitchen, one of the nicer COs came in and we were talking to us about what happened the night before. Apparently, on the video of the pod, you can see something of a shadow come out of one of the cells and move to the radio. About a minute later, there was a flash in front of the radio before it got loud. Unfortunately, I ended up back in jail and got placed in the cell the CO said the shadow had come out from. Something about that cell creeped me out. It almost sucked the thoughts right from you. Some edits. I was in jail for being a general piece of shit. Nothing with drugs, touching kids or anything, just being a POS. A time of life I regret dearly. I spent about 11 days in the cell, and after maybe the 3rd, I was asking to get put somewhere else, even protective custody. If you're anything like me, your mind runs 1,000,000 miles a minute. As soon as you walked into the cell, you just felt empty. All emotions, all thoughts, just drained. I work in a pre-Civil War town that has lots of antebellum homes that survived the war. Ghost hunters have been to the town on several occasions. There is this one antebellum mansion that is more of a museum that gets alarm calls semi-frequently. Every time the side door to the house is open and the kitchen has all the cabinet doors and drawers open. Every fucking time. The caretaker says it's been happening since she started looking after the place about 30 years ago. We don't clear it without backup. My dad used to work as a CO, corrections officer, at a rural prison. He drove perimeter, which just means he made circles around the jail in a truck, checking empty buildings for runaway inmates and just generally being bored for 8 hours every night. One night, my dad is parked on a hill just reading a magazine when he starts to feel a thumping in his body. He described it as the feeling you get when speakers are playing a song with really heavy bass and you could feel the bass in your whole body. Anyway, he puts the magazine down and checks his rear view, and he sees someone outside the truck. He grabs his pistol and jumps out of the truck, weapon drawn. When he gets outside, he sees a procession of Native Americans walking through to the truck and directly through his seat, only to disappear at the exact spot he was sitting. He said it was clear they were ghosts because many of them appeared injured. This went on for a few seconds, and then the whole procession disappeared. He called the other perimeter guy on his walkie to try to explain, and the other guy almost immediately stopped communicating. Turns out, the other guy had seen this happen before, but didn't believe in ghosts, so he wouldn't talk about it. I was a patrol officer in a large West Coast city for a short period a little while back. The city I worked for had and continues to have a problematic influx of transients. The first thing you learn when dealing with the homeless populations is that mental health problems and drug use are overwhelmingly abundant. By the end of my stint, I felt more like an armed social worker than a police officer, and that's one of the reasons I left. I've always been a horror movie buff. After The Conjuring debuted, I bought a copy of The Demonologist, the biography of Ed and Lorraine Warren. Ed recounts meeting a homeless man in New York City who spoke as if possessed, page 219, and goes on to say that prolonged cases of mental anguish can lead to influence from otherworldly beings. I'm not sure if I believe that, but I always kept it in the back of my mind. I do know certain chemical substances, DMT, MDMA, psilocybin, can make the user see or feel the presence of spiritual entities. So many homeless people have drug addiction problems, I wouldn't be surprised that if these kids of entities are real, they would find ways to mess with people. One night on patrol, in a two-man car, I was flagged down by a disheveled man standing next to a Winnebago. He told me a woman he didn't know was inside with his son and wouldn't leave. After alerting dispatch, my FTO and I knocked on the door and asked if we could come in. The son said yes, and I stepped inside. The woman looked slightly less disheveled than the son, but I could tell she was either on something or mentally ill. The son was lying very still on a cot, looking absolutely terrified. The woman was quietly mumbling something and fidgeting with empty hands. After trying and failing to converse with her, she quickly ran out of the Winnebago. Neither the complainant nor the son wanted to file a report, and simply asked us to keep an eye on the area. I agreed, walked back to my car, and slowly drove away. About a block down the road, I saw the woman walking slowly and decided to pull up to try to talk to her again. I'm in the driver's seat, and my FTO is riding shotgun. We pull up. He rolls down his window and asks for her name. She says it's Rachel, and begins to mumble louder and faster. The fidgeting intensifies, and the only intelligible things she says is that she's always searching. My FTO calmly and patiently asks her basic questions. Where do you live? Do you know how to get home? Are you hurt or in danger, etc.? But isn't getting anywhere. At this point, I start to feel a little creeped out, but haven't said anything. Something in her eyes told me this is all wrong. Rachel continues to mumble and fidget, but is looking down at her hands. I decide to run a little experiment, because I might not get the chance to do so again, and began mouthing the Lord's Prayer. I'm not actually saying anything, just thinking it and moving my lips. The whole time I continue staring at Rachel to make sure she wasn't looking at me, which she wasn't, and to make any reaction even more unlikely, I said the prayer in Old English, like Beowulf Old English. That way, even if she glances up at me, it's highly unlikely she'll understand what I'm doing. I finish the part which says, "Deliver us from evil," and Rachel stops mumbling. She jerks her head up, her eyes go wide, and she glares at me for the longest second I've ever felt before, sprinting down the street and into an alley. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily anything supernatural, but it sure as hell creeped me out for the next few days. Not a cop, but leasing agent, we deal with a surprisingly high amount of deaths. Brant was my worst suicide and most creepy. I'll never forget him, and he made sure of that. Brant was a weird resident, but nice. Always chatted with me, but you could tell he was hurting from his PTSD. Around Christmas, his packages sat too long in the office for pickup, but I figured he was on vacation. Shortly after New Year's, his parents called and asked to talk to me directly. Manager hands me the phone, and they tell me they haven't been able to get a hold of him for weeks. They live out of state. I tell him to call PD. We're not allowed due to privacy laws, and I grab my keys and head to his apartment. His dog Rocky is barking. I check the front door, and it cracks open. The smell hit my face like a ton of bricks. He's dead, and has been dead. Police arrive. Brant shot himself and sat for 10 days. I had to ID him before they called his family. Rocky started to eat him due to going so long without food. The residents above, on the side, or behind him noped out, and we'd let them go. At this point, I think I'm losing my shit because I keep seeing Brent on the corner of my eye at work, only at work. Sometimes I would see him walk by the office window, and I would yell for my manager, who believed me, thankfully, but could never see him. About a month after we got his place cleaned up and turned over, the apartments around a pair of little Korean sisters move in next door. The apartment shares a wall with his bedroom. At this point, no one in that area knows what happened, and because of Brant being a shut-in, no one knew him or who he was. Cookie, one of the sisters, comes in and asks me one day if someone died in their apartment. I tell her no. She says a man is around her apartment and is distraught about not being able to cross over. At this point, I ask her if she seen him, and she described Brent. I tell her about what happened, and she assures me she'll do a crossover ceremony for him that evening, and also gave me a bit of sage later that day. I never saw or felt Brent again after that night. Serious. Desert dwellers, what's the strangest, scariest thing you've seen out in the sands? Desert enthusiast here. One night, friends and I got to the desert for a 2-night camping trip. On the way there, we were hit by heavy rainfall. By the time we got into the desert, it was cool and damp. We ended up going for a walk in the dark, and at one point my friend says I can hear a snake. I say to him it just sounds like the wind. So he opens the flashlight, and right next to his feet, there's a Palestinian viper curled up in a defensive pose. Snake has orange eyes under the light. Needless to say, we were lucky no one trampled on that little one. Probably the Salton Sea. From a distance and overhead, it looks like any other refreshing lake or reservoir, an oasis in the desert sands. But it's landlocked with no outgoing river, so the salts and minerals just keep building up every year. You head towards the beach. There's a beach of sand and ancient crushed up shells, and the blueness of the water gets darker and darker until you realize that the blueness is just a reflection of the sky, and the water itself is black as tar, and the smell, like rotten fish and spoiled eggs. Dead fish everywhere and flies. You don't even want to get close to the water nowadays, but if you did swim in it, you would float. The salt in it is so concentrated. Honestly, might seem like nothing to most, but I stopped to enjoy a view for a while on a dirt bike and truly got turned around. Couldn't find my trail back for like 30 to 45 minutes and was so scared to leave the ridge I was on in case I went the wrong way. No water on me, and no one could hear me yelling to get a direction. Finally rode in circles until I found my own tracks going back. Big learning experience. I would honestly say it was what I would call to this day the Mirage Man. Note, I wasn't living there, but broke down there. I was somewhere in the California desert when my friend's car died. Neither of us had smartphones, and even then there was no guarantee we would have had a signal. My friend wanted to walk. I said it was a really bad idea. He insisted, and I really didn't want to be left alone for who knows how long without water. We started to walk, and every so often look back in case a car went by. It was perhaps only after an hour we noticed someone off in the distance that appeared to be following us. Friend asked me if we should turn around. I thought this was too strange. We were in the desert, while the sun was up, basically in the middle of nowhere. Why would someone else be walking? My friend wasn't entirely convinced and suggested the person might have struck his car and was also walking in tow. I pointed out that we had been walking for an hour, and this was the first we had seen of him. It was too monumental of a coincidence that someone could hit a parked car on the side of the road and catch up to us this fast. Long story short, we keep walking, but that figure is closing the distance. We were getting genuinely creeped out. We quickened up our pace as much as we dared in the heat, and every glance back, the man was getting closer and closer. Not exponentially so, but noticeable. We found a truck stop not far off and moved just shy of a jog to sit down and get water from the vending machines. My friend kept watching and pointed out the man was now holding steady and not getting any further away or closer. My friend asked the driver for a ride after calling his motor club to bail him out. Our eyes were on the man still there. We got the gas and kept our eyes on the man in the distance. The driver didn't see him. The closer we got to the dead car, now the further the man seemed to be. We made it to the car, with our pursuer nowhere to be seen. Never saw it again. My friend thinks that was death itself, and had we not gotten to the truck stop, then it would have gotten us. Driving home one night, I looked up as I stopped at an intersection and saw a yellow light, exactly like the streetlights on the corner, but above them. Then, just as I was contemplating how that didn't look quite right, it disappeared like it was shooting off into the distance. Could have been nothing. Could have been something. Aliens, stellar phenomena, hallucination. All I know is it was fucking weird, and now I have a UFO story. My reaction was just, that's a mystery that'll taunt me till I die. And then I turned and went home. I want to consider frozen lakes kind of like deserts. I was in the middle of the lake walking my dog on a clear but very windy day. The lake is huge and would take about 2 hours to cross, but I generally stayed near the middle of the lake. At one point, there was a large air pocket escaping from below, but not in the usual way they burst up. They usually look like mini volcanoes of ice, but this one looked like a larger cylinder rising out of the water. To be clear, there is no motion to these things as they slowly rise up over days and are usually 2 feet thick. This one had not burst yet, and my dog kept running on top of it. I was getting nervous, so I pushed her off the top as gently as I could, and then I heard it. A big crack sound that vibrated and disappeared as it followed the crack elsewhere. My life flashed before my eyes as this was mid-January in Quebec. Ice cold, and I'm in the middle of a frozen lake, far from the shore. Upon falling through the hole on top, I was miraculously caught by a sandbar in the middle of the lake and soaked my boots in less than a foot of water. I laughed maniacally as I easily crawled out of the mini dome created by the air pocket. Now, every summer, I try to find that shallow spot with my kayak to reminisce, or thanks for reading. Definitely the 7.3 Landers earthquake in 1992. We were only 2 miles from the epicenter. The experience was the scariest part, but seeing how much the road split, so much we couldn't drive over it and had to turn around. Scariest event of my life. The sound was insane. We were in a one-room tiny cabin. It wakes me up. My friend's dad is yelling at us to take cover. It's so loud we can't hear him, and he's only 15 feet away. We couldn't even stand up. The shaking was so violent. The sound, loudest thing I've ever heard. After it stops, the front door is stuck, and we can't open it. A neighbor came over and helped us get it open. We go outside, and the surrounding valley is silent, with an eerie dust cloud hovering around the local vistas and boulder mountains, basically small mountains that are piles of huge boulders. We pack up and get the heck out of there and head for home 3 hours away. We stop off the highway, which is between Palm Springs and the backside of Big Bear Mountain. We have a huge view of the mountain in the distance. Then a pretty big aftershock hits. Within seconds, the entire mountain becomes engulfed in a huge dust cloud from all the shaking. Later, we find out that huge boulders were being dislodged and bouncing down the mountain. We eventually got home. I had nightmares for months. I'd wake up screaming. I was only 15. I have PTSD from it to this day. I get so spooked, if I even think I feel the ground move, even if it's a tiny earthquake, I have a panic attack and start crying. Checked with my fiance who grew up in southern Nevada about his scariest thing about the desert. He was at his dad's place, outdoors at night walking around getting some air. It was dead quiet except for footballs behind him in the dirt. Didn't matter how or where he turned or what direction. It stopped when he did and started when he started. He was stalked by a puma in his own damn yard. I have a hard time calling it a yard. All the yards I grew up with or lived with were grass and or had fences. Out there, it's just dirt, and your dirt runs into the neighbor's dirt right on the surface, not hidden under the fence or tree line or whatever. A few weeks later, same town, different property, same thing. Stalked by a cougar at night and couldn't see a damn thing. To see a real ghost town, none of that commercialized shit. So after some research on my mom's end, we take them to this ghost town that took a 4-hour drive in a tiny rental car up the side of a mountain with a sheer drop to get to. After an eternity, we get to this ghost town. It's on the top of this mountain, and it was tiny. It lived up to its name and looked real run down. It's so small that we basically can see the whole thing from the car. So we loop around and stop in front of this run-down house to decide if we will get out or just leave. Before we can really discuss it, This man in pants that were rolled down at the waist and rolled up at the pant leg so much it looked like a diaper runs out of the house flailing his arms and yelling. He asks us what we're doing here, and we said we were looking for the ghost town. He perks up and says that it's $5 for admission, and then turns to me and my friends, both 12 at the time, and says, "Kids get in for free," with a menacing expression. He says us gals can go for a swim in his cement pond and starts rambling about how great the pool is, especially on a hot day. We seem to all be in agreement that we would not like the tour or to swim in the pool, so we leave. We drive forward to see that the pool was actually a really small pond that was concretely green on the top. TLDR. A man in a makeshift diaper living in a ghost town at the top of a huge mountain yelled at my family and friends and I, and then made a pass at my friend and I, both 12 at the time. I used to live out in the Mojave, and my dad was taking us to the mall one day. We drove through Yermo, which is this tiny town. There's a whole bunch of abandoned houses out there, a really good diner called Peggy Sue's, a high school, and a ghost town attraction. Well, my dad wanted to show us the dry lake beds out there because we had never actually been on one before. So we drove out onto one, and it's about as exciting as you would imagine. Dry, cracked dirt. Well, we kept driving, and right before we were about to get on the road again, we came across something, and at first we couldn't tell what the hell it was, so we got out and went to look at it. It was a baby stroller, completely decorated head to toe with ribbons, beads, pinwheels, flowers, gems, etc., totally decked out. Like imagine a Mardi Gras float, but as a baby stroller. Not sure if it was the stroller of a baby that had passed away that was decorated in memoriam, or if it was an art piece, or maybe a homeless person's way of carrying around their belongings that they decorated. But it was just there all alone, drifting in the wind sometimes. I have a picture of it on my old DSi, LOL. I wish I could share it here. Just imagine walking out there at night and seeing some big thing scooting across the lake bed covered in stuff. I'd shit my pants. Out in the desert at night, climbing around the mesa near Albuquerque, my friend went running down a hill into the darkness and almost as fast came running back up. Said he ran into a bunch of floating little lights. A pack of coyotes were looking at him and their eyes were glowing from the city lights when he got to the bottom of the hill. We went back home then, watching over our shoulders the whole time. I lived in Australia, not too far country, but far enough, and was in my room on my phone one night and was sitting on my phone. As I was going to bed, I started to hear voices and banging around the house. I thought it was from me not taking my meds that day, and that it was fucking with me, so I went to the kitchen and listened to stuff. But it was still there, and then my brother, who was 7 at the time, came out and was like, "Stop, I can't sleep." And I said to him, "Shut up and listen." It was just saying shit like, "Come closer, don't hurt me," and banging on the back. I'm now 20 and it still haunts me. 1. In Arizona, several times, I've been doing just fine and then suddenly get a guttural, foreboding sense of doom, like a really heavy feeling. It's like the damn panic button sets off in my brain and I get the creeps big time. Never could properly articulate what that was. I could be in the middle of nowhere or I could be in the middle of the city and I'd feel it. Turns out quite a few people do. Cave Creek and the road to Bartlett Lake have done that to me a lot, as well as the area by Thunderbird Mountain. 2. I was at a training facility in southeast New Mexico about 8 p.m. and running the perimeter of the base in the middle of winter. The whole night, I get an odd sense of bad juju in the air that slowly builds. My first lap, about 2.5 to 3 miles, something just said to pack a flashlight in my camelback, and it was like my brain was screaming at me for being such a dumbass and not bringing it. I was running with like 6 other guys this lap. I got back to the barracks and grabbed my flashlight and put it in my camelback. Everybody else had called it quits, and that they were done for the night. I'm about a quarter of the way done with this second lap when I see movement about 100 to 200 meters in front of me. It's damn near pitch black. You can see the stars bright as hell, and you can barely see where you're supposed to run. I stop and shine my flashlight. Just a dude standing there in jeans and a red hoodie, hood up, facing away from me. Doesn't react to the light, big red flag. Just about everybody on this facility has a huge sense of awareness and would turn to face the light, or at least look at the asshat who's running in the dark. I'm wearing my fancy earbuds that can either cancel out or amplify sound while you're listening to music, so you can keep situational awareness and even talk to someone with those things in. I called out that I was sorry and didn't mean to flash him like that. No response. But I tried to blame it on my earbuds. I'm running past him. I try to apologize again. As I'm turning my head to say that, he turns 90 degrees to his right and faces away from me again. The whole time, I'm getting gassed, and I just feel in my guts something isn't right here. I felt like if I stopped running, whatever, he was going to eat me or some shit. Something bad. Just keep running. Don't stop. Get away from this guy. I couldn't get over that experience. Still can't. He never responded to the light, nor my 2 apologies for shining him in the first place. I'm a bit late, but when I was in high school, my biology class required doing a survival trip. We were trained how to survive in the desert for 24 hours. You were assigned a campsite alone about a half a mile in each direction from the next person. I had requirements on how to set up my camp and set about doing that, but I was placed in my account. As the sun began to set, I started my fire and began to settle in for the night. Last bit of daylight faded out. I noticed a glowing ball on the horizon. It looked like the moon. I was amazed how bright and big it was. After glancing away and re-looking at it, I noticed that it was increasing in size and rising fast. The white color turned a greenish color. I quickly realized it was not the moon. As it rose in the sky, it eventually began to shrink until it became a constant size. It continued across the horizon until it was out of sight. I was super freaked out about it, as I didn't know what it was. I'm not superstitious, and I don't believe in UFOs, but that experience had me re-examine in those beliefs. I later found out it was an ICBM test missile launched hundreds of miles away. What moment made you say, "Yup, I'm definitely dead, but survived with no major injuries, not safe for work"? I was a senior in high school, and the student club I was in organized an unofficial beach trip towards the end of the year. No teachers or official permission, leaving me and a few other seniors in charge of supervising everything. After a couple hours worth of fun, one of the other students came running up to me and said that 3 of the younger members of the club had been swept out by a riptide and couldn't get back towards the shore. Me and 2 other of the older students, all experienced swimmers, immediately went to go help them. My friends got 2 of the 3 kids in trouble and started guiding them parallel to the shore to get them out of the current. But the guy I went for was panicking, barely staying above the water, and started dragging me down with him almost immediately. I yelled for people to get a lifeguard and tried to keep both of us afloat, but after a few minutes, maybe 5, maybe 10, it felt like forever, I was getting exhausted, having trouble keeping both of us above the water, and I couldn't see anyone coming to the rescue. I started getting big mouthfuls of water, and my leg muscles were starting to cramp up, and I remember thinking, holy shit, I might actually die right here, right now, as the current started pulling us further and further away from where everyone was. Thankfully, for everyone involved, one of the students on the beach had flagged down a couple of surfers who made their way out to where we were as quickly as they could and hauled first the younger student and then me onto the front of their boards and took us back to shore. I'll always be thankful and appreciative for those strangers who put themselves in the dangerous position of rescuing 2 drowning swimmers. Tire popped, going over a 2-lane road with a steep drop on both sides. My car jerked to the side hard, and my car went sideways. Half my car hung over the side, and luckily it's low, so it bottomed out. I climbed into the back seat and jumped out the back door. Some dude in a truck pulled me out, and I drove on a flat to the other side and swapped my tire out. I survived a car crash that wrecked my car, rolled twice, landed upside down, learned the hard way that I didn't have airbags, or at least they didn't deploy. Did have my seatbelt on though. That probably saved me. Paramedic said he hadn't seen a wreckage like that and have it end well. Not even a hairline fracture. I went out for a surf on a stormy day and thought to myself, no one else is out, those idiots, before being held down by 2 waves after eating it on the first wave of the session, was thrown down and held under, and while being tossed around, my leg rope wrapped around both my legs and one of my arms, so I was probably being held at around 5 feet under with one arm free, while my board tip is barely visible at the surface but floats vertical like a tombstone, finally managed to catch a breath between sets before taking another 3 or 4 on the head, and for sure just thought, well, this is it. No one's out. Fishermen will find my body or my board. Managed to get my other arm free and got to shore very quickly, and then avoided the ocean for a few days even though the waves were absolutely perfect. There's a reason no one was out. Everyone else was 10 minutes down the road at another beach where the waves were smaller and cleaner. I was driving home from college on one of those highways with only one lane in either direction and no shoulder. A guy in the oncoming lane didn't see me as I was in a small car. He thought he could pass 4 18-wheelers in one go and pulled into my lane going at least 90. There was nowhere for me to go. He flew off into the ditch to avoid hitting me head on, likely did severe damage to his car, but I lived. When I was 18, I was driving through an intersection with the right-of-way, going 70 kilometers per hour or 43.5 miles per hour, a man in a blue Mazda 3 hatchback decided to run the red light turning left. He was so close to me that I could see the whites of his eyes, and in a split second thought, I'm about to T-bone this guy, driver's side door, and he is going to die. Instinctively, I yanked on the wheel and swerved to the right and instantly went over the curb and off the road onto someone's lawn. I slammed the brakes, but because I was on the grass, the tires locked and the car kept momentum. I went through their wooden fence and garden and straight into the brick wall on the side of their house. As soon as I went off the road, I 100% thought I was going to die. My life didn't flash before my eyes, but people close to me did. It could have only been a second or two, but time seemed to slow down and my brain was racing. I thought about how my girlfriend would react, what my parents would say, what my friends would think, etc. When the car hit the wall, it punched a few bricks out of place and the entire front end of the vehicle caved in. The windows shattered, the tires exploded, the doors bent into an L shape, and the car started to fill with smoke. However, the radio was still playing Vicarious by Tool. I was concussed by the airbag, broke my nose, jaw, 2 fingers, had whiplash, and my left knee was dislocated. I was in shock and couldn't believe that what just happened was real, and so I just sat there kind of freaking out. A group of parents from a birthday party across the street saw what happened and ran to my car and pulled me from it as they thought I was about to catch fire. The man in the Mazda 3 drove away. If it wasn't for the testimony of those parents who told the police they witnessed the man run the intersection and that I didn't do anything wrong, I would have been completely liable for all of the property damage, and additionally, insurance would not have replaced the vehicle as it would have been deemed at fault. I'm glad nobody else got hurt. I was driving down a highway doing 65 miles per hour and suddenly my car started to shake. I tapped the brakes in reflex and my entire car flipped 180 degrees. I'm now facing oncoming traffic, including a semi-truck. I was so close I could see the driver compartment. I screamed and jerked the wheel, bringing me in front of a sedan with 2 people screaming as they watched me appear out of nowhere. I kept screaming and floored the gas pedal, made it to the side of the road and cried for a long time. I had a blown rear tire. Hitting the brakes was a terrible, terrible choice. Went whitewater rafting on the Gauley River and my raft flipped on Pillow Rock, one of the most famous Class 5 rapids. Scariest moment of my life, but other than unexpectedly swallowing some water and almost vomiting, I came out completely unharmed. Boyfriend finally woke me up shortly after we had fallen asleep in a small upstairs bedroom that had a smoldering fire. After we collapsed on the floor and couldn't find the door that was not even 5 feet away, we kept hitting walls and corners and started to not comprehend anything. After feeling like I was baking in an oven, I laid my head down on the floor thinking I'd never see my son again and how sad it was to die. It felt like an eternity and felt very lonely. My boyfriend somehow found his phone on the floor and called 911. Fire department showed up in what felt like 2 seconds but couldn't break down the front door. They shined the flashlight up to the window so he could kick out the AC unit, which he did. They finally came upstairs and we crawled to them and they took us straight to the burn unit since they didn't know what shape we were in. I'm pretty sure the entire hospital toured through our room since they've never seen anyone make it out. I ate one of those Brock's oval-shaped hard candies. Think they were called sparklets at home alone when I was 6. Got stuck in my throat. I stood there in shock for a few seconds as I started to realize I couldn't breathe. I ran crazily around the room and ended up colliding hard into the back of the couch, which caused the candy to go flying out. Best accidental Heimlich ever. when both the stewardess and pilot at different times came on the loudspeaker of the plane saying they're doing their best to land safely. Then, seeing the fire engines and other emergency vehicles on the runway waiting for us, the plane landed fine, but as it was going for the landing, a weird calm came over me because I knew I wasn't going to make it, and that was fine. The hood of my car came open at 60 on the highway and completely blocked my sight in heavy traffic. I panicked and jerked the wheel a little bit, which caused me to fishtail a little bit. I shit you not. My driver's education teacher's words from 5 years prior rang in my head to lean down and look through the space at the bottom of the hood. I pulled over and used some wire I found in the trunk to keep my hood closed. Anytime you close your hood, make sure it latches securely by pulling on the hood like you're trying to lift the front of the car off the ground. I was driving on the turnpike in my Mazda 3 in the hard rain. It was 3 lanes and I was in the left lane doing 55, and then I hit standing water and hydroplaned. I did a full 360 spin across all 3 lanes of traffic and ended up in the shoulder, stopped. I didn't hit anyone or anything, no one hit me, and one car was so scared with me they also pulled over but didn't check on me. To this day, I'm still a bit scared in the rain. Fell asleep driving through the night with my brothers. They were supposed to stay awake and help me stay awake, but were out cold. I woke up as the right front tire kissed the gravel on the side of the highway, ripped the wheel to the left, and managed only to spin out. Weird thing was, while it was happening, I was crystal clear, fully focused, and totally in control, as if time had slowed down, but thinking that we were all dead. I was drunk and running in the woods when bam, barbed wire fence straight to the throat. The last thing I remember, I couldn't breathe and was passing out, and there was blood squirting from my neck. Woke up an hour later and walked home looking like a murder victim. Oh, I actually have a story that fits. I was coming home from a party at 2 a.m. in 2016 and made a conscious choice to drive through town rather than take the big highway that skirts the city limits. It would add like 10 minutes to the trip, but hey, it was the first time I'd been back in ages. That decision literally almost killed me. Not even 5 minutes after that, the 3-lane highway, really just a wide road, passed in front of a mall, and there was a signal light there. Well, some drunk idiot decided to turn right into the mall from the far left lane, and I was in the middle lane. I had absolutely no time to stop, so I slammed into the side of his car at 65 miles per hour. I remember yelling, "Shit!" and trying to keep control of the wheel to get the car off the road onto the grass before I blacked out for a few minutes. The airbag and the seatbelt combined had fractured my sternum, which took the air out of my lungs and made me faint, I guess. But it didn't feel like I woke up, more so like my vision came back into focus and I was aware. But those few moments I was still kind of conscious and in immense pain, worst I've ever felt in my life. I hurt from the skin of my soles of my feet to my scalp. Every single inch was in pain, and I was like, so I'm dead. This is my body telling me I'm dead. So when I came to, heat hit me because my car was fucked and the engine was as hot as standing in a fire. So I was convinced my car was about to go up. It didn't. So I tried to get out, but the door was wedged shut from the crash and I started to panic. I put my back against the passenger seat and kicked the door over and over until it opened and climbed out. Every single police officer, EMT, and even the tow truck guy took one look at my car and told me, you shouldn't have walked away from that crash at all. The fact that all you have is a fracture and some lacerations is a literal miracle. So yeah, that's how I almost died and thought for sure I was dead, but got lucky. 2 years ago, I was sleeping in my then girlfriend's bed with her and her 2 kids. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, I hear someone walking around in the room and open my eyes to see her ex-boyfriend, who she had left months ago but wouldn't leave her alone and let her leave him, walking to turn the light on. As he turns the light on, I see him grab a gun from behind his back. At this point, I'm thinking that he is going to just turn and shoot me, and I'm worried about the kids getting hit. I go to roll onto my back to get up, and as I roll, I get hit in the throat by his fist. I can't swallow for a few seconds, and I think to myself I need to calm down and try to breathe before I panic. Once I realize my windpipe isn't crushed, I sit up in the bed and tell the kids to go hide in the closet. At this point, he's screaming at me and I'm barely awake. I get hit in the side of the head with the gun, try my best to move with it and sit back up. Screaming continues. Girlfriend is now screaming at him to leave, and he hits me in the other side of the head. Once I sit back up again, he points the gun in my face while screaming. He finally decides that it's not worth it or something and leaves through the door he broke in from, shoots off his clip into a field across the street, and him and his friends drive off. Cops get called and they get him not even an hour later. He's now in prison for 12 more years, and I walked away with just a bad headache the next morning. I thought I was dead the moment I saw the gun, and lucky no one was seriously hurt. The worst part of it all is the kids having to go through it, and how many people tell me they would have beat his ass. Dude had at least 150 pounds on me and a gun. TL, DR. Girlfriend's ex broke in with gun, hit me in the throat, and pistol whipped me 2 times. I had a leg cramp and a momentary blackout when swimming in a diving pool when I was 16. I was really active that I overexert my limit. Surprisingly, I didn't really panic, just the dreadful thought, oh shit, I'm fucked. Funny thing is that I didn't really wiggle my hands out of the pool panickingly like I usually see in TV, just silently sinking. Good thing the pool guard on duty noticed me and went for my rescue by pulling me out. Really wish I thanked the guard more that he saved me instead of me cluelessly sitting outside the lobby after the accident. My friend and I just spent a few days at the beach shack. My friend just got her P plates. She was super excited, so she wanted to drive us home. This was one of the first times driving alone. Being 17, we didn't really see an issue. I rang my dad beforehand and told him I was getting a lift. He said, I don't think you should do that. I can come pick you up. I can drive some of the girls home too. I think you guys should wait until she's had more experience. Of course, being 17, thinking I knew everything, I said it was fine and I was hopping in her car. We were on our way home, playing music and chatting. There were 5 17-year-olds in this car. I was sitting behind the driver's seat. My friend pulls out onto a 2-1 expressway from a country road, like an intersection. We notice she's turned the wrong way and tell her to make a U-turn. She pulls to the side and decides to go for it through 2 lanes. She didn't check her mirrors properly, and a large truck was coming up behind us. My friend got frightened and put her foot on the brake in the middle of both lanes. We were all screaming at her to keep driving, but she was frozen. I remember it was like slow motion. I looked at every single one of my friends. We all kind of shared a moment of fear, like, this is it, I guess. The exchanged looks haunt me, to be honest. We could hear the truck horn blaring at us. I looked out my window to the truck driving toward us. I locked eyes with the truck driver. Luckily, the truck stopped about 5 meters away from us. She pulled away and was really upset. The car was silent the entire way back. It was honestly the scariest moment. I am from a really small town, and I think losing 5 people at once would really rock it. Seeing my friends' faces in that moment, it was actually horrific. I did have a moment of, okay, here comes the truck. It was oddly peaceful. After that day, I have a real understanding that I'm a mortal and can go at any minute. Oh, and to trust my dad. What was your biggest, oh hell no, moment where you saw a situation as very creepy or scary? I used to live in a kind of rough neighborhood. I went walking down the Dollar General near where I lived and saw a guy approaching the store wearing a ski mask. I immediately noped and started walking the other direction. It was then that I realized it was January and below freezing out. I might be a coward. Hard to top the stories from people who've been in the armed forces, but here it goes. I went to a university in a not-so-nice area of my city. My senior year, I lived off campus by a few blocks close to the edge of what most students consider the safe zone. So, one night I'm walking to the other end of campus to grab drinks with friends, and when I reach the end of my block, a guy riding a bike with one hand, drinking a Four Loko, comes riding by saying, "Get off the block, someone's about to get shot." I said thanks and booked it about 30 seconds before the shooting started. Didn't stop till I was on the other side of campus. TL, DR. If a guy tells you someone's gonna get shot, start running. I was driving down a 2-lane when the car in front of me approaching the light swerved a bit into the opposite lane. I look and quickly discover 3 brown bags in the middle of my lane, unavoidable when you are quickly approaching or if the car in front of you quickly swerves. As my car goes over the bags, I immediately discover that they are actually giant cinder blocks from the sounds of it against my car. My first assumption was that some high school kids were being dumb and placed them there. Being a concerned citizen and not giving it a second thought, I pulled a U-turn into the opposite lane to go throw the blocks to the side so someone didn't get hurt. As I do, that a man in all black covering his entire body and face comes out of nowhere, walks across the lane and stares into my soul. Not sure what his intentions were, but obviously not great. I was so caught off guard. My window was down and we locked eye contact for a solid 20 seconds as I slowly drove away. I proceeded to keep driving and called the cops. I looped back around after I saw a cop car and another car that actually was broken down on the side of the road. Clearly the guy was trying to trap people. I'll never know what his intentions were, but it was creepy AF. Lesson learned. My mom has a terrifying story. Every night as a kid, it looked like the silhouette of a head was looking in her bedroom window. It happened every night, so she decided it must be a trick of the eye. They would usually just creep her out. One night, she was just watching this head-shaped thing and grew tired of not knowing what it was. So as quickly as she could, she jumped up to run across the room to turn on the light. A second before she reached the lights, the silhouette moved and ran away, and it never happened again. The time I lifted a burlap sack with the tip of my rifle and found an IED underneath, we had apparently interrupted the emplacement so it didn't go off. The boys in the truck said that they didn't know white guys could jump that high. Back in college, I dated this real pretty girl from a bad neighborhood. I played sports, wrestled, and boxed, so I knew a thing or two about self-defense. I would pick her up once or twice a week. During the day, I never had any problems, but at night, people, gangbangers, were always hanging around. One time, I picked her up at about 8 p.m. The sun was setting. While I was waiting for her, I decided to wipe down the outside of my new car. While I was wiping it down, two young guys, good-looking but with baggy clothes, came up and started asking friendly questions, including why I was there. I told them I was waiting. They asked me to take them to the liquor store while I was waiting. I politely declined, but they became more persistent to the point of demanding. I remained polite and told them I had to go because my girl was ready. They both kind of laughed, then looked at each other. One finally said, "I don't think you understand. We're no longer asking. Let us borrow your car." And he blocked the driver door. I decided it was either give up my car and be left in a really crappy situation, or man up and get the shit kicked out of me. I grabbed the guy leaning against the door and flipped him into the other guy. It gave me enough time to jump into my car and GTFO. I drove straight home. At that time, my pager was going off, and when I got home, I called my girl, and she proceeded to cuss me out about how I hurt her cousin, and he was just playing around. Needless to say, that was the last time I spoke with her. I still don't know if he was playing or not, but who the fuck plays like that? My family used to rent this guest house owned by an old man in his 60s or so, and he lived right next to us. I was 13 and masturbated late one night in my room, curtains slightly open, which I honestly didn't think about at the time. And the very next morning, he was staring at me smiling and said, "You stay up late, don't you?" in a suggestive tone. Maybe it was nothing, but I'm pretty sure he was peeping on me. Plus, my dad got us to move out really quickly, and his reasoning was that he was worried about being around above. This may be sort of mild compared to some stories on here. Years ago, I worked in a hardware store. We used to have this guy that always came in and bought things in bulk, supposedly for contract work. Anyway, he tended to single out certain female cashiers that he liked and would bring us hostess cakes for whatever reason. He always gave off this not quite right creepy vibe that made all of us girls nervous. So we would just say thank you and say we weren't allowed to eat at the register and just put the cake to the side. We never ate them. We always threw them out after he left. One time on Thanksgiving, he even brought us some plates of food. Again, we left them untouched. We sort of half-joked amongst ourselves that he was probably roofing the food or did something weird to the cakes. One day, he came in and gave us our usual cakes, but then said, "I don't know why I bring these for you, you never eat them." That comment certainly did nothing to dissuade our suspicions. Someone was giving away a free mini fridge on Craigslist. I drove there. It was deep in the heavy woods, no one else around. I was already nervous, but I pulled up and saw a hand close the curtains, and there was a sign that said go around back with an arrow. I noped the fuck out and don't need a used mini fridge that bad. I was on a road trip with my dad, a friend of my dad's who we'll call Dick, and my twin brother. We stayed with a family friend who I'll call Kay for a couple of nights. Dick's a funny guy with good stories, so twin bro and I were talking to him the whole time we were driving to Kay's house. When we got there, Dad and Kay went downstairs to the den to watch TV. Twin bro used the restroom, and that left Dick and I alone in the hallway together. Dick slammed me against the wall, pinned me by my shoulder, touched my face, kissed me, and started grinding on me. He said he knew there was chemistry between us and he could tell that I wanted him. Oh, hell no. I was a 17-year-old girl. He was my dad's age. I just wanted to not be bored during a road trip. I spent the rest of the time clinging to my twin bro. I didn't tell anyone until about 15 years later. I didn't want to cause trouble. I thought maybe I was being too forward and maybe I deserved it. This is my mom's story, but Mama doesn't do the Reddit and it's too good, freaky a story not to tell. This is early 90s. My parents are renting a small house in a smaller town in rural central Maine. There's a massive blizzard going on, like only emergency vehicles allowed on the road kind of blizzard. So my family is hunkered down, and my mom has just put my sister and I to bed for the night. We were rather young. As my mom is leaving our room and walking back to the front of the house, she hears my dad talking to someone. As she gets into the kitchen where the main door is, she sees my dad standing in the open doorway talking to a stranger. Stranger is a nondescript dude who is somewhat bundled, enough to hide his features, but not the right clothes for a blizzard. My mom says she remembers him wearing sneakers, which was very odd considering the weather. The man is spinning some odd story about needing to get to the hospital to see his uncle, and that he doesn't have a vehicle, and a friend would only bring him this far. Note, the nearest hospital is at least 30 minutes away in completely perfect weather. Also, there is no sign of a friend or a friend's car anywhere. My dad doesn't say anything. He just starts reaching down to put his boots on. My mom asks what he is doing. He doesn't reply, just keeps on putting boots and shit on. My mom asks him what the fuck he thinks he's doing, still no response. So she comes up and around to stand in front of him and thereby blocking the stranger. She's gone into mama bear protection mode at this point and asks him again what the fuck does he think he's doing, giving a strange rando a ride in an all-out blizzard to the hospital to visit his uncle. My dad stops and looks at her in a super confused way, like he doesn't understand what the situation is at all. My mom turns around, tells the stranger they are sorry, but they can't give him a ride. She shuts the door in his face. My dad tries to open the door and says we should at least invite the man in. At this point, my mom slams the door shut and locks it. Naturally, she immediately walks to the closet door and looks out to see where the stranger is doing. He's gone. We had a pretty lengthy driveway and he's just gone. Also, there were no tracks in the snow, either from him coming or going. My dad is still confused and doesn't understand why my mom sent the stranger away. Now, my father is a guy who has no problem telling people to fuck off, and also is not the type of guy to leave his wife alone with 2 young kids in the middle of a blizzard in rural Maine. He's also definitely not the guy to invite a stranger into his house where his young children are. Later on in the evening, my dad's recollection of the events seemed vague, and he tried to disagree with my mom about him being willing to give the guy a ride or inviting him in. So strange. To this day, my mom gets all freaked thinking about it. A buddy and I worked at a stereo shop when we were younger. Our boss was a shady asshole. I had worked on a car for one of our local big ballers. We had to sublet the car for other work, and I told my boss what needed to be done. Well, he didn't relay that info, and the car broke down right in front of a big club the next night. Big baller came back super heated, and my boss tried to deny any wrongdoing. A big argument ensued. I was working under the dash of a car, and my buddy comes up and says, "We gotta go." I was like, "I'm busy, man, what's up?" He says, "We gotta go, now," and pulls me out of the car. I look up and see Big Baller with a gun up against my boss's head. We were both like, "Later, boss," and left. About a year or so ago, when I was working a really shitty job far from home and didn't get a car yet, I'd have to take 2 buses to get there. I missed my stop because I still wasn't used to taking the buses. I was sitting on the steps of the sidewalk looking at maps, trying to figure out how I'm going to get to work within a decent time, and this older guy keeps hollering at me asking if I needed help. I told him I missed the bus and needed to get to work, and vaguely told him what direction I worked in. He was like, "Come on, I'll give you a ride." He had an older kidnapper-style van too, which immediately put me on edge. I'm not a very confrontational person, and oftentimes I put myself in uncomfortable situations just to avoid awkward dialogue. So I started walking towards his car as he got in. I was about to open the door when I pictured a scenario in my head of him kidnapping me very vividly in my head. I said no thanks after all, and that I was uncomfortable. I still have no idea if he was genuinely trying to help me or was actually ill-intentioned, but on top of the area not being very safe, I just have a gut feeling it wouldn't have ended well for me. Around 3 years ago, my girlfriend was house-sitting for a family friend of my parents. Long story short, it was the summer of her junior year in college, and she'd found a good internship near me, so she lived there while the family traveled all summer long. To set the background, this house is in the rural parts of North Carolina, surrounded by woods on all sides, and the driveway takes about 5 to 6 minutes to drive down on average. Her bedroom she stayed in was directly facing the driveway and out to the woods. The second week she was staying there, I drop her off maybe around 1 a.m. after we have spent all day up in the mountains, hiking and spending time with friends. We say our goodbyes. She closes and locks the door, and I walk back to my car. Not even 10 seconds after I reach my car, I get this awful feeling that something is wrong. And right after that, I hear my girlfriend scream out the most terrifying scream I've ever heard. I rush back to the door, but it's still locked. I try all of the windows and other doors. This house is 3 stories and around 5,000 square feet. Finally, one of the bathroom windows on the basement floor is unlocked, so I climb inside. I rush upstairs to where she is, and right then I see a tall, hooded figure bolt out of the room and jump through the front bay window in her bedroom. I start to chase, but they stand up and run into the woods, so I stopped running after because I did not know if they were alone. We call the police, and they come out and search the outer perimeter, but that is it. After it is all said and done, I ask my girlfriend what happened. She said that she went into the room she was staying in and had her back turned to the door. As she was setting her stuff down, she hears footsteps, and then a voice say, "Finally, we are all alone." TL, Doctor. Girlfriend stays alone house-sitting a mansion deep in the woods. Disturbed individual waited for her to get home and lock up to approach her and say, "Finally, we are all alone." I woke up a little late for school one morning. Normally, my little sister and I would walk together. Because I got up late and saw her grabbing her shoes, I figured she was already out the door and gone by the time I got done getting ready. So I'm heading to the elementary school we would cross every morning, speedwalking. It's still dark, the sun isn't even up yet. And then I hear my sister scream my name from behind me. Edit, it was here, when I heard her yell my name out of fear from behind me, that I had the thought, oh hell no. I turned around really fast and saw her about 3 city blocks back, just under the last lit up streetlight I passed on my way, and a very tall, skinny, bald guy passing her and keep going. I yell her name back and meet her halfway. She was pretty shaken. I was 16, she was 14. We continued to the elementary school and let them know what happened. The man had something in his hand, about the size of a hairbrush, according to Sis, and asked my sister, "Hey, can I ask you something real quick?" To which he said, "Never ask me anything, ever," and started running to me and yelled my name. He might have been harmless. He might have really been holding a hairbrush. He was wearing dark clothes, looked scary, holding something, and was approaching a 14-year-old girl he thought was alone. Scary. I was walking down the street in downtown Sacramento when I saw a man grab his girlfriend by the hair and throw her into a busy street. My significant other and I intervened and called the police. The guy ran off, and then the girl started yelling at my significant other and I to go away and that we were making things worse. She started screaming and yelling at us, so we decided to leave. As we were walking away, we saw the guy pull up in a car and yell, "Get the fuck in here, bitch!" And she tearfully got in. The guy drove off and flipped us off. Cops never came. Whole thing took about 15 minutes. This was years ago, and I still think about it. When I was in 4th grade, my family went on vacation to Bermuda, and we went on a snorkeling adventure outside the hotel we were staying at. The first 15 minutes were wild. I got to see reefs and all these awesome sea creatures and whatnot, but then I get a little closer to the rocks to have a better view. Soon after, this giant fucking moray eel slithers its head out. I froze in fear. I was a tiny kid then, and at the time this thing was massive, staring me down with its mouth open and teeth out. It seemed like forever. Finally, I had enough sense to slowly work my way backwards, and once I felt safe, I swam as fast as I could to shore. In hindsight, it's cool to be able to say I was that close to a moray eel, but I'm surprised I didn't shit myself then and there because I was terrified. After a night of drinking with the bar closing, I get invited back to an apartment owned by a friend of a friend to smoke some bud and drink a few more beers. I've heard about this guy before and heard he was a little wild but thought nothing of it. He was kinda notorious for chopping a guy's hand off with a machete when he broke into his house to rob him. I stepped foot into this apartment and there's spray paint everywhere, like he had graffiti all over the place, which is different, but I wasn't super weirded out yet. Next thing you know, we're out of beer, and my two friends who I came along with decide to go on a beer run, and I volunteered to stay with Machete Man. The second they leave, he starts pulling all kinds of guns and knives out to show me. I act interested and sort of am, but he starts getting weird, like almost in a threatening way. Then he goes on to tell me he is a juggalo, and starts explaining the juggalo culture. In my head, I'm thinking, what the F did I get myself into? Nothing good happens after the bar closes. Why am I here? He keeps insisting I must see his basement and all the amazing graffiti down there. I keep changing the subject because there is no way I'm going into this lunatic's basement. I go out to smoke a cigarette to get away from him, and he follows me out. There's a fucking washing machine on his front lawn, and he spray paints a face on it while I'm smoking my cigarette. We go back in, and thankfully my friends return from getting beer, and he goes from being weird to back to whatever normal is for this guy. I had never been more uncomfortable hanging out with someone before. I ran into him at a bar a few weeks later, and him and his friends were trying to jump someone I knew. I was actually able to stop it from happening because he thinks of me as a friend, so at least something good came from that night.
What has been your worst experience flying in a plane? 20,000 feet, the O2 masks come down, a long silence from the crew. Finally, the pilot comes on and says lots of electrical systems are out and we're landing in a small airport in 9 minutes. The descent was on full air brakes, which made the flight loud and shaking, with kids screaming because their ears were hurting, parents screaming at their kids to blow while holding their noses, adult behind us slapping his thigh, shouting endlessly, "Oh no, oh no." But we got an $8 voucher for lunch at the airport while we waited for a new plane. On a flight from Philadelphia to Denver, late December 1990, as we get about an hour from Denver, pilot tells us a blizzard has closed the Denver airport and we need to divert. We divert to a place called Gunnison County. Gunnison Airport is small, not really set up for large commercial airliners. As we approach, I look out the window and see mountaintops on either side. The captain comes on and tells us to prepare for an emergency landing, meaning stow your stuff, buckle your seatbelt, and assume the crash position, as in put your head between your legs. Now I'm about 14 years old, traveling with my aunt, 2 cousins, and their 2 friends. My cousin Billy and I are joking about the situation, while my aunt is praying with my other cousin. We land and need basically every foot of the runway to come to a stop. The pilot then has to get off the plane and make a phone call because we're basically alone, hours from Denver. They get some shuttle buses to show up after about an hour. Then we begin this 6-hour ride to Denver. That was a long-ass day. About 6 years ago, I was sitting on the plane and I suddenly felt a tickle in my throat. It just wouldn't go away. I'd cough and cough and cough, nothing. The only thing that had helped was ice chips, but even then I couldn't stop. It was miserable. That night, I woke up in the middle of the night with 2 swollen eyes, swollen lips, hives all over my body, hot joints, and a tight chest. I was having some severe allergic reaction to something, which means that on the plane, my throat was closing and I just didn't know it. Of course, the ice chips helped because they were keeping the swelling down. What's weird is that has never happened before or since then, and I'm not allergic to anything that I know of. This was when I was 10 to 11 years old, went on a 9-hour flight and had the middle seat. An older woman sat in the window seat and had a horrendous smelling perfume on, the kind that gives you a headache in the first 10 minutes. She went to the restroom and reapplied her perfume every couple of hours. The smell plus turbulence was enough for me to throw up for the duration of the flight. For years after, I was so scarred that I took motion sickness pills every flight, only to realize I didn't have motion sickness. It was just that old woman's horrible perfume. I was on a nighttime flight 15 years ago. All of a sudden, the cabin lights are turned on to full blast and the captain makes an announcement. You may be smelling a nauseous odor. We have an electrical fire on board and can't be sure how quickly it might spread. We're being diverted to the nearest airport and will be executing an emergency landing in 15 minutes. Please give your attention to the flight attendants as they instruct you in proper crash landing procedure. I would have thought there would be hysteria, but everyone became deathly quiet. I had my 11-month-old with me, and was advised to hold him in my arms and assume the crash position landing as best as possible to shield his body with mine. Everyone on that plane thought we were dead. I was talking quietly to my baby, pointing out the window at the earth below and telling him how beautiful it all was. I didn't want him to die scared. About 10 minutes, then no catastrophic failure, we all began to relax a bit, thinking that the fire was contained or spreading extremely slowly. We all positioned ourselves for a crash landing. The tarmac was ablaze with the flashing lights of fire trucks, ambulances, and police vehicles, all in preparation for a worst-case scenario. We landed smoothly and without incident, thank God. That was a really, really bad 15 minutes. Not my story, but one from my father. He was flying in Russia, and there was a terrible storm during the flight and obviously it caused extreme turbulence. Then the captain turned on the PA system and told everyone, "This is Captain Bezmetrini speaking. We are passing through some light turbulence, so please fasten your seatbelts," in the most monotonous voice possible. Just to note, the name Bezmetrini translates in Russian to undying, as a lightning strike hit the wing, which was pretty scary. Child screaming her lungs out in the seat behind us for the last 40 minutes of a 10-hour flight because she didn't want to put her seatbelt on for the descent, and her useless father telling her stop screaming 100 times, then arguing with the flight attendants by saying, "Look at her, she doesn't want to put the seatbelt on, there's nothing I can do." The saving grace was one very sassy male flight attendant who would walk by every 2 minutes and just say, "Be the parent," to the father and then continue walking. It was hilarious. I was on a small commuter plane, think about 20 seats, single file the length of the cabin, and we hit a wind rotor. I think that's what it's called, off the mountains. It felt like a giant baby grabbed the plane and shook it like a rattle. Hands down the worst turbulence I've ever felt. Other than that, my trips have been rather uneventful. A few come to mind. On a 13-hour flight, my neighbors were a very old Chinese man and his wife who declined to eat any of the airline's food, instead eating some kind of fermented mushrooms they'd brought in a jar with them. The mushrooms stank horribly, and each time they'd open the jar, it immediately woke everyone around them up, and then the smell lingered in the area for a while. Once was in turbulence so bad that a flight attendant hit her head hard enough on the overhead bin and had to be stretchered off. The lights were flashing on and off in the cabin, and multiple people around me were audibly saying prayers. Then, last weekend actually, had a hell of an ordeal with American Airlines, where they canceled our flight, wouldn't answer phones, and couldn't get a customer service rep to speak to us for over 3 hours. Eventually offered us a flight at no additional charge that took off 3 days later and would have cut our whole vacation in half, which we declined. Eventually got us a taxi to an airport an hour away for a different flight while accidentally canceling our return flight, so we basically had to do the whole ordeal over again on the way back. We were flying from Florida to London when one of the engines caught fire somewhere out over the Atlantic, so I had to turn back and land at New York. The engine on the replacement plane also caught fire, so the pilot had to turn back and land at New York. We didn't chance it with the third plane and went with a different carrier. I was 8 years old at the time, and for some strange reason, I'd never had a nightmare before then. My first nightmare was on the third plane back and involved a Mickey Mouse in a glass coffin and an emaciated green version of Thing from the Addams Family. I unknowingly had a sinus infection when flying from Greece to Italy. Thought I just felt terrible from a hangover. About 20 minutes into the flight, my eardrum starts bursting and leaking fluid. It was some of the worst pain I've ever felt. The pressure subsided a bit once we landed in Rome, but I'd almost 100% hearing loss in that ear until the swelling went down 4 days later. I chugged Sudafed like crazy now if I feel any sort of congestion prior to flying. 6-hour flight to the West Coast. Plane was very hot inside. Had 2 small kids behind me screaming and kicking the whole time. The row was 3 seats wide. My row was 3 sweaty fat people, myself included. I had the window seat. Behind us was the mother on an aisle seat with a toddler in her lap. The toddler would screech every couple of minutes and would run up and down the aisle. The 2 older kids behind me spent most of the flight climbing on my seat and playing on the floor, hitting my seat. Their names were super basic names like Jaden and Braden. I learned through the non-stop arguing and screeching fights. The mom did nothing the entire flight, even with requests by the staff. She only said, "This is why Daddy doesn't want to visit us." Finally, something I can answer. I was headed to the Philippines on a 2-week vacation with my cousin. We were in San Francisco waiting to board. Our plane got delayed 4 hours. That's just the start. Finally, after boarding, they had overseated the plane and no one was volunteering. So they started to force people off the plane, and I had been chosen. After some arguing and negotiating, me and my cousin thankfully stayed on the plane. After taking off and eating our dinner on the plane, the lights got turned off. As the flight attendant was navigating the cabin and handing out drinks, she tripped over someone's foot in the aisle and spilled beer all over me and my cousin. After getting cleaned up and into clean clothes, almost everyone was asleep as we were in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It was roughly 3 a.m. at this point. I can never sleep on planes, so I was wide awake. I decided to go brush my teeth and use the bathroom. Being a multitasker I was using the restroom while brushing my teeth. I know it's unsanitary, but being a guy and having 2 hands makes me productive. Then everything went south. The plane gave one small bump warning of turbulence with no comment from the pilot. Out of nowhere, we hit dead air. The plane dropped, and I mean dropped. My body flew up and smashed the ceiling, toothpaste and pee flying everywhere in the latrine. Meanwhile, all I hear is bloody murder screaming on the cabin outside the door. I was on the ceiling for a solid 5 seconds that felt like 5 minutes. We finally hit good air and leveled out. In comes smashing back down and hit hard. Latrine always an absolute mess. I rush out of the bathroom to my seat and buckle in immediately. The cabin was destroyed. People, food, drinks, personal items were everywhere. Seats were soaked, including mine. Ceiling had food stuck to it. People were still screaming and crying. The pilot came on and said that the dead air was no on the radar and the rest of the flight would be smooth. And thank God it was. The rest of the flight was peaceful. But holy hell, was the first half of a 10-hour flight miserable. Thankfully, I always packed 2 changes of clothes on carry-on for an international flight, so I had another clean pair to change into. DR, 4-hour delayed flight. Almost got kicked off due to overbooking, beer spilled all over me, crazy turbulence which caused pee and toothpaste to go everywhere, and hearing bloody murder, and then a messy cabin for the remainder of the flight. Always wear a seatbelt even when the sign is turned off. Leaving out of San Juan, coming back to the States from a very nice vacation, 30 minutes into the flight, hear a loud boom. The plane immediately loses altitude. The flight attendants start crying and running down the aisle. I was with my girlfriend at the time, and I was really trying to maintain the macho, it's all good persona. Meanwhile, the guy to my right is screaming and scratching at the window. I can only imagine what is going through his head. To top things off, and maybe I should have led with this, I look across the aisle out the window and the engine is on fire. So after what felt like an eternity, the plane leveled out and we were then left with what I wish was dead silence. Instead, there were babies crying, obviously sensing the stress in the air, flight attendants crying, and worst of all, this whir sound that sounded like to all of us that the other engine would be imminently shutting off. Finally, the captain came on the loudspeaker and in a cracking voice stated that we would be returning to San Juan. That 30 minutes back were probably the longest of my life. I read probably 10 chapters in my book and don't remember a thing. I do remember looking for someone who seemed to be unfazed, so it helped me calm my nerves, and I noticed a gentleman 2 rows up across the aisle who seemed to have his stuff together, but I realized afterwards when I had time to reflect that he looked at the same page of his newspaper for the entire 30 minutes back and didn't move a muscle. The finale, the landing. Believe it or not, we landed without incident. There were a multitude of fire trucks and ambulances waiting for us on arrival. There was the obligatory clapping when we came to a stop, but this time it was different because people who were strangers an hour earlier were hugging and crying together. So we get off the plane. You're gonna hate me, but I just don't remember if we took the bouncy house slide down. It's been 15 years, and it was a lot to process that night. We get into the concourse off the walkway, and I'm not quite sure what I was expecting, but what we got was one gate person working at the airline who said, "Yeah, the same thing happened last week," to one of the other flyers. Also, I found the flight attendant who went flying down the aisle, and I shared with them that I was always taught everything is okay and normal, just watch the flight attendants and you'll see. And when he did that, I knew we were in trouble. He then proceeded to tell me he never did that and stormed off. They paid for 1 sleepless night in a hotel in downtown San Juan. We went to a tapas restaurant and I tasted nothing. We woke up and boarded the same airline early the next morning. It was terrifying. Thanks for letting me unload this hell of a memory. Japan Airlines, 8-hour flight to Australia. Probably the best and also worst flight I had been on. Best as in there were literally only 20 passengers including myself, a fully staffed crew, and the catering was stocked. We got to sit anywhere we wanted, and they allowed us to stretch out over 3 seats and sleep. The sake and food was flowing because they had enough for a full flight. Sounds like heaven, right? Wrong. 50 minutes in, a strange older couple comes and sits in the seats behind me. They had the whole plane to themselves, but decided to sit there and be loud AF. I put my earphones on and ignore them. A few minutes later, they come and sit right next to me and begin to talk to me about how awesome it is having the plane so empty and if I like new things, because they only like new and exciting things. This went on for about 30 minutes. At this point, I'm trying to be polite and tell them I'm going to move to another seat to read my book. I moved as far away as I could, asked for some more sake and sat down. Wouldn't you know it, 10 minutes later, there's the old couple again and again sit right next to me. This time, the crew were handing out food, so they just decided to come over and have it with me and keep talking about their incredible book they had read called The Matrix. I get a 1.5-hour lecture on why Dragon Air is evil and how the moon is hollow and sounds like a bell when you ring it. I try to eat my food in peace while they go on about new and exciting things. After a couple of times moving to a different seat and them not getting the hint, I just wanted to be left alone. I gave up and I told them I was going to watch a movie. The guy kept interrupting me every chance he got, and on top of it all, his wife was doing this weird chicken dance in front of me every 30 minutes to avoid getting DVT. I will never forget it, and it will haunt me for the rest of my life. Last hour of the flight, they fell asleep, and I legged it to a seat right at the back in a random place and finally had peace. Empty plane ride was already ruined, so I just ordered more sake and made the most of it. Flying to Orlando for a fun family trip to Disney. A few minutes before boarding, I felt a twinge in my lower abdomen, then the feeling like I had a massive fart coming, only I knew it wasn't a fart. I raced to the bathroom and my ass exploded right as my hands touched elastic. After venting what felt like all my internal structures, I threw away my destroyed underwear and rushed aboard. That's when the nausea started. I have never felt so bad in my life. The wheels of the plane had barely left the ground, and I was up and running to the bathroom to a chorus of, "Sir, sir, you have to remain seated with your seatbelt fastened." Nope. I got into the bathroom and hurled chunks for most of the flight. Landed, felt like I had run a marathon, and then gone 9 rounds with Mike Tyson. Got to the place we were staying, and that's where I lay for most of the week. Missed everything. One of the worst experiences of my 47 years. I still can't believe how fast it came on. I went from 100% fine to an explosion of bodily fluids in a couple of seconds. What's the worst thing that's happened on your job? Serious. Not safe for work. Had someone jump off the roof on a very windy day. He was actually blown around the corner of the building to another roof, where he promptly broke both of his legs. Now no one's allowed on the roof anymore. It was used for smoking and cooldowns, and you can still see the dent in the roof where he hit. I used to work in a low-volt integration, wiring smart homes. Being the lead pre-wire technician, I was in charge of all pre-wire installations unless a more experienced tech was on scene. Being just 23 to 24 at the time of employment, I was the one to usually go into crawl spaces and attics since most of the older guys didn't want to do it. Over a year and a half working there, I've been bitten by 2 brown recluse spiders and 1 black widow spider. I still have a scar on one of the brown recluse spiders who bit me on my side. Luckily, it was just my side that got bit, and I'm a healthy young adult. Otherwise, I could have lost something. The brown recluse has no antivenom in the entire United States. Work as a nurse in an ICU. 2 of my coworkers found out while on shift that they were with the same guy. Proceeded to physically fight each other in the hallway. Meanwhile, there's a patient coding in cardiac arrest down the hallway. And, I'm not embellishing, another patient's family set the trash can on fire in their room during the code. It was a wild, wild night shift. Colleague was absent from work for a couple of days and wasn't answering their phone, so manager and I went to their home. The building manager gave us a key to their apartment, totally illegal of them, I know, and we opened it to find our colleague dead. Already at the door, I could smell something sickly sweet, and I knew in my heart they were dead. We had to wait for the ambulance service to come declare them dead. Turns out they were sick for days and didn't contact a doctor or anyone else, just slowly wasted away at home. I will never forget that first look into the apartment. Had a guy have a massive heart attack between two furnaces in a remelt department. It cooked him. His skin split like a hot dog on the grill. It was terrible. Also had a guy that had an air pocket in a molten pot. When the air pocket reached the surface, it blew out and rained molten metal on him. We had to chase him down to get him in the safety shower. Same place had a guy commit suicide in the parking lot because his wife was cheating with someone on her shift. I worked in a nursing home years ago, and we had a patient with dementia who was a lot of work, constantly trying to get up, screaming, throwing things, spitting, hitting. We'd rotate staff as a one-to-one to keep him safe. Well, one shift, his sitter got tired of the constant yelling and moving and medicated him from her own stash. Gave him his personal supply of Ativan and oxycodone to knock him out. It did work, but she was immediately escorted out of the building and lost her CNA license. I spent 3 months doing an internship at a mining company. The guy fell from a 30-meter ridge and died on the spot. Rumor has it that he actually jumped because he fell head first, and people said that if you're not looking to end it all, you always fall feet first, or at least instinctively use your arms to break the fall, for all the good it will do you. But nope, eyewitnesses say that they saw him crashing down with his head. I never saw the scene or the aftermath, but apparently it wasn't pretty. The company gave 2 weeks paid leave to those who witnessed it. I also got another one, though on a much more lighthearted note. I used to be a math tutor for high school kids back when I was in uni, and I was teaching this 15-year-old kid, Chris, who had a 20-year-old sister who still lived at home. I was going over a geometry problem with him one day when his father started screaming in the living room, calling for the daughter to come out. They had an epic fight, with him calling her every name in the book, while Chris and I were cowering in his room trying to figure out what was happening. Turns out, his sister had cheated on her ex-boyfriend, and he found out a few months after the breakup. Instead of being the bigger man, her ex decided to mail them all nudes he had amassed during their time together, along with a note telling her that he found out about the cheating. Usually our lessons lasted 1 hour, but I ended up staying 3 hours that time because the fight lasted so long, and I ended up sneaking out. I didn't want to trouble them about paying me that time. They already had enough issues. Air traffic controller. Didn't happen to me, but I was working that day and heard the replay. Couple takes off in bad weather and get more ice on their wings than they can handle. They dropped like a rock and screamed on frequency the whole way down. The worst part is the other planes may or may not have heard it, and you have to keep talking to other planes like nothing happened until someone relieves you. I was a lifeguard, and one evening I'm on the closing shift with my manager. Pool is all but empty as we're 10 minutes to close, and it's dark around 8:50 p.m. I head inside the pool house to clean up for about 20 minutes until I hear shouting out by the pool. I briskly walk, not run, out to the pool deck to find my manager yelling at a single guy to get out of the pool, except the man is yelling back that he can't because it feels too good. My manager yells at me, 17-year-old female at the time, to get back and call the cops. The individual had been pleasuring himself in front of the jet in the pool before I even started my closing duties, and my boss had been trying to talk him down. Finally, we told him the cops were on the way, and he jumped out, hopped the fence, and ran away. This was a nice family neighborhood, and he was immediately banned. I'm a jazz classical pianist. One time, while playing in a pretty high-end cocktail bar, I noticed an older man collapse at his table out of the corner of my eye. He was sitting alone, and either very few people noticed or no one cared. Either way, nobody made a scene. I ended up speaking into the mic, "Do we have a doctor on the floor?" One woman came up thinking something was wrong with me, and I pointed her to the other section where the man was sitting. At this point, staff was gathering around. Later found out he had had a heart attack and was okay. Crazy to me that he was in a crowded venue and no other patrons cared enough or paid enough attention to get him some help. One of my managers was having an affair with one of her subordinates. They got caught making out while at work by another associate who reported them to HR. The manager convinced HR that she caught the associate stealing, and they made the story up to cover for themselves. HR sided with the manager, and they fired the reporting associate on the spot, despite having no proof. 2 months later, she got caught again with a different subordinate and reported, but HR refused to take action because it would mean admitting they fired the first employee wrongfully. Instead, they promoted her to an unfilled position in a different department. I left shortly after all that, but a friend tells me she still works there, got promoted again, and just got married to the fiance she cheated on twice. Corporate HR are wolves dressed as sheep. Never think otherwise. Barista here. There was this old woman who would come in several times per week. She'd stay for hours at a time and never bought anything, just a glass of water and a place to sit. This woman was at least 90 and was clearly losing her memory and seemed fairly confused at all times, so I felt bad and let her stay. The first few times she'd just drink her water and leave, but then she started using the restroom. Now I can only assume this woman used diapers and perhaps didn't quite remember when it was time for a fresh one, because every time she'd use our bathroom, there'd be poop. Not in the toilet, on the walls, floor, door, trash can, sink, exterior of the toilet, any combination of these. She'd obviously tried at least a little to clean it up, but her poop persisted. We started calling her Poop Granny in secret. I've spent hours of my actual life cleaning this woman's poop off various surfaces. So many hours that my manager banned her. However, because she had memory issues, I had to tell her not to come back at least 5 times. Teacher here. One day during lunch, a 4-year-old raises her hand. She said that the boy next to her said that he was going to go to her house, kill her mom, and bury her in the yard while the girl watches. Me, knowing immediately I need to report this, but trying to console the girl, I said, "That would upset me too if someone said that, but sometimes people say things they don't mean to hurt us." I'm cut off by the boy in question. I did mean it. I'm going to kill her mom. Of course, when I reported it, it was brushed off. Kid was a known behavior problem, actually led a teacher to quit, and our disciplinary action was, don't pay attention to him, and when he's good, reward him. I couldn't even hug the girl to make her feel better. Edit. Wow, that's a lot of comments, lol. Like I said in my post, this kid was a known behavior problem child. His original teacher snapped and quit 2 months after school started because she was tired of getting beat up, bit, spat on, etc. This is also not the norm at my school. I've made it clear to my admin that if a student ever threatens me, hits me, or hurts me, and if that child remains at that school, that I'm done. I love teaching, and I love kids, but that would be too much. The kid's voice still haunts me to this day. My brother and I owned a restaurant together for 7 years. One night a lady came up to pay her bill. My brother was helping her while I was standing next to him making small talk as we did with all our regulars. Out of the blue, she says she is so sorry, and then before she could cover her mouth, fully projectile vomited through her fingers into my brother's mouth and on his face. I let out a "Jesus fucking Christ" and ran to the hills while my brother was screaming a bunch of "Oh no, 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 no." He ran into the kitchen and started pouring soap into his mouth. He still gags if I bring up that story. Ugh. I work EMS. We went to the beating death of a child. We had to attempt resuscitation for 20 minutes as on arrival, he had several reversible causes of cardiac arrest, so we reversed those as best we can. Continue with resuscitation. Goes asystolic, flatlined, and we have to declare dead on scene. Worst part, it was his dad who beat him to death. I know all those who attended, myself included, have suffered as a consequence of this incident. Many of us have developed very poor mental health because of this incident. Those types of jobs are rare, and when you get one, they never leave you. Not on the scale as everyone else. I was a waitress years ago, and someone placed a metal wine cooler on top of a cupboard. When I opened the cupboard, the cooler fell on my forehead and split open between my eyes. I didn't realize it was bleeding until I went out to serve someone, and they were like, "Are you okay? Your head is bleeding." And then I said, "What do you want to eat?" And he said, "I'm not hungry anymore." Used to work filming surgeries. One time for a routine surgery, we were setting up in the OR while they were prepping the patient in the same room. As we're finishing up setup, suddenly a bunch of alarms go off and everyone is rushing around and shouting since the patient just suddenly died. It took a couple minutes, but they were able to revive her. It turned out she had a really bad reaction to the anesthesia. She didn't remember anything bad happening. It had to be weird to wake up to your husband and other medical people telling you had died. Bonus, in a really ill-advised surgical blooper reel I was asked to make, I came across footage of these very British surgeons rasping a femur, basically using a metal device to hollow out your leg bone so they can put a metal device in for a hip replacement. and apparently being a bit too aggressive with the rasping. You hear this crack sound. They just stand there for a couple of minutes, and one of them says, "Well, that wasn't ideal." To give an idea, they had just split the femur, fairly rare, meaning the person would likely need multiple additional surgeries and probably wouldn't ever walk normally again. I didn't have the specifics, but my guess is they weren't measuring properly and would also face a lot of questions, lawsuits, and possibly get in trouble with their hospital if they were found negligent. When I worked as a cashier at Home Depot, I was outside in the garden center, saw this guy drive his van really slowly from the lumber exit all the way across the parking lot to the other end of the store where I was, and park before getting out and just kind of laying in the grass. I was like, "You good, dude?" And he wiped his forehead and said, "Yeah, I think I'm having a heart attack." And I was like, okay, one sec. So we called 911, and then I had to call the manager and let him know. But I was super nonchalant about it on the phone. So when I said, "Hi Matt, there's a guy having a heart attack in garden," he was like, "What? What do you mean, hello?" So that was kind of funny, but also not for that poor man. Never got news if he was okay or not, because my shift ended about an hour later. There was also a lady who tried to step over this makeshift fence we had that we kept the trees in the parking lot. It was only about 2 feet tall, but she got her toe on it and fell and broke her leg. There's also this lady named Cheryl who thought she was hot shit because she married to a retired football player who came in and started beating one of our plant vendors. And when we told her we were calling the cops, she tried to angrily drive her SUV away, but accidentally backed into a pallet of ceramic pots and then pulled forward and smacked into the front end of a cop car. They found a flask of Jack in her purse and she was arrested, which is fine because she was crazy. She used to buy $600 worth of plants and then return most of them a week or so later. Everyone hated her. At my latest job, a customer pulled a knife on a manager because he, thief, set off the alarm as manager was walking back into the store. It was an 8-inch carving butcher's knife. No one got stabbed, luckily. He just let the dude go. 10 years ago, in between career paths, I got a job in a hospital as a telemonitor, someone who monitors heart rhythms all night and looks for signs of heart attacks or problems. During orientation, they told us that if they page Dr. Strong to a specific part of the hospital, that means a patient is being combative. As a small rural hospital, each floor would have to send 2 employees to attend the Dr. Strong. On my first day on the telefloor, a Dr. Strong was called overhead, and my new coworkers thought dive in head first was the way to go and sent me. Now, after years in that place, I've attended thousands of these events, and sometimes they're nothing, and sometimes it's like Fight Club at work, but nothing comes close to the first one on my very first day out of orientation. I and my coworker, a CNA named Sean, head down to the emergency room to attend the Dr. Strong call, and a scrappy 4.5-foot woman who was clearly addicted to substances and had lived a rough life decided to go into one of the trauma rooms and rip the morphine line or IV directly out of what I can only describe as a giant Norse Valkyrie of a woman and shove it in her own vein. Just shove this woman's bloody needle into my own arm and hopefully get high. Well, the lady who had the IV in was none too pleased to wake up that way. She was in a trauma room getting morphine. I'm not sure what her issue was, but that's not something they do on a whim. She woke up, saw what was happening, and stood up, easily having 2 feet over this other woman, and just started beating the ever-loving shit out of her. Scrappy addict woman was not going down without a fight, clambers onto her back like a goddamn spider monkey, and starts wailing on the back of the head of this woman like it's a speed bag. Both of them have blood all over them, from ripped out IVs and shoving IVs, and from just straight punches to the face. Valkyrie had a black eye and cut lip, but Scrappy Addict's eyes were both swollen shut from the beating by the time we pried them off each other, restrained them, called the cops, and gave statements. Day 1, my healthcare journey. Edit. A few people have pointed out how morphine and IVs and such don't have needles, so this seems false. But I wanted to point out I was a telemonitor, and I have no idea how IVs and things work, and I respect everyone who does. The Dr. Strong was called because there was a kerfuffle, and I was involved in breaking up 2 bloody women who had arm wounds and pretty beaten, swollen faces, but I didn't see the start of the tussle. I worked on the 2nd floor and didn't know anyone there really on day 1, so I had to rely on the unit secretaries, CNA, and whatever nurse was hanging around to give me the impetus for the fight. I know that the woman who was Scrappy was a known addict who tried all kinds of shenanigans in the ER and likely had an IV in, and tried to put in whatever was in the Brienne patient in her own arm, hoping it was a way to get high. When she pulled the tubing, though, it ripped out the I had snoo-snoo sized woman, so even if it was morphine, she wouldn't have gotten anything out of it before the near instantaneous fight. She was clearly desperate for that high, and as someone else pointed out, likely got the very thing she craved while recovering from her beatdown before being remanded into police custody. When I spoke to the police, it was a quick snippet to explain how swollen their faces already looked before we broke them apart, but I got to lose like an hour and a half of my shift in this nonsense. Lady left her young kids in a bookstore where I worked. It was a big store and sort of crowded and labyrinthine, and the children's section was full of toys. She would go to her car at first to smoke cigarettes. The assistant manager spoke to her about it, so she sort of figured out his schedule and didn't do it when he was there. She eventually started staying gone for longer and longer. One night it was time to close, and when a coworker went to tidy the bathrooms, there were the 3 kids. The oldest was reading to the 2 little ones. The cops found her sitting in her car at the mall, just sitting there. I worked at a very popular sandwich shop, known for its fresh eating. The owner of the store hired me, and within a month I was a closer. Soon after, I was the main closer. I ended up getting all the responsibility of a manager without any of the authority or recognition. One day, a guy walks in and means to speak to a manager. Being the only one there with anything close to that responsibility, I ask him what I can help him with. He says that his sandwich that he ordered online is messed up and that he needs a refund. I inform him that we can't do refunds, but I can give him credit for the next time or make him a new sandwich now. He proceeds to start screaming, saying that if I don't give him his money back, I'll regret it. I inform him that if he doesn't calm down, I'll have to get the police involved. He attempted to climb over the make line to grab me, but luckily I was able to back away and stay out of his grasp. He ended up throwing his phone, hitting me in the face, and cutting my eyebrow open. Luckily, another customer had called the cops a while ago, and they walked in just then. I think it goes without saying that he got arrested, and I pressed charges. And yes, the owner did berate me, saying I need to work on my people skills, or that wouldn't have happened. He also wrote me up. TL, DR. Hangry customer isn't happy I couldn't refund him, assaults me, I get in trouble for it.
What is your creepiest supernatural experience? I've had a couple of weird experiences. The first was when I was in Gettysburg and doing a night tour of the battlefield. I was with a group of friends and walking down a trail when I see what I think is one of the many reenactors dressed as a soldier and sitting on a horse a few hundred yards away. I thought it was a bit odd that he was all by himself. As we kept walking, he didn't get any closer, but at the same time, he seemed to get a bit fuzzier. At this point, I ask a few of the friends I was with what they see, and they all say the same thing, a reenactor on a horse, but kind of fuzzy, like there's fog there, even though there isn't. Then he just faded away, horse and all. The second was in my room at my parents' house. My room was in the basement, and it was separated from the stairs by one of the hinged folding screens. One night, I woke up but wasn't sure why. There was some light filtering down the stairs, so it wasn't pitch black, and I felt but didn't see or hear something coming down the stairs. Half the staircase is completely blocked by a wall. After that, the wall opened up, and it was just a railing the rest of the way down. Right at that point is also where the screen touched the stairs, and there was a couple of square foot gap. When it got to that point, it blocked out the light, and I could see the silhouette of a woman. She turned right at the bottom of the stairs, which led her behind the screen and to the opening to my room. As she passed each of the gaps between the screen panels, she again blocked out the light. This seemed to take forever to happen, and I was terrified and just sitting there frozen in bed. There were 4 panels, and after she passed the gap between the last 2, nothing else happened. She never appeared at the actual opening. She was just gone. Apparently, the second from the last owner of where I live died in the house. I always get an eerie feeling of presence where I feel like someone else is in the house with me. I'll sometimes hear things downstairs like doors being opened, someone walking around in the basement, chairs being pushed across the floor. Nothing ever moved though. The doors will still be closed, the chairs where they should be. But one night, I woke up to the sound of someone clearly walking up my hardwood staircase, slowly, one step at a time but crystal clear. I thought it was a home intruder and grabbed my handgun, ducked behind my bed, and pointed it out the door and down the hall where they'd appear from the staircase as soon as they reached the top. But no one appeared. The sound stopped at the last step,
and when I gathered the courage to push forward with my gun still pointing at the stairs, I found I was home alone. Doors still locked, no one in sight, no signs anyone but me was home. My friend and I found a Ouija board in his older brother's room while looking for a video game. We decided to try it out, but nothing happened. Later that day, we got bored and looked up information about Ouija boards and learned to do a session you need candles. So, we got a bunch of scented candles and tried it again. When it began to move, we both obviously suspected the other person of being messing with us. We asked a few basic questions. One thing we asked was, "Are you a ghost or a demon?" The board responded, "Demon." We asked, "Are you real?" The board responded, "Yes." Then my friend asked to prove that they were real. Okay, look up the Finding Bigfoot intro, and at the end of it is a Bigfoot roaring. That roar is the closest sounding roar I heard to what we heard from his garage downstairs. Then we heard the sound of hooves coming from downstairs. It sounded like a draft horse was wandering around his kitchen. We locked ourselves in his room and waited for his family to come home. The scariest hour of my life. I was driving on the freeway by myself on a sunny summer day. I looked down quickly to adjust the stereo volume, and when I looked up, the day had completely transformed. There was a thick fog, and the semi that had been driving about 50 feet in front of me seconds before was on its side, sliding sideways toward me. I felt this pure terror, and I knew I was going to die, and thought of my daughter and was devastated about leaving her. I opened my mouth to scream or gasp or something, and suddenly the scene was back to normal. The day was sunny again. The semi was still in front of me, driving normally as nothing had happened. I was sober and have never hallucinated. It felt absolutely real. I was shaking so hard I had to pull over. I still have no idea what happened, but I'm convinced I died in an alternate reality that day, and I never drive behind semis anymore. When I was in second grade, I had a dream one night that I was in school. I remembered the lessons we had that day and the subjects we went over and the clothes my classmates were wearing, etc. Basically, school happened as normal in my dream. The next day, I woke up and went to school thinking nothing of the dream. However, the date written on the whiteboard was the same as what I remembered from my dream. All of my classmates were wearing the same clothes. The lessons were exactly what happened in my dream, etc. Even when we went to the computer lab, everybody sat at the exact same seats. Kind of odd. I used to work at a daycare that was once a hospital. In our room, one of my coworkers had made this little canopy-looking thing, similar to the ones you would see in a child's room above the bed, by attaching thick curtains you couldn't see through them through a hula hoop and attached it to the ceiling. The kids loved hiding in there or playing in there. One day, I see the curtains thrashing about pretty wildly but didn't think anything of it because that's what the kids often did. I saw my coworker frowning and looking around the room. She said to me, "Hey, who's in the curtains? All the kids are on this side of the room." I counted the kids twice, and she was right. So I went over to that side of the room, which was also blocked off, opened up the curtains, and there was no one there. I, my mother, and my older sister were living with my grandparents in Chicago. One night, 1998 to 2000, we accidentally fell asleep in the living room. We used to watch MTV music videos dance around till the late hour of the night. My grandmother hated this, hated whenever we'd steal over her living room or even if she saw us sleeping on her spot on the couch. This one particular night, my sister had woke me up saying, "Hey, let's go to bed. Gramps is going to be mad if we're here." So I groggily got up and started to walk to our room. We shared a bunk bed and room, obviously. But the fucked up part about it, she stopped and looked at me, hugged me, saying, "Everything's gonna be alright," then sat back down on the couch, looking straight ahead. I was genuinely freaked out, so I told her I was just gonna go upstairs without her. As I walked past her, past the kitchen, and past the 3 steps up to the end of the hall and her room, and as soon as I opened the door, I bugged the fuck out. My sister, sleeping on the bottom bunk peacefully. She never woke me up. She never hugged me and said, "Everything is going to be okay." There was no physical way for her to pass me to get in bed before me or to be knocked out the way she was. To this day, I bring this up to my sister, and I always get a weird feeling. I'm not sure what she was trying to tell me, but I know for a fact it would be impossible for me not to notice. I lived with my sister, her partner, our mother, and my 1-year-old nephew. He loved to try and take photos, so we got him a toddler toy camera that laughed and said cheese and flashed, etc., which was cute, but my nephew avoids it. We chalked that up to kids being kids, and it stayed on his toy shelf displayed. It was cute, until one night I couldn't sleep, so I was in the lounge room reading. Everybody else is asleep, so dead silent, and it just starts going mental. All the sounds just click, click, heh, click, heh, smile, click, heh, silent. And the giggles were like horror movie little girl is actually the devil kind of giggles. So I haul ass back to my room, thinking the batteries are dying or it shifted and set off the buttons until it started just clicking or giggling when I walked past it. This goes on and off for a few weeks. Only happened when I was seemingly alone or nobody to witness it. I explained to my mom what had been happening because obviously it was creeping me out. And she said she'd heard it but thought I was touching or messing with it, and I very quickly set her straight. So she made the joke, maybe it's trying to steal your soul. And it went crazy even more. So then the first time with the sounds all overlapping at its highest volume and flashing, everything happening at once. Yeah, she took me seriously and put it in the bin after smashing it up and then made a cleansing spray, recipe from her old witch days apparently, and cleansed the house because she didn't want to take chances, especially with being a toddler toy and all. Even creepier in my opinion, I explained it to my sister we had destroyed it and why then if she wanted me to pay her back for it. Nope, she was relieved because it had been doing the same thing toward her for roughly the same amount of time. Growing up, I lived in 2 houses. I'll call the first house, the one which I lived in for all of elementary school and some of middle school, House A. I'll call the second house, where my family lived in the rest of my middle school years, all of my high school years, and all of my college years, House B. Interestingly, House B was less than a mile away from House A. It's on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, but in retrospect, I loved living there. It was quiet, secluded, and there were 40 acres of woods and swamps to explore. My understanding is that House B was my dad's dream home growing up. I always attributed our decision to move there to my dad's love of the place. When the woman who owned House B died, her family wanted to make sure the house went to somebody local who would appreciate it. Enter my dad. Over the years, though, I started to wonder whether my parents had other reasons for moving out of House A. I'm not going to lie. The place was a little bit creepy. I'm not going to say it's haunted because I've never seen anything in real life that's made me believe in hauntings. Also, nobody ever died in House A to our knowledge, but I'm certainly not going to say that House A wasn't haunted. There were a handful of weird things that happened to other members of my family in House A. Before I was born, my mom and dad, sleeping in the bedroom that eventually became mine, woke up one morning and happened to look into the closet. As they watched, a dollar bill drifted from the ceiling and floated gently to the floor. Once, while I was at school, my mom was hanging laundry on the clothesline in the yard while watching my sister. She got the strangest feeling that somebody was looking at her. She looked up at the window of the second floor of the house, which overlooked the yard, and although she didn't see anything, she could swear that something was looking at her from that specific window. As an aside from the rest of the story, my little sister was always creepy in her younger years. She once pointed at the corner of the living room and asked, "Who is that old lady?" There was no old lady, at least none that we could see. When I was in elementary school, my family was sitting around eating dinner. My sister, out of nowhere, said, "Vic Pez will die at the age of 10 with Mom." My dad and I paid no attention to this, but this really stuck with my mom. She spent the entirety of my 10th year freaking out that something was going to happen that would kill us both. In particular, she worried whenever she drove me to and from some school activity. Was she such a bad driver that she was going to get us both killed? There was actually one time when we were driving during a bad winter storm that she was convinced that we were going to bite it. But obviously we didn't, because I'm here to tell this story today. In the end, our little creepy prophetess of doom turned out to be incorrect. Most of the weird things happened to me though. I'll start with the dreams. I had one dream where my cousin came to visit, and they left at the end of the day as the sun was setting. As we stood in the yard waving goodbye, I started floating upward uncontrollably. Then the dream ended. I had a similar dream in which my parents and their friends were sitting around in the kitchen having some beers and catching up. I went into my bedroom where I saw a villain from a kid's TV show floating in the corner of my room up toward the ceiling. I started floating up toward her. Now, I'm not saying it was aliens, I'm just saying it was weird. Dreams don't mean much though. They're just dreams, nothing concrete there, and nothing outside the experience of one boring little kid. There was one time though, when I woke up not in my room. I was standing in front of the door of my house, with only the screen door separating me from the front porch. I don't know how I got there. That was weird. I went back to bed and thought nothing of it. A year or so later, my dad was remodeling the hallway that connected my bedroom, my sister's bedroom, the living room, and the stairs up to the second floor of the house. He left his equipment in the hallway for the night. That night, I walked out of my bedroom while my mom was watching TV in the living room. "What are you doing, Vic Pez?" I didn't answer. She asked again, and when I was silent, she figured I was sleepwalking. Then I fell down, right next to my dad's saw. Luckily, I got back up and fell again. At this point, my mom hurried over and guided me back to bed. I have to say that the upstairs of that house always weirded me out. I was up there a lot. It's where we kept my Sega Genesis, my PlayStation, and in the last year or so of living there, our computer. But something about that floor gave me the creeps. Do you know that tingling feeling on the back of your neck that you get when it feels like somebody is watching you? If I was ever up there after dark, I got that feeling. Weirder, though, was the feeling I got, regardless of what time of day it was. When I was going down the stairs, there was this brief chill and a certainty that there was something behind me that wanted to push me. I took those stairs at a dead run whenever I got that feeling. By that time, though, I was old enough to know just how childish all this sounded and kept it firmly to myself. At the beginning of 7th grade, my family moved into House B and the creepiness stopped. At least it stopped for me. Years passed and I came home from college one summer. This was the year before my parents got divorced, when my family was still living in House B. My mom, my grandma, my sister, and myself were standing around in the kitchen trading stories. Eventually, the topic of conversation turned spooky, and eventually, the topic of conversation turned to House A. This is how I eventually learned the stories I related above, at least the ones that didn't happen to me. Since we were all being creepy, I decided to tell my mother just how creepy the upstairs used to make me feel. She seemed surprised, but agreed that it was not a pleasant place. Sometimes, she said, when I was going down the stairs, I interrupted her before she could finish. "You felt like somebody was going to push you?" Neither of us had ever shared that story before. I just had an interesting one the other day. I was texting with a friend. We were discussing the Mandela effect and the alternate dimensions or timelines. It was a pretty long convo. My friend is a minor conspiracy theorist. He says something to the effect of, what if these false memories are the work of the government, like they were doing to those college kids back in the day? So I said something to the effect of, fuck the alphabet boys. I like my theory better, just fucking around. We made a few more jokes at the expense of the feds, and the topic moved on. Well, literally minutes later, my pit bull jumps up barking and tears ass to the living room, and my other dog follows. I chuckle and pull up the security cameras because he's a very simple boy. He likes barking at nothing. As I'm pulling up the camera feed, the other dog lets out a startled bark and comes tearing ass back into the computer room, and the pit is really raising hell now. Okay, WTF. So I stand up and start making my way to the living room. Well, I hear something fall, and the pit comes tearing ass and hides behind me. So I'm like, dude, what did you knock over? I get to the living room. There's a beer can lying in the middle of the floor. I have shelves all around the walls in the living room near the ceiling. I'm a single guy, so I just put beer cans up there from various breweries I've been to, or like the can art. So no way the pit knocked one down. So on this particular shelf, there's roughly 60 to 70 cans. The can that fell down out of each and every one up there was Stone Arrogant Bastard. I should also point out, the pit refused to come into the living room. He stayed behind the threshold in the dining room. So I'm inspecting the whole shelf of cans. None are disturbed at all but Arrogant Bastard. And the hell of it is, it wasn't on the end of the shelf. Fucking bizarre. So were the alphabet boys upset I was making fun of them? Maybe something from another dimension fucking with me? Or just total coincidence? Either way, the pit avoided the living room for a few days. Now he's back to happily napping on the couch. I was just a 16-year-old res girl hanging out with her brother, a girl cousin, city girl, and my then boyfriend. I was driving us home on a back road to my house where there's more dirt than road, so I had my brights on. We were all hyped because we had played basketball at the local community center, so we were exhausted and just happy to have had the car to go anywhere. So anywho, I'm driving pretty fast down this road and I see no one else out here with us, so I'm thinking we're safe, right? No, not at all. I start to see an old man in denim jeans, a dark gray shirt, and a butt-length white-haired ponytail come into my high beams. So I start to leave off the gas so I can respectfully go around this elder who's skulking in the middle of the road going the same way we are. My cousin the whole time is like, yo, why are you slowing down? As soon as I start to come up to this guy to where he's going to be next to my window and the headlights no longer shone on him, he turned, morphed into a horse. The skin changed like liquid motion on his skin. We all screamed when the horse turned to look at us, but his mouth wasn't a horse. It was still morphing and was stuck in a weird way. I sped away like I left my soul back there with that thing, and I ain't felt right since. When we were quite a distance away, we realized we were still screaming. So then, we started yelling about what we saw. Skinwalkers, no doubt. But I'll never forget my cousin's reaction. She couldn't comprehend that her heritage has supernatural lore that we are still afraid of to this day. I once worked in a pub as a cook. This place was built during the War of 1812. We had a resident ghost that we named Jeffrey, and several people had incidents with him. One bartender had closed up for the night and was walking out of the kitchen and saw a man in a red coat sitting at the bar. She booked it to the back room and locked herself in the manager's office and watched the cameras, and there was nothing. She checked the recording and there was never anyone there. My supervisor and I were working the line one afternoon, and there was a stack of about 6 portion cups for sauce on the shelf in front of us. The very top one suddenly popped up and flipped over and landed right side up in front of us. I said to him, "Did you see that?" He responded, "I'm just going to pretend nothing happened." One night, I was going into one of the fridges when one of the large plastic Tupperwares we kept stacked on top of it suddenly jumps off the stack and lands on my head. It didn't hurt, but it was shocking. We checked the cameras, and it looked like this thing was picked up and thrown at me in a split second. When did you immediately nope out of a place you just walked into? When I was 19, I visited some friends in Melbourne, and we went out one night. We weren't paying attention to where we were going, and we wandered into this seedy bar. The bartender saw 3 nerdy college kids walking in the door, and his eyes went wide, and he just shook his head very slowly at us. So yeah, we got out of there. I was 18 years old and was finally legally allowed into bars, and there was this bar in my hometown called the Barbary Coast, and for some reason I just always wanted to go in there since I was a kid. So I'm all dressed up in my club clothes, it's the 90s, miniskirt dress, heels, hair did, makeup, the whole 9, and I go busting up in this bar. And it's an old dude's salty sailor bar, because of course it is. You'd think the name would have tipped me off, but no. And I swear to you, the record scratched and stopped, and everyone turned to look at me standing in the doorway like, "Are you lost?" And I was lost. So I lost, and I stammered some semblance of an apology and got the F out of there. A friend at work invited me over to play some Madden 2004. Walked in, and apparently he has kids. One was naked and peeing on the wall in the corner. They all were naked, all 3, various ages. 2 very, very large drunk women were also hanging out, like a mescaline dream. I still wonder if it happened because this man never showed up to work again. The manager said he had been arrested for something like check fraud or something. I was heading to a Christmas Eve family party, and I was showing up late, having to work before. I had been to my aunt's house a few times, but it had been a while, so I parked my car and go up the walkway to the house. The front door was open, which I expected. The entranceway was exactly how I remembered it, as was the kitchen. But when I turned the corner to go to the living room, I found myself in a room packed with Asian people. I am not Asian. They all stared at me, waiting for an explanation. I nodded a bit, but then just shook my head and said, "Nope," and turned around and left. It turns out I stopped a block too soon at an identical model house as my aunt's. I wonder if they tell the story the time the random guy dropped by to say nope. Wheeze. I was walking through a lively public park once, and it was such a big area. A long path going around an entire lake, an unbelievably big playground. It was so freaking cool. I, of course, wanted to explore the nature part of the park and went on the path. Everything was normal. I caught a picture of a few turtles and ducks. It was lovely. But then the trees started getting thicker down the path, almost entirely blocking out the sunlight. I think what bothered me so much was the fact that this lovely loud park suddenly went silent without reason. I freaking booked it back to the playground. I'm not ready to die. I live in Florida. My best friend and I decided to make a weekend road trip to Key West in the summer, a lot less busy. We walked down Duval looking for a place to have lunch and some drinks. Many places close between lunch and dinner, probably around 2:33 p.m. We are dripping sweat because it's August in Florida. She goes into a bar and I'm behind her halfway up the step. All I see is a sweet golden retriever lying down in the bar. She stops and I do that kind of cartoonish running into her back. She turns and says, "This isn't a place for us, LOL." I don't even know what she saw. All I know is there are some clothing optional places, so I can only imagine. When I was a kid, there was a church in our town that took donations of used clothes, and every once in a while my mom would round up stuff none of us kids could wear anymore, and we'd go drop it off there. Then we went to drop some stuff off, and of course, Mom parked the car out front and told me to take the clothes, stuffed in a green lawn trash bag inside. So I stroll up with this bag over my shoulder like Santa Claus, shove the door open, walk inside and realize it's not a church anymore. They'd moved, and that was somebody's house. There were a couple of kids sitting on a couch where they'd been watching cartoons, but were now staring at me all wide-eyed and confused. Being an especially awkward kid myself, I couldn't think of anything to say. So I turned around, walked back out without saying a word, got in the car, and told my mom to floor it. I sometimes wonder if those kids still talk about it. At my then-boyfriend's family cottage in Quebec, he went to the outhouse, opened the door to go in. Whoops. There is his aunt, the nun, good French-Canadian family. A quick pardon and away I retreated. The same weekend, opened the outhouse door to find his father sitting there. Shy English girl stammers out, pardon again, and bolts. And yes, there was a lock on the inside. I certainly used it when the outhouse was finally vacant. I was visiting a friend's college, and we were at an acquaintance's frat house party. Walked into the bathroom to pee. A couple of candles dimly lighted it, and there were like 8 guys crowded around a girl in a bathtub that was pouring a bottle of chocolate syrup over her head. They were whisper chanting, "Do the whole thing, do the whole thing, do the whole thing." I peed off the deck instead. I had recently turned 18 and decided to try gambling for the first time. A very small casino. It was a random building with a worn-down casino sign, and inside was just online gambling. I walked in dressed like I was ready for a night out on the town. Instead, all I saw was a dingy room packed with depressed, trashy people sitting at computers from the late 90s, occasionally ordering drinks and hot wings while a few old fans blew BO over the room. I had walked right through the door, surveyed the scene without moving from the door, then I turned right around and left. I was shopping around for a room to rent and check out one on Craigslist. An immediate nope as soon as what I can only describe as an Asian Tammy Faye Baker answered the door. This woman had so much Botox, her face was stuck in a creepy grin. She also had lip injections and enough makeup for a whole circus of clowns. If that wasn't enough, nope, for you, there was also a fully decorated 12-foot Christmas tree in the living room in the middle of June, along with the whole house smelling like pet urine. I did this twice. I got into what I thought was an unlocked rental car that looked exactly like the one we were using, but it had a different interior. I kind of freaked out at being in the wrong car and quickly exited to find the right car. The second time this happened, I thought I was entering my own car, it being the same make and model, even the color. But I quickly realized it wasn't my car because the seats were leather and mine weren't, and I had some things dangling from the rearview mirror and this one didn't. I don't know how my car keys were able to unlock this random car. I vaguely planned a road trip around my birthday. On my birthday, I found myself in a decently sized town with a few bars. However, most of them closed early that day for some reason. I found one bar, let's call it James Bar, that was open. So I started walking to it. Halfway through my walk, I realized it was a strip club. Not a big deal as it's my birthday, no harm in indulging a little. Once I got to the block, it was on. I had to walk through a dark parking lot to get to the entrance. That's when I noticed many motorcycles with groups of leather-clad guys hanging out in the shadows. Then I noticed about 10 meters from the entrance, 4 heavily armed police officers. I quickly started reading the reviews for that place and realized it was a biker gang affiliated place and noped out. I spent my birthday that year with a 6-pack I bought at a local beer store. Somehow, still not the worst birthday I've had. freshman year, I had a sinus infection, so I couldn't smell anything. On my way to the bathroom, other girls were trying to tell me not to go in the stalls, but I had to take a dump. I walked in and skipped right the fuck out. Someone put a whole, used pad full to the brim on the wall of the girls' bathroom. You could apparently smell it all the way down the hallway. I don't remember the girl's name, but she was promptly expelled and banned from the school. We actually didn't even walk in. My son and I wanted to try a new restaurant we had seen advertised. When we got out of the car, the smell of cigarette smoke was so strong in the parking lot, we got back in the car and left. I couldn't imagine how overwhelming it would have been inside. Being around it gives me headaches and makes my eyes sting. About 2 years ago, I needed to cross an avenue, and the only way to do so was by going on one of those elevated crosswalks. I have no idea what they're called. Anyway, you go up a ramp or stairs, then walk to the other side of the avenue. Anyway, I went up and walked across it. It was empty, dirty, and I knew that place was notoriously bad. But it couldn't be that bad, right? Right at the end, I see what looks like a crackhead practicing karate on the air, just kicking, shaking, and grunting. As soon as we made eye contact, I 180 degree and walked back where I came from, looking back every few steps to make sure he wasn't running towards me, and Ubered home. Now that I think about it, he probably didn't even see me, but oh well. Nobody goes there for a reason. I used to walk past this biker bar while I was in college. There were all these guys in leather hanging out this place. I was talking about it, and no one knew the place. I said it's right on that street. Everyone laughed. They told me it was a leather bar. "Do you see any motorcycles at the bar?" they asked. So the next day, I was walking by. I looked out the window. Yep, it was a gay leather club. While I was looking, a guy came out and said, "Come in, you know you want to." I noped away from that place and avoided the street entirely. My then boyfriend's mate called him, discovered he was hanging out with me and said, "I'm thinking of having dinner at place over the road. Why don't you join me?" We both thought that was a great idea, so we walked over. I got there, and there were 5 of his friends sitting at a table laid for 6, 8 top, so a conscious decision when they arrived. I was very clearly not wanted, so I turned and noped out. Boyfriend dithered, then followed me. He eventually persuaded me to go back for the most uncomfortable dinner I'd had in years. I wish I had just kept walking. A couple comes to mind. Both happened in Turkey. Once, just after the base lockdown lifted and we could go into town, I went with a couple of friends. The 3 of us, all obviously American, walked into a large crowd at a corner, then realized there were a few people yelling and holding up newspapers with communist symbols on them. When people started looking at us, we decided to head back the way we came. Another time, a friend and I were driving around in the country looking for Roman ruins and stuff. We went around a curve and found a little village in the woods that looked like it hadn't changed in 100 years. Some guys turned around, gave us weird looks, so he threw it in reverse, and we backed around the curve and never went back. Was going to a brewery in a large mill-type building, got lost in the building. I opened the door to find this weird place with adults and children doing a variety of things. The one that burned into my mind was yo-yo tricks. It was weird because it was an ancient old brick mill, and the inside of this part of the building had turf-like grass and very large fake mushrooms all over the place. There was a counter for food and drinks. I opened the door, saw it, wasn't even really sure if it was what I was real, and immediately left. I deliver pizzas. For context, I'm a girl-shaped, heavy and short, kind of like a dwarf. I don't often shy away from a fight, but I also have arthritis and am usually slinging as a solo in the late afternoon and evening in a low-income part of town. I took an order for 1 pie out to this place with 3 older dudes like a Greek chorus sitting out front in lawn chairs. "Hey, Dot's Delivery, I've got an order for Joe." They tell me to go around the back. In the back is another guy who's bent double, using a sponge to wash his legs. He's fully clothed but wearing shorts. He's listening to some soft music on his phone, but it still takes me 3 or 4 shouts for him to turn to see me. This is not Joe. Joe is probably inside, Sponge Guy says, but there's a super mean dog just on the other side of that door, so you shouldn't go in. I climb the stairs to the back porch, which creaks and sags alarmingly under my weight. Whatever, I'm paid to be here, and my porch is creaky too. I knock on the door. Holler, knock again, holler again, knock harder, holler louder, no Joe. A lady comes out, not because she heard me knocking, because she just wanted to be outside, I guess. She is also not Joe and does not know who Joe is or whether he's inside or remembers he's expecting a pizza. There's also no signs of the super mean dog that Sponge Guy mentioned. I glance around and notice that the rain gutter beside me is full to the brim with used heroin needles, and everything suddenly clicks into my went to public school brain. Well, time to go. Sorry, Joe. Good thing my manager knows that we deliver to some pretty shady areas and doesn't mind if I nope the fuck out of somewhere without completing the delivery. I respect anyone trying to live their best life in whatever circumstances they've found themselves in, but I'm also trying to do that, and being robbed at a syringe point for the cash and lukewarm pizza I'm carrying would really harsh my groove. Not my story, but my grandma's. She's had just married the love of her life. They decided to go house hunting back in the 60s. Lots of cheap houses in old cities. They had visited a few in one area and came back to my grandfather's home city to check out another one. It was supposedly a very charming and cute starter home. They got to the doorway with the realtor and homeowner. Immediately, my grandmother felt a chill go down her spine. She put exactly 1 foot past the threshold, then turned back around and left. In no way, shape, or form is my grandmother spiritual, other than your basic white people Christian, but she said she felt a demonic presence in the home. An awful feeling overpowered her, and she knew she had to leave at that exact moment. When we hear about the demons people fight daily, as in bad thoughts or alcoholism, etc., my grandma will remind me that demons really do exist, and she encountered what she believes to be a hellhole in that home. I can't tell the story as creepily as she can, but whenever I hear it every once in 3 to 4 years it'll come up in topic, I can't hold back the shivers and dark sensations I get.
What is the most unexplainable thing that ever happened to you? When I was around 15, my parents left me home alone for the weekend, Friday night to Sunday later afternoon, and I was thinking, this is awesome. I can chill, play games all weekend, and eat what I want. Went to sleep Friday night, and then woke up to my mom waking me up to what I thought was the next morning. So I asked, what happened? I thought you were going out the whole weekend. To which she replied, what are you talking about? It's 4 p.m. Sunday. I have no idea what happened to those 2 days. I didn't leave the house. There was no food or washing up that had changed since they left. I hadn't looked at my phone. There were unread messages from Saturday morning, but I refused to believe I was asleep the whole time. I was watching my parents' house while they were out of town. No dogs, nobody in the house except me. One night was just cleaning up the kitchen after dinner, and I should note that the house is quite large and rather creepy when you've got it all to yourself. Their bedroom is directly above the kitchen, and I very distinctly heard footsteps start from the walk-in closet, go through the bathroom, into their bedroom, and out into the hall. The squeaky board just outside the door made the squeak just as if somebody stepped on it. And that was it. Pure silence. I grabbed the biggest knife out of the kitchen drawer and went to investigate. Nope, I was still totally alone. There is no way for anybody to access that part of the house without going past the kitchen and up the stairs first. I didn't sleep well at all that night and even get chills typing this. I had a living room in my parents' 2-story house that connected to the stairs leading to the second floor of the house. You could see completely down the hall on the second floor from the couch in the living room. One time, my family went away on vacation, so I had my cousin come over while I house sat for them. I'd been alone in this house for a couple of days now, and I just really wanted company. We're sitting on this couch playing Xbox or something. The stairs leading to the second floor are almost out of my vision. At the very top of the stairs on the left is a doorway leading to a bathroom and nothing else. We were up pretty late gaming when out of the corner of my eye, I saw a gray face lean out and stare at me for a split second. I didn't budge. I just barely noticed it, but as soon as I did, it was gone. I hadn't snapped to look at it, nor did I say anything. I just continued gaming for about 3 seconds until my cousin said, "Did you just see that?" And as soon as our eyes connected, we both knew we saw the same thing. The second my cousin said that, I felt my heart sink. It scared the shit out of me to have him pretty much confirm what I saw, but brushed off. I had immediately assumed it was just one of those blurs or darting shadows you get in the corner of your eyes at times. The creepiest part is that it slid out as if it were lying on the floor. Whatever it was, its head was at level with the top of the steps right at the bottom of the bathroom doorframe. It just sort of slid out, stared, then slid back. Again, I just saw it from the corner of my eyes,
but it appeared to be gray-skinned with black hair from our combined description. We went upstairs and checked the whole bathroom, including the insides of luggage bags in the closet. We never found anything. I was walking to my friend's house one summer, maybe 10 or 11 years old. Anyways, sunny day, couple clouds, but otherwise it's bright out, perfect visibility, when a perfectly rectangular shadow comes up from the direction behind me on the ground, maybe 15 by 30 feet in size, traveling just faster than a car probably would be, and goes over top of me. I'm looking at the shape on the ground as it goes over, and when I do look up to the sky, I don't see anything that could possibly cast it. Even the clouds were just trailing little wisps. I looked back down and it was going over some houses, and then it was gone forever. So yeah, weirdest thing was a mystery rectangle shadow. Not me, but my parents. In the place they used to live in, there was this old couch. My mom sometimes would walk by in the middle of the night and see a silhouette sitting there. She describes it as a man, sitting down with a hat on, just sitting there. She saw it several times, but thought nothing of it. Damn, she's brave, LMAO. She never told my dad, who one day said to her, "It's weird, but sometimes in the middle of the night, I think I see a man sitting down on the couch doing nothing." So yeah, they both saw the same thing, sitting on this couch, and they told each other after they'd both seen it. Weird. I guess it was a coincidence, but when I was little, I used to go outside in the mornings to pet a cat that lived under my home. I used to play with her every day. One night I had a dream that she died, so I woke up distraught. Went out to our usual place and I called out for her. She never came out, and I never saw her again since the dream. Was hanging out with my friend while we were roommates, and something came up about ships and bottles. He insisted that I talked about ships and bottles frequently for several months before that point, but I honestly don't recall talking or even thinking about them really ever. His girlfriend even backed him up. I call it ship in a bottle syndrome. When my daughter was about 18 months old, her grandmother passed away. That evening I put my daughter to bed as normal, but instead of going to sleep pretty quickly as she usually did, she spent over an hour giggling and squealing with laughter. When I went to check in on her, she was staring at an empty chair in her room, laughing as if she was watching the funniest thing ever. This carried on every night until the day of her grandmother's funeral. I didn't personally witness this, but at the time my family was sufficiently freaked out by it, and it was talked about a lot. One morning my autistic brother went into my parents' room at like 3 a.m. He woke them up to tell them that his grandmother was very old and was going to die. They got a call later that day that she did indeed die in her sleep that night. But he's autistic and significantly disabled, so it's not like we could just ask him how he knew that or why he said it. He did a lot of other weird psychic shit over the years, but that was the spookiest one. I started having a panic attack one night out of nowhere. I kept repeating, "Something's wrong." I do have anxiety, but had only had one other panic attack before this day. My husband sat on the bed with me, and we tried to figure out what had triggered this. The only thing we could think of is that a family member of mine was going on a trip the next day, and maybe that was making me nervous. So I made up a weird excuse to drop off coffee before they left super early the next morning. When I saw them, I felt fine. I immediately knew it wasn't connected, wished them well, and drove home. About an hour later, I get a call that a person in my family on the other side of the country died by suicide the night before. Years ago, my buddy and a friend of his are out in the boonies lighting off fireworks for the 4th of July. We go out to the cars to light the sticks for igniting the fireworks, as my buddy's buddy is in a car doing so. I look up at all the stars, completely unused to seeing so many. As I'm looking, something just feels off. I finally pinpoint it and start squinting my eyes, looking away and back. Everything I can think of to make sure that I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing. It's one point of light, absolutely identical to the stars around it, except for one weirdness. It's doing a steady, repeating figure 8. I turn to my buddy to ask him about it, and I see him staring at the same area of the sky. So I ask him, "Do you see what I see?" I hadn't said a word about what I saw, but he answered back, "A star doing a figure 8? I've tried to explain it by any logical means over the years, but nothing quite matches up, and I refuse to accept that a figure 8 in space is the alien teenager version of doing donuts in a parking lot. Not totally unexplainable, and can just call it coincidence if you don't believe in sorcery. When I was in kindergarten or maybe first grade, we had a blackout at my school, and this kid goes, "Wait, I'll light a match," and proceeded to pretend to light an invisible match, and the lights came back on, and we cheered for him. Then he said, "Oh, it's too hot," and he blew it out. Then the lights went back out. Wizardry. At a lunch table in high school, I exasperatedly put my head down and had a thought in the form of a question. My best friend a few seats down responded to my question, and everyone looked at her. I asked if I said it out loud, and everyone agreed I had said nothing. It was weird. We'd been friends since 7th grade. I was maid of honor at her wedding and was in the room with her and her husband when she gave birth to her daughter. We still make jokes about that time she read my mind in high school, LOL. Was home alone with my sister, who was about 3 at the time. She's sleeping in my room, and I walk out to go to the bathroom. No one else is in the house, but as I'm in there handling my business, I start hearing the chairs moving in the kitchen. I come out from the restroom and look to my left, where I find the dining table chair moved and placed perfectly staring down the hallway. Go back to check on my sister, and she's still sleeping. Walk around the house to see if my parents were home, and nothing. Doors and windows were shut. No way wind could have pushed this chair 5 feet and turned it to face down the hall. During this time, I was constantly being woken up at 3 a.m. almost every night and felt a cold hand placed on my left pec over my heart. Spooky shit. When I was 9 years old, my best friend and I were crossing a busy street on the way home from school. Normally we were careful, but I was distracted by a black cat following us down the road. We stopped and she bent down to pat him while I turned around to cross the street, not thinking to look both ways. A silver car was directly to my right about to hit me. I froze up like a deer in headlights. My friend was screaming. Then, suddenly it was on my left. It didn't swerve, wasn't in another lane. The car was just suddenly on my other side, speeding away. I ran across the rest of the road and my friend asked how I passed through the car. Everything looked a bit strange. Her shape was fuzzy and doubled. It was a clear day and the sun was shining, even though it had been overcast and windy on the other side of the road. When I glanced back, the black cat was staring at me from the other side. Then he just strolled away. I knew it was just an optical illusion, and I had probably just missed the car by a fraction of a second and was just rattled later. I thought about it for years afterwards, though. I was outside talking to my neighbor. Suddenly it was like someone accidentally flicked the lights off and then back on. It was dark in the middle of the day as far as I could see for just a split second. I thought it was just my brain, but then I saw my neighbor looked confused as well. Then her daughter said, "What just happened?" We all were looking in opposite directions, so it was just suddenly dark everywhere. We still talk about it sometimes, no idea what it was. I've spent hours on the internet trying to find answers with no success. Walked from my bedroom down the hallway to the kitchen, stepped through the doorway just as a ball of lightning arced across the room. I blinked and was back in my bedroom without passing the space in between. Crept back up the hall and saw my housemate standing in the kitchen, mouth opening and closing because he had no idea what had happened either. Turns out he'd clamped the power cable for the sandwich press between the hot plates and burned through it, thus the lightning. Doesn't explain how I teleported from one end of the house to the other. I was at home with my mom, nobody else. There were only 2 entrances, one at the front where I was sitting nearby and one at the back of the house, and it directly went to the kitchen where my mom was. And then I heard clearly my dad's voice calling, sounded like from the living room. He was working at the time, but I came to the living room anyway and found my mom there. She asked me, "Did you hear that too?" Nobody was there. When he came home, we asked him, but of course he said it was not him. At first I thought he lied. My dad really loved to prank us. But then there was no way he was sneaking silently without me and my mom not knowing it. One night, when I was about 16 years old, I swear I glitched into the Matrix or something. I'd finally decided to get off my computer and go to bed around 2 a.m., if memory serves me correctly. At the time, my family and I lived in a decent-sized 2-story house. The staircase to the second floor was pretty basic. Head up a few steps, turn on a landing halfway up, traverse the remaining few steps, and at the top you're only a couple of footfalls from my bedroom door. Someone please explain to me then how I got lost on this fucking staircase. Sure, it was dark, but even then you'd have to be a special kind of stupid to not know how to walk up these stairs after you've already done it 1,000 times before. Just keep one hand on the railing and you don't need to use your eyes. I swear that as soon as I reached the landing I spent 10 minutes just continually walking upwards. Realistically, it only takes someone 5 to 7 seconds to walk up these stairs, 3 if they're running or skipping steps. I realized I'd been walking for much longer than that, stopped, and immediately felt uneasy. I'd walked up those stairs in pitch black darkness so many times before, but even with my hand on the railing I was getting nowhere, just endlessly walking upwards. My fucking skin crawled. If my brother hadn't turned on the upstairs hallway light, I'm not sure I would have made it to my bedroom. Guy blinked sleepily at me and asked me if I was okay, and all I could say was, I legitimately have no idea. Told him the next day what had happened, and he told me that the reason he'd come out of his room in the first place was because he'd heard footsteps on the stairs for several minutes. What the fuck, man? What was that? I wasn't so tired that I just mindlessly walked up and down the stairs for a while. I was completely awake, and not once did it suddenly feel like I'd turned around to walk back downstairs at any time. I still get chills thinking about it. My husband worked for a small old folks home. They only had 3 residents, and his aunt ran the place. I had college classes nearby and would often come hang out for a few hours at the end of his shift and visit with the residents. One night, my husband got the residents to bed and went downstairs to collect his paycheck while I turned off the lights. As I reached the top of the stairs, I turned to look into the hallway leading to the resident's room. Standing outside the room of one of the residents was a woman. She was wearing an old pale green Victorian-style dress and had her ear pressed to the door. I opened my mouth to say something, and she looked directly at me, put a finger to her lips, and shushed me. I turned and practically fell down the stairs. When I got to the owner's office, she took in the expression on my face and said, "You saw the woman in green?" Not a question. I confirmed, and she asked whose room she was interested in. When I told her, she nodded inside. The next morning, the owner called us to let us know that the target resident was found comatose in her bed. She passed away later that day. Reddit, what's your scariest ghost story? Sitting in a tactical operations center, TOC in Afghanistan, approximately 0200. Me and the boys are bored and watching the raid camera that watches perimeter, and it suddenly locks onto a floating object. The object is translucent and appears to be about 20 feet off of the ground and is moving against the wind. The camera continues to follow this object as it passes over the base, and we realize it is approaching our area. I head outside, but it's too dark to see anything, so I head back in just in time to hear the radio kick on. I walked over to the radio, thinking this might be a pilot returning to base, and instead just hear static. After about 20 seconds of static, the sound of the Muslim call to prayer, Adhan, can be heard in the background. This is a prayer that is recited 5 times a day and definitely not at 0200. At that point, we look up to the screen and realize the object is hovering above our TOC, but then returns to moving in the same direction it was heading before. The radio goes silent, and the object eventually floats off into the desert. This was the most unnerving 10 minutes of my life, and I'm glad I had other people there to witness it, otherwise I would have had a hard time believing it happened. I was sick with strep throat as a kid, and I woke up in the middle of the night to go get some water. I filled the glass and started back to my room. As I turned the corner, I saw a massive person standing with his back turned to me. He was standing motionless in the living room that I just briskly walked through. He was holding a framed photo of my family that we kept on our coffee table, gazing into it. I remember standing there, not even breathing, and trying to stay as silent as possible. I remember being worried about the sound of the sloshing water in my glass caused by my shivering. After about 30 seconds, he set the photo back down on the coffee table without a sound and in the exact place it had been before. He then floated down the hallway and into my little brother's room. I felt a strong sense of protective alarm because the figure was not in the same space as my 3-year-old brother, but I was too petrified to move. After a minute of standing silently, I mustered the courage to walk forward and peer into my brother's room. There was no large figure in there, it had disappeared. Even still, I was too much of a chicken to walk back into the living room and to my parents' bedroom to alert them, never mind walking into my brother's room to check the closet. I locked the door to my room and placed a chair under the doorknob to be extra sure, but I didn't sleep that night. TLDR, I saw a large ghost staring at my family photograph with its back turned to me. Staying in a holiday cottage. Brought our dog and left him to sleep downstairs. 4 a.m. an old woman woke my husband and told him that he had to stop the dog barking as he was disturbing the neighbors. He was halfway down the stairs before he realized that there shouldn't be an old woman in the house. We're letting our dog sleep with us now, and he still wakes up and cries in the middle of the night. 2 more days before we get home, and I don't care about the ghost. I just want some sleep. When I was a kid, my parents were renting the house we lived in. This house was completely haunted, and I hated the basement because that was the worst place to be by yourself. At times, as I was walking by the basement door, it had a latch near the top of the door. The door would start to rattle as if someone was trying to open it. I doubt it was wind because it never happened to anyone else. I remember waking up in the middle of the night once. My bed was directly across from the bedroom door, which was open with the hall light on. When I woke, I couldn't move, make a sound, and it felt like I couldn't even breathe. Standing in the doorway was a tall woman dressed in robes. She held a goblet or cup in one hand and a knife in the other. She stood there staring at me for a while. Could only have been seconds, but forever in a child's eye, before turning around and walking down the hall towards my parents' rooms. That's something I'll never forget. When I was around 5 or 6, I went to my parents' room and the door just slammed right before I was about to enter, and when I opened it and checked inside, no one was there, and I still can't think of any way it could have happened. My niece and sister also claimed they talked to a ghost when they were little. My mom says she saw one go up the stairs in an old house I lived at when I was an infant. My brother and mom say they heard crying, and when they went to check on me, I was asleep. I'm guessing the ghosts near me when I was little were kid-friendly. My parents bought this old mansion that was built in 1868. It was a debtor's home for a while. We did a lot of restoration. One night I woke in the middle of the night and saw a young woman in the door dressed in some rather old-fashioned clothes. I immediately turned over in a panic. I decided I was going to take another look, and if she was still there, I'd scream. She wasn't. Only then did I notice the alarm clock was buzzing at about 2 a.m. Never happened again. Used to work at a materials facility where a number of decades ago a worker came in with a pistol and killed his coworker. The place was already haunted at the time because there's a family plot on the land, and folks who worked there told me they sometimes saw a little girl playing on the stairwell. I got a lot of stairwell exercise trying to meet her, but while I sometimes felt something watching me, nothing ever made its presence known to me, yet I think because it recognized I was or am spiritual worker. The night security guard was a retired high school science teacher for 20 years, and he became a believer in supernatural when something from the facility followed him home one night and showed itself to him, his wife, and kids. I told him I was a spiritual worker, and the man did not scoff because, as he told me, "You have no idea what I've been through here and at home." I could not get him to give me specifics because he was so disturbed at trying to forget the experience. The man actually went to counseling. It jarred him that much. When I asked him if his home needed any cleansing of the foul thing, he told me he had already taken care of that with the local Catholic Church. They knew about the facility, its history, and had heard tales of other folks who experienced spiritual phenomena there and at times in their homes. I never got anything following me home, but that does not mean something did not try to take any other workers there. I was hanging out with some buddies one night. We were all drunk by this point. It was completely silent and we were all in the living room watching TV. Through the front door, in bursts this hot babe. She slams the door shut and quickly sits right next to her in front of me, of course. I was anxious to meet her as I thought I was being set up on a date. After about 10 minutes of silence, I get a cold chill and so does she. She then jumps up and storms out of the house and slams the door shut behind her. I thought she left her phone in the car or food on the stove. I asked my friends who that girl was, but nobody had seen her that night but me, even with all of the loud door banging. I was like 5, wound up getting pink eye and both eyes stayed crusted shut. Woke up and couldn't see, couldn't open my eyes and was panicking. My dumbass thought I had somehow gone blind in my sleep and tried to run to my parents' room. They woke up when I ran full force into a wall. I have a story. So, in high school, I worked kids' birthday parties. The place was basically a giant gym and gymnastics dance classes were also held there. One day I came in, and one of the girls I worked with, who was very spiritual and very religious, was totally freaked out. During the gymnastics class she taught that morning, one of the kids was staring up at the ceiling. When she asked the kid what he was doing, he said, "There's a little boy up there," and pointed at the ceiling. Strange enough, but whatever, kids are weird. Later, 2 girls who were working a birthday party before mine came out of the gym and were visibly shaken. A pair of 5-year-old twins went down a slide and then stared at the ceiling. They both said that there was a little boy up there in the same spot on the ceiling that the kid from the morning gymnastics class. We all went in and inspected the ceiling. Of course, it was just a regular gray warehousey ceiling, but we were all super freaked out at that point. During my party, I was pushing a little boy on the giant swing we had in the gym. He too began to stare at the ceiling. He said directly to my face, "Hey, there's a little boy up there." We told all of our coworkers and managers about the 3 separate experiences we had today with children from different parties and classes seeing a little boy on the ceiling. The next day, we had downtime between parties and nobody was in the gym. There are cameras in the gym that allow parents to see their children playing from the lobby. My manager called us out of the break room. "Guys, check this out." We come out and see the screen, which is streaming from the gym, showing the giant swing going back and forth. Nobody's in there. It's just the swing going. I'd like to think that the ghost was truly a little boy who just wanted to play, and he finally got to go on the swing. Could be worse. I'm still not sure if I believe, but there have been some weird things in my life that I can't explain. When I was 5 years old, I woke up in the night and my grandma was standing at the end of my bed, wearing a teal blue skirt and matching blouse. I remember that it was summer and the sky was still light, but not light enough for me to read, so I guess it was about 9 p.m. I sat up. She put her finger to her lips, and I rubbed my eyes a couple of times, 'cause sleepy, and when I looked back, she had gone. I just snuggled back under my covers thinking how nice it was to see her because I hadn't seen her for ages, and I hoped she would still be there when I woke up. Next morning, my house was eerily quiet. My mom was in a worse mood than normal, but she had been crying, so I asked her what was wrong. My grandma died the night before. She had been crossing a road after her bingo turned out at 8:30 p.m., about 60 miles away from where we lived. She had a massive brain hemorrhage in the middle of the road and didn't even make it to the other side, let alone to my house 60 miles away. She was wearing a teal blue skirt and matching blouse. My wife and I swear that our daughter used to talk to ghosts when she was a toddler. She was an only child at the time. First instance I remember was her telling me that she was talking to Nana. That's what I called my grandmother, who passed about 15 years before my daughter was born. My daughter was young, and so I hadn't even talked about Nana to her, so I showed her a picture and asked who she spoke to. There were 4 women, 3 of which I didn't even know, but without hesitation, she pointed to my Nana. Okay, no biggie. Some months later, my wife and I are trying for baby number 2. After my wife gets pregnant, my daughter is sitting next to her on the couch and puts her head on her belly and says, "Mommy, there's a baby in there." Okay, maybe that's coincidence. She overheard us saying something. A few weeks later, my wife miscarries. Maybe my daughter picked up on our sadness, who knows? But she again puts her head on her stomach and says, "Mommy, there's no baby in there anymore." Then, several months and one more very early miscarriage later, my daughter tells us, "I was talking to my brother last night, and he said that my sister is coming to live with me soon." Again, she's an only child and had no living brother. We were still trying at this point, but had not taken any tests. We picked one up that night and, sure enough, pregnant. When time came to reveal the gender, I wasn't even interested. My daughter had already said it was a girl. Sure enough, I have 2 daughters.